House will please come to order. Remember, before we continue with our second reading, a couple of announcements. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Mitchell from Casper, Wyoming for being our Doctor of the Day. Welcome, Dr. Mitchell. We'll probably need something for seat sores by the end of this second reading. So see what you can do for that. Members, you might have also noticed we have two new additions in the chamber today. Certainly we have our monitor over on the Clausen side of the room with our members who are participating remotely. And then on the other side of the room, you'll see a portrait of the late Senator Christensen. The Senate was kind enough to set it down here. Some of us, of course, served with Senator Christensen and knew him in other capacities, so we appreciate the Senate sharing that with us for a few days. So if you haven't got up close and seen that, it's a pretty remarkable piece of art. So with that, are there any announcements? Any announcements before we begin again with our second reading of House Bill 1? All right, seeing none. Members? Next House amendment for our consideration is second reading, Amendment Number 5. Vice Chairman Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading Amendment Number 5 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So, ladies and gentlemen, what this does is move $10 million into a savings account. We were looking at about $2 billion or just under $2 billion federal funds, $90 oil, high gas prices, high spot price on coal. It's just a good time to take care of this endowment. Thank you for your support.
Any members for their first time on the amendment? First time. Chairman Walters, yes, Chairman, or Representative Walters, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly appreciate this amendment. I would still encourage a no on this. Currently, there is $3.6 million or a little over $3.6 million in this account. This legislative body set this account up about 4 years ago, and when we originally set it up, we set it up with a match component. And if you'll notice, this amendment does not bring with it a match component, which I think would be a good idea if we were to see this in the future as some sort of a match component. But to go from an account that has $3.6 million in it to dumping another $10 million into that, that's a sizable increase in this account with really no strong justification from the bringer of it other than we have a lot of extra money, so let's go put money in savings accounts that suit our personal desires and needs. And so, again, I think I'd just encourage a no vote. I appreciate the concept, but thanks for your time on voting no.
Any other member first time? First time. First time. Representative Gray, first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd really urge a no on this. There's already a lot of appropriations that we're going to be talking about later into these endowment accounts. And the problem is these distributions really have no end, and there's no limiting principle on them. And one of the reasons why, when we've had influxes in the past, they're squandered is because a lot of these distributions go into these endowment funds that can never be taken out of those endowment funds, and there's just no limiting principle here. So I'd really urge a no vote. Thank you.
Any other member first time? First time. Any other member first time? Second time? Second time to the sponsor. Vice Chair Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Body. The good member of appropriation made my argument on this. There isn't much money in it right now. It's something that can be built, and we're flush the first time since I've been elected. We're not staring at a deficit, and it's time to take care of some of these accounts that don't get much love.
All right, members. We're voting on second reading Amendment Number 5, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Next, second reading Number 6, Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I move I move second reading amendment number 6 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, this is what is colloquially known as the property tax refund program. This is a statewide program that's means tested. So it allows for those folks that are at risk of losing their homes based on rising property taxes to apply for a refund from the Department of Revenue. They go through their local treasurer to figure out how that program works. We didn't fund this in the last couple of years. I sent you an email, so you have a spreadsheet of the years that we did do it. Every single county has been able to take advantage of this. We know that in the last 2 years, property taxes have risen across the state. Almost every county has seen new people move in, buy very expensive pieces of property, and see their surrounding property taxes increase. So the goal here is that we have folks that have lived here forever. We don't want them at risk of losing their home based on rising property taxes. This puts a little bit of money back in the pot to help those folks from being forced out of their houses. The number is a recommendation from the Department of Revenue of what they think they would need to be able to handle every application that is acceptable, approvable, and with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Any member for their first time on this amendment? First time. Representative Larson Lloyd.
So a question for clarification, the presenter of the amendment said that this is for people who are at risk of losing their home. So is that one of the qualifications that you have to have? That's the way I took it.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Members for their first time. Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And friends, this is a program that when I served on revenue as well as appropriations, that we talked about a lot and that we found incredible value in it and with it. It was being used again by every county in our state, and it helped many people in terms of meeting their property tax obligations. The question regarding what are the requirements, you can find it in 3913-1095. And what you see are pages of requirements in order to be eligible for this program. Now, one that specifically says, are you at risk of losing your home? That's not articulated in that kind of way, but your dollar level of assets is low. The relationship of your assets to a median home value is 3/4. I'm sure that didn't make total sense. But what you have in here are pages of eligibility requirements. And so I would urge you to vote yes on this. This is, again, a program that helps some of our most needy in our counties be able, honestly, to keep homes, which is something that we all value in this state. We have home ownership rates higher than virtually any other place in the nation. And we don't want people to have to think about whether they're going to be paying their taxes, buying food, getting medicine. This is just a little bit of help. On and in favor.
Thank you. Chairman Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just a little more information. There's really two programs out there that are in statute. One is administered by the Department of Revenue, the other by the Department of Health. If we're going to fund one, it's my opinion that we fund this program. And this program was funded in our current budget that's ending, but it was a victim of the COVID cuts. And so it was eliminated. And it was funded, I think, at maybe 2 or 3, but it's been around this amount. I think the other part of it is means tested, and then you have to be a resident for 5 years, which is a part that I like about this program. The other program administered by the Department of Health, I think it's 1 year. And so, it's up to you how you want, but if this is really the one mechanism, I think the best that we have, if you desire to give a little property tax relief to means tested folks on the lower part of the income scale. So that's just a little more of the info on this program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of clarification, either along the lines of the last speaker or the bringer of the amendment. I looked into property tax relief programs also, and I don't have my information here because I did not get it numbered. But one of the programs, one of the qualifiers was that you had submitted for bankruptcy. And so that didn't seem something that I wanted to do, to let people get to that point. And then the other one, the amount that was given was 8.5 million by LSO. So I'm kind of confused. I thought they were the only two. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member first time? Any other member first time? Amendment number 6. First time, second time, second time, second time, second time to the sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So again, the means testing, it is based on income qualifications and asset qualifications, and it is adjusted by the cost of living index published by ANI. It has to be within a certain range, and again, it has the requirements that you have to live here for 5 years. The maximum refund that you can get is half of your property taxes. If for some reason more people qualify than the amount, then they have rules and regulations on how to handle that through the amount. And the question of did you have to be bankrupt? You don't have to be bankrupt to do this. We don't want to force anyone to become bankrupt so they can get a property tax refund. We want to make sure that we keep these people in their homes without the risk of forcing them to sell. So again, I ask for your favorable consideration and vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 6. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Requires a roll call vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Oakley. Olson. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 46 aye, 11 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted second reading amendment number 6, excuse me. Second reading amendment number 6. Next amendment, number 7. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I bring to you, Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 7 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, if you turn to page 22 of your bill, not the summary sheet, the bill, there's a footnote in here. And this is an amendment where, the last one I asked for some money to help people. This one I'm asking to put some money back in the general fund. It strikes two members from the Attorney General's office that are used to pursue birth cost recovery. So birth cost recovery, what is that? I handed you all a stapled flyer. It's a bill that was passed in 2018. The intent was to pursue dads that supposedly had lots of money to pay for birth costs, even though we paid through Medicaid their birth costs for the mother. And so we had this program, and every single year we got a report from DFS, and now in 2022, 3.5 years later, we learned that every single year the program has cost more money than the birth costs recovered. So for me, it really feels like we were trying to squeeze blood from a stone, and really that blood came from our own hand and not from the stone. So members, I think that this Attorney General position really is just throwing good money after bad, and I would ask you to vote aye on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, first time, Representative Stith, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, I urge you to vote no on this amendment. I think the handout from the representative from District 16 really is very useful. It does show that this program is not working very well. The money recovered doesn't quite cover the administrative costs of the program thus far. So why would you put more money into it? Well, according to the handout, there are, and it's on this page here about the DFS case results, you have, the way the program works is that the state is allowed to recover up to 50% of the actual Medicaid, actual birth costs paid for by Medicaid from fathers, from single fathers who are at 200% of poverty level or above. 200%. So if you're a single father and you make less than 200% of the federal poverty level, then you are obligated to pay nothing under the existing law. If you make more than 200%, then you have to chip in on a sliding scale up to a maximum of 50% of the average actual birth costs. So the average actual birth costs are about $4,000. I mean, the total average is a little over $8,000, so that half of that's about $4,000. So your typical father can be expected to have to pay at most $4,000. Okay, so the chart that the representative from District 16 has shown us here shows that there are approximately 46% of the cases involved fathers who actually are required to pay, because 46% of the fathers are making more than 200% of the poverty level. So there's real money there. Also on this page, or the next page, it shows that $30 million has been reported. $30.6 million has been reported by the Department of Health to the Department of Family Services as money, as birth costs paid for by Title 19 Medicaid, that for which a portion could be recovered. By the analysis done by the Department of Health, again, a few years back, it was estimated that of this, amount you could recover realistically, probably there's about $2 million of real money each year you could get. That's been accumulating now, and it's not being collected. And the question is why? Why is it not being accumulated? And there are a couple of reasons for that. First off, our department that handles family services, they're well-intentioned people. Collection efforts is not their core mission, for one thing. And two, they have not identified the fathers in many, many cases. So also on this handout that you have, it shows that there are 2,000 cases, 2,083 cases where the department did not pursue the case at all because the mother wasn't cooperating. All right? And the reason is because they're not allowed to use the federal parental locator database unless there's a child support enforcement action. If mom and dad are living together as an intact family unit, then there typically is not a child support enforcement case because they're happily married together. They're happily not married, they're happily living together with their child. As a result of that, DFS doesn't identify the father, and so therefore doesn't even try to collect the money, okay? What this budget would do is make it somebody's job, okay? One lawyer, one paralegal, make it somebody's job to go find the fathers, hold them to account. So what this does is it puts some teeth into it so that the state can begin recovering from these single fathers who have not paid for any portion of the birth costs of their children. Thank you. No, please vote no.
Thank you. Representative Hallinan and then Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had quite a discussion on the Agency for Human Resources about how trusting the agency of doing their job in allowing people to stay on when they get retired and they did not want to be replaced. We had a discussion on that at that time. So I made a point of calling up the Department of Family Services and asking how they were responding to this situation with these birth costs. And they have gotten 778 entered orders from the court. So they have attorneys working on these cases, and they've done their best to accomplish their agency's requirements, and they've done a pretty good job. So I think it's really unlikely that appointing another attorney just to go out there and see what they can stir up in regard to these fathers. These fathers have the amount of money that they've received in these approximately 800 orders entered by the court is $291,000 or $225,000, and half of that goes to the feds because this money came from the feds. So half of it goes to the feds. So the state has only earned about $112,000, and the cost of this program to the agency is $291,000. And this bill, or the budget bill, has appropriated another $300,000 to this program. And I think that it's had a 4-year trial, and I think that that's plenty enough to say that it's not going to work. If you look at the number of people, the father's income as a percentage of the federal poverty level, under 200% of poverty level, they get nothing. Our state gets nothing. For 300% to 399%, we get about 30% approximately. And all of that, all of these percentages, and the amount that is really sought out by my colleague who made this entry into the budget, the representative from Sweetwater County. He talks about these folks that make 4 times the poverty level, and they pay 50% of the birth costs, and they only make up 8.9% of these fathers. And they've only managed to get out of these folks a total of $225,000. So that tells me that there just aren't that many of these big earners out there. When I was in practice, I delivered a lot of these babies. And there were very few of them that had boyfriends or other people that were going to pay anything towards their expenses, and we were paid by Medicaid. And there just weren't that many people that had money. Those people were actually pretty poor. And that shows up on this sheet by approximately 55% being below of having any obligation to pay any part of these birth costs. So with that in mind, I say that we should support this amendment and oppose this entry in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Wilson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too am in favor of this amendment, and because the speaker just before me made some good remarks of mathematical figures, I won't repeat them, but I do give kudos to the person who probably placed this in the bill for persistence, because when the bill first came forward about 4 years ago, I guess, it moved forward through the process. Appropriations actually recommended do not pass, although the floor passed it anyway. On Labor Committee, we've heard a couple of times reports on this. And look, I think we all agree that fathers should support their children. Get that. I totally agree. But when it costs you more than you get, it's not really efficient. And it's not going to get that much more efficient other than, I guess, the idea now placed into the budget is that we'll have a lawyer who can, I don't know, ring on people's doorbells and inquire who's in the house. And I mean, it will, okay. And if we want to be invasive to make fathers support their children, I don't really even disagree with that too. But I just think this amendment is good because no matter how much we want to make this work and make fathers support their children, it really isn't going to work to gain us back any money. So I'm in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Any other member first time? We're on first time, amendment number 7. First time. First time, second time, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I do urge a no vote on this because the core problem with the program as administered right now is that fathers are not being identified. Our department that deals with family services has a very high rate of identifying fathers for child support cases. So if it's a child support case, they have a 98, 99% success rate. In fact, our department that handles family services is #1 in the country for collecting child support, and they deserve praise for that. What we're missing and what we're blind to, what the program right now is blind to, is identifying the fathers out there where there's no child support enforcement case. This provides an attorney and a paralegal. Fathers aren't that hard to find, and if someone's job to find them, they can do it, and there are millions and millions of dollars out there for the state to collect. These people, if they don't pay for their jobs, and this is a 2-year experiment, they're AWECs, not full-time employees, so if it doesn't work in 2 years, then it may be time to shut the program down. But for now, let's give the program a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their second time to the sponsor, Representative Yin?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So if you look at the number of cases and based on the level of federal poverty, based on the income on percentage of the federal poverty level, the number of cases of less than 200% of the federal poverty level is more than half. So that alone should tell you that most of the cases that will come through, even if they are able to identify every single father, is unlikely to produce any amount of recovery at all. So that's more time spent and more staff time that we're paying for from our tax dollars to chase $0. So just extrapolate, let's say we identify every single person, no matter what, you're gonna end up with the same ratio of lower birth costs than administrative costs. We can throw as much money as we want at it. We're never going to recover that money. So why are we spending this money at all? I would ask you to vote aye on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 7, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The chair is in doubt. It requires a vote, a roll call vote in either case. So I think we're just going to go directly to a roll call vote because it would require a change in the budget over $100,000. So Chief Clerk, let's just call the roll on House 2007.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood,
Aye.
Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stibar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Eklund? Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 29 aye, 30 no, 1 excused.
That's how close it was. Number 7 has not been adopted. Number 8, Representative Washit. So we're cruising along at 10 minutes per amendment right now. So we've doubled our pace since before lunch. Representative Washit, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 8 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. What this amendment does is add some resources to a vitally important element of state government. When you look at the core functions of government, protecting our children, being able to identify accurately who criminals are, pretty high on the list. Right now, the division that handles these types of investigations tells me that they're almost unable to do any proactive investigations into child sexual conduct. All across our state, we have uniformed patrol officers patrolling dangerous neighborhoods, trying to make them safer. But who's patrolling those virtual neighborhoods where the child sexual predators are lurking? There's only a handful of people in the Internet Crimes Against Children section in this division, and they are consumed with referral cases and tip cases, and thus they are doing no proactive where they go out and pretend to be juveniles on the internet and seeing which predatory pervert strikes. I think that's a vitally important role for the ICAC, and I ask for your support of putting some funding in here to make sure that we have the resources in place to deal with this very real threat in our world. So there are 2 special agent positions in this amendment and 1 forensic analyst in this amendment, all going towards the ICAC program, and 1 laboratory scientist to help with the backlog of pending evidentiary cases. In judiciary, we heard testimony on an unrelated bill about a man who had been apparently falsely arrested, and his name was being besmirched, waiting for lab results to come back and prove that he wasn't driving under the influence of a controlled substance. And all that time, while he's waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for that lab result to come out, the rumor mill's going around his community that he was driving under the influence of controlled substances. The lab results come back, no controlled substances. He was vindicated. So these laboratory examinations go both ways. They help identify the guilty, they help identify criminals, but they also vindicate people who are falsely accused. And this is a function that applies to every county and every community in our state. Right now, most of the funding that goes into the ICAC Internet Crimes Against Children's Unit comes from federal grants. I think it's appropriate for us as a legislature to have the state of Wyoming put some skin in that game, and I ask for your favorable consideration of this amendment.
Thank you. Members, for your first time, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would just urge a bit of caution on this amendment, and ask for a no vote. Obviously, we all want to investigate and prosecute internet crimes against children. The director of this agency in testimony did not ask for additional resources in connection with this. There are federal funds currently. We do have a couple of positions that are currently being used. With respect to the lab, the appropriation here seems to be dealing with internet crimes against children, which is a very serious matter, of course. And so to the extent that the lab may have had difficulties with substance abuse results and things like that, I think that's just a different topic. So thank you.
Any other member, first time, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is a real issue, this should be go before the judiciary and have a full evaluation of the issue. From my experience, I'm aware of at least 2 folks that work and do the internet crimes and pose as juveniles that are in that office right now. So the data doesn't mean, we need to know what the truth is and the facts about this. We contacted the director and talked about the lab. They'd like to have another lab member, but on the other hand, we evaluated this last year on their lab, and they were no more than 10 days to 2 weeks to turn over a DUI type of a drug test, and they were doing it. In fact, they were proud of how quickly they could get it done, and they told us they didn't need any more help getting it done. So we have to get the facts straight, make sure we evaluate the problem. If it is a real problem and if we need to address it, then I believe the judiciary would be happy to look into it, and we'd find out. So this should be a bill. It shouldn't be a budget footnote, because it only lasts for 2 years, and we'll have to come back and do this evaluation anyway. So on and against.
Thank you. Any other member, first time, Representative Larson and Lloyd.
Just, thank you, Mr. Chairman, just as a matter of information, because I was wondering if maybe I had missed something in the exception request when the agency came up, and just went back and checked, and this was not one of the exception requests for the department. We currently have, just as a matter of information, we currently have 7 agents in 3 different offices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other member, first time, any member, first time, Representative Oakley, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if it's relevant, but I guess just from some of the discussion I've heard, it does take about 2 months actually to get results from the lab. And from talking to them, personally, just working with them day to day, they very much do talk about needing more resources at the lab. Some services have been cut, and in addition, I do specifically work with the ICAC, the Internet Crimes Division, and they're fantastic. When they bring us a case, we get a conviction. So I very much support the work that all of these people do.
Any other member, first time, Representative Brown, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make sure I understood and I heard correctly that this should be a bill on its own and shouldn't be included in a budget. I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. And if I misunderstood that, I'd really appreciate a clarification. Thanks.
Any other member, first time, second time to the sponsor, Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. Given some of the other legislation that we've seen in those budget, I think this pales by comparison. I continue to ask your support. Members, I think that there's a time and a place for this body to stand on its own 2 feet and not be completely reliant on the work of our good appropriators. They do good work. We depend on them. But there are times for us to make policy decisions that we believe in our hearts. And I trust that the good chairman, when he made his comment about finding out the truth of things, wasn't suggesting that I was being untruthful at this microphone. I don't think that's what he intended. But I know in my previous job, when I worked in law enforcement, it was brought up that the director didn't ask for these resources. The reality was, in my job, was I was told what resources I could ask for by my boss. And so I dare not come forward and say, hey, I want more, I need more to serve the people. I wasn't allowed to do that. And I'm not certain that that's the case with our director, but it very well could be. So I just asked the members, what do you feel in your heart about internet crimes against children? I think you all believe the way I do. Let's take a stand, vote aye on the amendment.
Thank you, members. We are voting on second reading, amendment number 8. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chief Clerk, let's just call the roll. Please.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Closing vote. Were there any changes? Gray, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 22 aye, 37 no, 1 excused.
Thank you. The amendment is not adopted. Members, if you would just take a moment, we'll stand up and recognize the county clerks from around the state. They are all here. Many of them are here, although the roads got bad. So go ahead and stand up. Thank you for all your work on redistricting. We appreciate you. We appreciate all your work and keep following it because apparently it's not done yet. So thank you for that. All right, members, we're going to keep going here. Second reading, amendment number 9, Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you second reading amendment number 9 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is a much smaller lift, but one that's near and dear to my heart. In our community last October, we had a beloved lieutenant who was the face of the local police department, who was very much involved in community policing, community outreach, the epitome of everything you hope for in a fine, fine police officer. And he took his life, his own life, by suicide. And to his family's credit and to the department's credit, they openly acknowledge the cause of death, which allows us as policymakers and the professionals within the field to start to have an open discussion about suicide among our first responders. In December, we had another officer in a community just down the highway from mine also commit suicide, and his family and his department also acknowledged the cause of death. So what this budget amendment does is just ask for a small amount of money, $25,000, to host a statewide conference on suicide among first responders. And it would be hosted and put together by the Wyoming Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. And at the end of that conference, they would put together a plan of action going forward for what the appropriate response might be for the state of Wyoming to try and address this issue. The reality is there are probably far more suicides among our first responders that are not acknowledged. They're whispered about at the water cooler, but they don't openly acknowledge them in all cases. So I just urge you to think about the stress and strain that we put our first responders through on our behalf, and vote aye for this very small allocation to kind of launch this initiative, give it some seed money. And I think one of the most important things when I met with this lieutenant's widow, she told me, we don't know what we don't know. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. So I think a statewide conference, this money would allow us to rent a venue and then allow for the bringing in of some of the top experts in the field to tell us a little bit about what they know, perhaps about things that we don't know. So please vote aye.
Any member for their first time on the amendment? Madam Minority Floor Leader, on the amendment, number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment. And I was so impressed with the amendment, I wanted to divide it and take out the sentence that says that you can't, that it shouldn't be included in the Attorney General standard budget for the next year, which is just standard language, just to make the point that this is so important that it shouldn't be one and done. The reality is that we are either the worst in the nation or among the worst in the nation when it comes to suicide rates. I attended a meeting that many of you did this past fall by the business community, and suicide for the first time was on their agenda. And one of the things that came up is, in Wyoming, one size doesn't fit all, and that we need to address the issue of suicide in the communities where we see the impact. And that might be different from one community to another, and that the community of first responders is one of them. So I applaud the bringer of the amendment, and I urge you to vote aye, because this is one way for this very specific community to address the issue within its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time, first time, first time, second time, to the sponsor. So members, as you know, we've taken votes on amendments to the budget. That's 11-3. However, if it's less than $100,000, it does not require a roll call vote. So I'm going to take this as a voice vote, and if it's affirmative, in my view, the amendment will be considered adopted unless somebody asks for a roll call. But by the rules, we're not obligated to do so by 11-3. So all those in favor of the adoption of second reading amendment number 9, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment for consideration is second reading number 10, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Second Amendment number 10 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members of the Chamber, back in 2020, the Wyoming Legislature created 3 programs to rapidly distribute $325 million in federal CARES Act funding to Wyoming businesses and nonprofits that experienced hardships related to the COVID-19 crisis. The funds were distributed through the COVID-19 Business Relief Program. The CEO of that department that administered that program and oversaw it, he said, quote, "The safety and security of the distribution of these federal dollars is paramount to the state of Wyoming, and we have an established process to make sure we are being good stewards of these funds," unquote. Members, that was a monumental task over a course of just a few months to receive applications and disseminate that over $300 million, and they did a tremendous job of doing that. But near the end of the business relief program, a third-party auditor was brought in and engaged to perform audits of a pool of 334 applicants, so about roughly 5% of those that were awarded. This cost about $250,000. The list of auditees was selected by the third-party auditor using industry standard audit selection methods. Of those audited, and recognize that was just a very, very small sample, of those audited, 1/3 had audit findings compelling a request to return funds. 33%. I'm not going to use the word fraud, but I will say that there was some misinformation that compelled us to ask them to return these funds. Now, if it was only 10%, I wouldn't be up here today with this amendment. But 33% is a pretty big number. The dollar amount that was asked to be returned was over $8 million. Significant. So I bring you this amendment, which is to appropriate another $300,000 to the Department of Audit so that we can engage a third-party auditor to do another 5% to see if this is systematic, if it continues, or whether it was just a one-time deal. And then it's to preserve our name and to do the right thing. That's called integrity. If we find that there was this much fraud, we need to look into it a little bit deeper. So that's what I'm asking is for your consideration for an additional 5% audit.
Thank you. Any member for their first time? First time. Representative Kinner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, really just some additional information that might be helpful to you. You know, vote your conscience on it, but I should mention a couple of things that when we went over this, it was pointed out that any monies collected, guess where they'll go? They'll go back to the federal government. So we wouldn't, the state does not stand to do it. If it's money owed, then rightfully so, it probably should be collected. But the other concern that you might have here is that there's really no teeth for collection. So I just raised a couple of points there for you to consider when you deliberate on how to vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to follow up on this, about a month ago, maybe a little bit longer, the governor had a special meeting, and in that meeting, the Wyoming Business Council, the council that's in charge of all of the appropriations, or part of it anyway, were on there. And at that time, they were being solicited for lots of different funding. And the leader or the administrator of that committee, or I don't know, agency, whatever it is, he said at that time, he said, "Oh, we are not sure exactly how to appropriate these funds. The rules are not plain. We've done our best, but we don't have the staff that we need to do this." Now, that was just 5 weeks ago. They had lots and lots of money come in. This audit was going on. And so what I believe is in support of this is to say that to make sure that the rules are known on how to use these funds from these different programs, along with the people that have received funds and aren't starting their businesses only to be called on the phone and said, "You know what, we looked at your paperwork and you need to return these funds." I believe that this is a minimal amount to ensure that this is unprecedented, this whole deal. And so to take extra time and courtesy for that position who's in charge, but to help him out by explaining what the rules are so that they can do an audit, I believe it's in line. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Greer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm one who would normally be all in favor for a good old audit. But just recall this program. When the funds came in, there was a great deal of discretion with it. And, we came into special session and we had set out a bit of funds for a couple of programs. In this body, in conjunction with the other body, we kept adding money to it. And we did a very good thing. We got a lot of money out to a lot of businesses in the state of Wyoming during a time that they were shut down by a governmental order. And that was the goal. So if you recall, we moved very, very quickly. We started rolling out the first program, as a matter of fact, within 30 days of adjourning, and had the second, which was second and third, stood up in less than 2 months to try to get this money out to businesses to save our state. Now, these bills came through our Minerals Committee, and there was discussion about whether or not we should audit, and we were going to audit, just as a prior legislator had said, is what were the rules exactly. So what we did is we said we're going to throw in an audit requirement, just simply, just like we're all, what's the audit rate for the IRS? It's not very darn high, but we're all afraid of it. That was kind of the reason for it. So, we rolled out the audit. There were some clear cases of people playing games. There probably were more who did. The problem I have with doing another audit is, again, we were very quick at rolling out the money. The rules were not crystal clear. The rules for the audit were never, or what should be the standards of the audit are not clearly set out. And it has caused a great deal of difficulty with a very wide gray area. So I'm going to vote no on this. And again, I'm not in favor of, I'm typically in favor of a good audit, don't get me wrong. But my fear is with the speed, and it was out of necessity and it was good. But with the speed that we rolled out those dollars to save this state, we did not get all the details down enough in order to have what I would call it would be a fair and equitable audit. And we went through that. We had it there as a scare tactic. We did audit. I'm kind of at a point of say, hey, leave it alone. So I appreciate the thought behind it, but I'm a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Sherwood, for your first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, I'm neither for or against, but have a question. So we are proposing using state money to do this audit. And what happens if that money can't be returned from a business who maybe used it incorrectly? Would the state then be on the hook to pay those funds back to the federal government? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Eklund, first time.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I wanted, I've got a question and a clarification that I need because I was in on some of these conversations. It was my understanding that it wasn't necessarily a random audit that was taken. The outside auditors were given possible problem projects that had been funds that had been appropriated out, and that might have been picked by the Business Council, I thought. But if I could get some clarification on that, it would help me decide. Most of the griping I've heard about the audit was that you gave them the money and they were desperate for it and they used it and it's gone. And I hate to further audit. I would hope we don't have any fraud, but I'm not sure it was just a random picking of projects.
Thank you. Any other member first time? Members first time. Representative Romero Martinez, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do support the audit. I mean, we've heard that it moved quickly, that it was a good thing. I saw it move quickly. I actually am one of the people that qualified, got denied 3 times. On the first application, it was so loosely written that there was a space for other. That other piece should have allowed some more foresight as to the rules of this CARES Act money being applied. So I support the audit, and I think maybe we could find, I will say this, I know of one case where the individual received CARES Act money
And I know that there was some games being played, as was alluded to. And there is a process to turn that in. I turned it in. Of course, come to find out, this person was very frustrated that they were going to have to pay it back. And a few months later, through the Department of that which helps people get work, supposedly, that even though there was evidence that there was such a potential fraud, they reversed it. So what does that mean? Give it to people who lie, cheat, and steal, or potentially lie, cheat, and steal, and then it doesn't hit its target. So rolling things out fast on application 1, 2, and 3, I'm sure it had good intention, but we need to know what we're doing so that when things like this come up again, we're not just throwing money in the wind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? This is first time. First time, Representative Jennings.
Well, I think that as I think back on this thing, this entire thing moved far too fast, and it was an attempt, it was a well-intentioned intent. But the reason that I'm gonna support this is not because that the rules in flux, and it was a really hard time, and it was hard to make those decisions, and clearly moving too fast created a problem. And perhaps some decisions that are above us were made that created problems that we're now getting to deal with. But in this audit process, don't forget, there's a place here where there were some bad actors. And if we just turn a blind eye to the bad actors part of this, we're encouraging them to do something else next time. And so for that, I'd like you to consider voting yes.
Thank you. Any other members first time? Members first time. Representative Schwartz. Let's queue up, ladies and gentlemen. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so on and against this, I understand the intent and I respect it, but I'm not sure we get the result we really want. And I know that there are other methods in which to get returned funds. The agency that was putting out this money has two other programs they've used to get returned funds. One is what they call the voluntary program. And through that program, they've gotten $3.5 million returned. And then in what they call their expenditure plan, which is a reporting mechanism that was incorporated into the applications, they've gotten $1.2 million returned. Through the audit process, they've gotten less than that altogether. So the question is whether adding more money to auditing, which costs a lot of money, is as beneficial as letting this agency pursue it in the fashion in which they already are.
Thank you. Any other member first time? Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boy, I've been going back and forth on this one. It's like, yes, I don't want fraud. I want to find out more and more about it. But now when I think about it, this amendment goes just to CARES Act money, money that has already been distributed. I guess what I'd be more interested in, maybe the good bringer could think about a third reading amendment, is one that audits ARPA money that's going out. That might be, for me, something that I could support. So I think at this point I'm on and against this particular amendment, but looking forward to perhaps a third reading amendment.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time on the amendment, first time. Second time on the amendment. Chairman Eklund, second time on the amendment, number 10.
I felt like the question I asked was going to be difficult to answer, so I called someone who really knew. What had actually happened is all of the applications that were high risk were submitted. And then there was a random sampling of those high-risk applications at the Business Council, and I can say that because it's in this amendment, I think, that they looked at. So that's where the random part is. But it started out all the high-risk applications, and I'm not sure we need to rehash this or burden our Business Council to do it when they've got other things to do.
Thank you. Any other member for their second time? We're on second time before the sponsor, second time to the sponsor. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the debate, the comments, the ideas that came forth. The last speaker mentioned about the high risk, and yes, they tried to target some of those high risk during this audit. So the next audit, if we do another 5%, should come in a lot lower than 33% that were in error. And that would make us all feel better, wouldn't it? If we did another 5% and came back that things had worked well. And I'm not throwing anything on the department that gave this money out. As I mentioned, it was a monumental task to get that money out there. But our responsibility as a legislature, our duty is to exercise control and assume responsibilities over funds. This is our responsibility as a legislature. If we know that there's some errors, some things that were done inappropriately, it's our responsibility to take care of that and not just brush it under the table. Integrity is what we do when no one was watching. This is integrity of our chamber to make sure that we're overseeing these funds. Now, one of the other questions that came up is, why should we go after this? Because it's federal money, we won't get to keep it. I've also heard the argument that this money has been spent in our local economies. It's done us well. Why should we go after it? But that same reasoning says we shouldn't go after bank robberies because they take money out of a fixed asset and spread it amongst the community so it helps the community. So why should we chase after bank robbers? This is something that we should do because that's our responsibility. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 10, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Number 11, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 11 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, the Chief Executive requested an appropriation of $10 million for the Cultural Trust Fund. This amendment adds $2.5 million to JAC's recommendation of $2.5. By passing this amendment, the appropriation to the Cultural Trust Fund will still be only half the Chief Executive's recommendation. The Cultural Trust Fund receives approximately 60 grant applications a year. Requests normally exceed available funds 2 to 1. The Cultural Trust Fund supports historic and architectural preservation. It supports community cultural celebrations, community cultural tourism, and a myriad of programs in your communities. The Cultural Trust Fund is one of the few options for historic preservation or archaeological research in the state. The average grant request is a little under $15,000. Grant requests range from a low of $250 to a high of $50,000. And members, Cultural Trust Fund grants generate a return on investment of $8 locally raised to $1 from the Cultural Trust Fund. This is an investment in our communities, and I urge your support.
Any members for their first time on the amendment? First time on the amendment. First time. Representative Gay, do you want to speak on this amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge a no vote on this. I know the chairman of the Cultural Trust Fund. I've been to their meetings, or one of them, and they're fine projects, great projects, but they definitely fall into the wants category, and it leads to the discussion on the next amendment. We cannot afford, when we have these opportunities of influxes of cash, to keep sticking away huge swaths of funds into permanent savings, because what it does is it takes it off the table when we have a cash crunch, which is inevitable because of the way our revenue is structured in the state of Wyoming. And so we cannot afford to keep making this mistake. So I would ask you to stick with the Appropriations Committee's original position on this. It's $2.5 million already. Again, and I hope we keep it clean on the debate here coming up. Nobody's denigrating the projects. Okay, they're fine projects, but ultimately we have to ask ourselves whether this is something that we can afford, not this year, not in a boom year, not in a year when we have this huge influx of federal funds that future generations are paying for, but can we afford this across an entire market clearance when the severance tax goes back down, when the federal funds are not there anymore? And I would pose to you that I think the answer is no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Representative Sherwood virtually, and then we'll come to Representative Banks. Representative Sherwood, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that this body appreciates savvy investments, and that's my viewpoint of what's happening here, as these grants are matched $8 from the local community for every $1 that comes out of this endowment. They are catalysts for economic growth in all of our communities. People are drawn to places with stories to tell. Celebrating our history and traditions keeps Wyoming values alive as we create communities where people want to live, raise their children, and grow businesses. From music festivals featuring Wyoming's homegrown talent, to touring wildlife exhibits, to restoration of our beloved downtowns, and professional development for our creative entrepreneurs. Whether we realize it or not, projects supported by the Cultural Trust Fund impact our livability and quality of life and enrich our understanding of what makes Wyoming, Wyoming. So please vote aye for a one-time investment in Wyoming's culture and heritage.
Thank you very much, Representative Banks. First time.
Mr. Speaker, on and in favor of the amendment. I would just leave you with a thought that we talk a lot about creating an economy our children want to stay for, creating a community our children want to stay for, or return to Wyoming for, and how do we attract young folks in our community? I would suggest to you that investments in the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund do just that. Those investments make our communities livable for those folks that we want to attract, for those folks that we want to keep here, for my children that I want to keep here. So on and in favor of the amendment, and I would urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Any other member? First time. First time. First time. Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wondering if anyone could provide me the information with the Cultural Trust Funds and the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Council and stuff. Do they work together? Are they separate? How do the projects come about? If somebody could just help me with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? We're on first time, first time, first time, second time, second time, second time to the sponsor. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So there's lots of applicants from cities to community organizations that put into the Cultural Trust Fund. And it is an 8-to-1 match. For every dollar that the Cultural Trust Fund puts in, they average 8 in return. And by putting money in the Cultural Trust Fund corpus, we save money for the future and we spend the income for good projects in our local communities. I urge your support.
Thank you, members. We're voting on second reading amendment number 11. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chief Clerk, let's call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Western. Aye to no. Duncan. Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 23 aye, 36 no, 1 excused.
Amendment number 11 is not adopted. Next amendment is 45. 45. This is where we get out of order a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, so there's going to be some that intercede in here. Amendment number 45, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully move second reading amendment number 45 to House Bill 1 and ask for favorable consideration. I wanted to have a conversation here, Mr. Speaker, on the trust fund distributions in the budget bill. And I treated all the distributions the same. I treated all of them the same. So we're not picking which ones we like or dislike. Treated all of them the same, which is there's a $75 million distribution of the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. We reduced that in this amendment to $25 million. There's a $75 million distribution at the Common School Permanent Land Fund account. We cut that to $25 million. And then there's a $75 million distribution of the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. We reduced that to $25 million. The one that is treated a little different is the Cultural Trust Fund because it's $2.5 million distribution. We clear that to zero. And we transfer that entire amount. It's $152 million and change, almost $153 million, and we keep it in cash in LISRA. And I really think we needed to discuss this policy. And was talking about it a little bit on the last amendment, which is that every time that we have these influxes of cash, I'm not even going to call this a boom because I think that's being a little liberal is to call it a boom. It's an influx of a lot of federal funds and an uptick in severance tax. And it's going to go back the other way. And when you have a tax structure like we do in our state, you have to clear, you can't just increase expenditure when you have this enormous influx. You have to keep cash for when you have that bust period. And that's what moderates this up and down, up and down, up and down, and keeps it steady. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't invest the LISRA. I'm trying to find a creative way where we tell the state treasurer over a certain amount that they would invest like they do in the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund so that we can get investment returns. There are some challenges to doing that, principally that it will require a 2/3 vote due to some constitutional interpretations. Trying to find a way to get that done. I'm not saying we shouldn't invest, but to take this sum of money off the table, and while the permanent fund, constitutionally, it'll be taken off the table, and the CSPLF, constitutionally, it'll be the other ones are taking it off the table. I mean, once it goes into those funds, politically, it's just going to be impossible to get it out of there. And to do it to this amount, over $200 million, I just think it is a tremendous opportunity lost, a huge error. Because if we go back to where schools has a $300 to $400 million deficit, I mean, that $200 million could clear a little over a year of that deficit. And I think that could happen very soon. Just like in 6 months, we went from, and let's keep in mind when we were here a year ago, how quickly this changed. We went from us having a projection, and this is why the cash-based budgeting discussion is also so important. We went from them telling us that we were going to be out of cash by 2025 to in 5 months being told that we're going to have the most in the rainy day fund in Wyoming history within 15 months. So it changed literally like that, and the same thing can happen again. I think it is a huge error to take this amount off the table. We still keep some in there to inflation proof each of these funds. We keep 25 million into the permanent fund. I think that is about, I think that's a generous inflation proof plus amount. We keep 25 million in the CSP to LF, and that's the one I actually debated not to put in the list because that's the one that's going to go towards one of our core deficits. But I decided to treat all of them the same and to reduce all of them. So it would still be a $25 million distribution there, $25 million distribution in inflation proof, the WNRTF. The Cultural Trust Fund, I mean, this amendment does reduce to zero, but I mean, they're very discretionary projects. It's just the reality on the Cultural Trust Fund, as we discussed on the last amendment. Not that they aren't good, they're fine, but they're very discretionary projects. We have to ask ourselves, are we going to have the metal to get out of this boom bust dynamic? And putting this amount of funds off the table, it's just going to keep us in the same thing. It's like deja vu all over again, where we're going to be at 2 or 3 years from now. We don't have to do this. We can keep this 153 million in cash. We can find a way to invest it. We can do that. And I would ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Larson Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I'd just like to share with you a little bit of the conversation the Joint Appropriations Committee had when we come into this discussions in December with all of the one-time funds, whether they be conserved or ARPA funds, and visiting with leadership in both sides of the legislature. We thought it was important to take these one-time funds and do, as we talked about, something that is significant and some that will benefit generations to come. So, as I think we mentioned in our budget presentation, when we got done the first time, we put 450 million in the PMTF, 450 million in the school foundations, 75 in the Wildlife Trust Fund, and we wanted to make sure that we come out with a LSRA at about 1.9. Well, in order to do that, we'd spent everything. And so we had to back off from that a little bit, and because you guys have ideas too. But we felt very, very strongly that putting some of these funds into permanent funds for the well-being generationally is important. And the LSRA, I don't think any of us would argue that having that cash available, and it has saved our bacon, and we agree with that. I would just say that we at least in what we feel is a very comfortable projection moving forward, we'll see the LSRA grow to about 1.8 by the end of the biennium. I feel comfortable in saying that. Why put it into savings and not into cash? Because we can get a greater return coming into our return fund, our investment funds, if we put it in the long term rather than in cash. Now, you're going to have to make some decisions. I'm just trying to help you understand our rationale. Going into the Permanent Wildlife Trust Fund has kind of a double benefit, is we've been using general fund dollars for a long time to help fund some of those conservation things, because initially we was going to have that funded at $200 million. A couple of 3 years ago, we moved that off from general funds, and so we've only been funding conservation projects just off the investment return, which is about $4 or $5 million a year. We're able to leverage that for conservation projects to about 5 to 1. Having that fully funded, or close to fully funded, it'll be just shy of $200 million, ensures that we don't have to put general fund dollars on, and helps us keep up with the conservation projects. These conservation projects have been extremely helpful for industry as well as for conservation. It's helped us as we protect sagebrush habitat, done river restoration, done all of the conservation projects that we leverage money with. That is our long-term benefits to the state of Wyoming. So I think that that's just been a very healthy and very strong, and has been supported very well in putting that money in there. I would urge you to resist this amendment. I understand and appreciate the conversation on making the cash more available, but we have the ability to do these one-time investments, and I'd encourage us to stay the ground, have the mettle to do what's right, and defeat this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Hallinan, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look at this just slightly different from my colleague from the center of the state. This bill, the budget bill, puts $227.5 million into these projects. That's approximately 10% of this year's budget. And that's being done without any committee, without any action of debate here on the floor, except on this one item. That's just not enough. I think we need to have this go through committees. It needs to go on the floor, and each one of these items need to be discussed separately. I'll just pick out one of these, the Wildlife Trust Fund. Currently, there's $115 million in the Wildlife Trust Fund. This would put another $75 million into it. That would make $190 million. The Wildlife Trust Fund has been around since 2005. And that's 16 years to get about $10 million or a little bit less on average per year being put into it. And we're talking about putting $75 million into it in one biennium. I think that needs to be discussed. The amount of money that is spent on some of these projects is up to $20 million, these overpasses. The Wildlife Trust Fund generates about $4 to $6 million a year. So the other money has to come from elsewhere. It comes from Fish and Game and other agencies. So that would be a reasonable discussion to have. How much money do we need to have in the Wildlife Trust Fund? Is $200 million going to be enough? It's not going to pay for these $20 million projects. It's going to probably have to be $400 million, something like that. So I really believe that it's important that this body would follow its usual procedures. On an item where we're going to use 10% of our budget, approximately 10%, without any committee debate, without very much discussion on the floor, except for what my colleague brought up here today. So with that, I urge your support on this bill. It allows approximately, I think it's about $150 million to be put into the LSRA. After this year, we can go up and we can discuss each one of these items. And we've got $150 million set aside in the LSRA to either approve them or to modify them according to our wishes. And that would seem to be the more appropriate way to deal with these issues than in a simple budget amendment covering approximately 10% of our entire year's budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. First time, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So we have $1.1 billion of one-time dollars. So what the Appropriations Committee did is we want to save a certain amount for for long-term needs, use about a third of it for medium-term needs, and a third of it for the things that we can take care of today that will then grow into something for tomorrow. So that was the philosophy we came into this with. So ladies and gentlemen, we still have a $150 million annual deficit in education. And that's only going to get worse. It's only going to grow larger. So how do we fix that? The easiest way to fix it for the long term is to increase the size of our permanent fund, which finances education. And that's what this does, and this amendment takes that money away. One-time funds for the future. That's what we're trying to do, and we're trying to prevent the boom and bust by putting money into cash and using it for one-time expenses, because that's what the LISRA is for. That enhances the boom and bust, so it does just the opposite. So I would respectfully submit that we need to save 1/3 of these dollars for our children and for our children's children in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Greer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, some of the things were said. You know, I mean, I disagree. We do talk about the amounts that go in the projects, and we bring the bills forward in the committees. We do have that discussion, and I say that for the public that's looking at. The Appropriations Committee does not do this in a vacuum and randomly. Now, that being said, I agree with the amendment. And the reason I agree with the amendment is because that's my prerogative as a legislator. The Appropriations Committee is trying to do a job. So they brought forth a budget with these savings in here, and they come to us to make those decisions. And I, for one, would prefer that we not put so much into the permanent funds. Okay? I think we've got to look at our reserve accounts. We got to look at our reserve accounts because those reserve accounts have an effect on the profile, and that profile is what gets us in these up and down swings that makes us panic and do cuts that we don't need to do, and then makes certain people look like heroes who don't need to look like heroes when the money comes back in. So with that thought, that's my thought, I for one am going to vote for this amendment simply because I don't feel comfortable putting the money in the permanent funds, knowing all the needs that we have going forward, also knowing how we budget off of projections and how those projections, since I've been here, have led us to make radical moves at times. Radical moves that haven't been that, sometimes all that smart. And I want to go back to the estimate that happened last May. That was almost devastating to the state. So anyway, with that, I'm going to be an aye vote on this.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney, first time, then Representative Baer, then Representative Summers. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm on and against this amendment. In my recollection over the past, this is my 6th session, the bringer of the amendment, I remember saying in the past, not enough money has been set aside. So I'm a little confused, and I think we have had the policy debate. I can't disagree with the logic of putting more cash aside that we can get to, but there's nothing wrong with putting more in the school foundation. The cultural trust, I totally disagree with wiping that allocation out. We've shown where it's great dividends on that program. So I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. I do think we've had the policy discussions. I think the amounts of money that had been discussed by your Joint Appropriations Committee, from what little I listened into, was really going to be much greater in locking those funds up. And they came to an agreement on these amounts. And I think it's good policy. I really believe it's good policy. Vote no.
Thank you. Representative Baer, first time, then Representative Summers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very new at this, and I have heard both sides of this debate, and I'm struggling with it today. But I will say, we all worked hard on the interim budget or the previous session that we had. And a lot of our good work was basically undone down the hall. And so these policy decisions are very important if we're going to do something for the state of Wyoming. And I think every one of us has got to really do some soul searching, decide what is the right direction. And I am on and for this amendment because right now this is where this body has been in the past. And I'd like to continue down that path, on and for the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Floor Leader Summers, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against the amendment. And I do have a third reading amendment where I do sweep some of the money to some of the permanent accounts that's going into it and put it in the reserve accounts. But I don't support this because I think particularly the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund and the Cultural Trust Fund, they spin off income to very specific things that we understand, right? My challenge with putting a large amount in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund is it just kind of adds to our general fund. We already have a stream of money that constitutionally goes into the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, constitutionally goes into the Common School Land Account. So we know we're feeding those all the time. What we don't have is money that feeds some of these other accounts that do good things for Wyoming. So on and against this amendment.
Thank you. Chairman Harshman, then Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the good debate. And this is a classic debate of today's people or tomorrow's people. And it's certainly worthy, and it'll continue on throughout the history of our state, long after we're gone. But I think it's important. I mean, really, you have three types of taxes. You got sales tax, property tax, and income tax. And Wyoming has a unique tax system where we don't have that third stool. We don't have an income tax. Unless you produce minerals, we call it severance. But we have this Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and this Common School account that spins off now 27% of our revenue. Wow, didn't happen by accident. And so how do you keep that going to protect our tax system? Because we don't want an income tax. And I think the idea then is to go, there's a proven playbook what we've done in the past. I'll tell you what we've done in the past. I think I'm the only member here who was here during the last boom. And when we had Jonah gas going and we had the coal boom take off, we went from 4 to 10 and 8 to 18 in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. And so how did we do that? We had a plan then to kind of save a third of this boom for the future. That's what we did. And then we set a third for kind of intermediate needs. We built billions of dollars of infrastructure, new schools in every town, water systems, highways, you name it, airports, all of it. We've done incredible work. And then we took care of some things that hadn't been done in a long time. I mean, we raised our DD provider, our matches. We took care of those that are most vulnerable. We did a lot for veterans. It's the #1 state in America to be a veteran retired in. So we should be really proud of that. And so I think then, what do you do with this money? Do we put it in cash? That's the real debate here. We're going to have a lot go into cash. When we leave here, after this budget, it'll be the largest and legislative stabilization reserve account in our history. How big should the government bank be? I don't know. I mean, it's been 1.81 billion. That's the world record. We're going to go past that now without this amendment. We're going to go to 1.92 billion in the LSRA. How much is enough? I don't know. But I think this modest amount to put into permanent funds is appropriate. And so what does 75 million in the Common School account do? Spins off 3.5 million, 4 million a year forever, and it'll keep growing. Well, what's that mean? I mean, that's enough to fund any one of 6 different school districts in our state forever. I mean, that's real money. And the same thing on the permanent side. And then finally to this whole Wildlife Trust Fund. So I was in the legislature when we did that. I served on TRW back in the day.
And the goal was to put 200 million in it. We've never gotten there. We're 115 million now. We put 100 right away. And so then we keep supplementing within the budget, general funds for these projects. The idea is to get the 200 million and then treat them like the tourism department. You're on your own now. We passed the lodging tax. You're on your own. Don't come to us for general fund dollars. And the same is the thought with the Wildlife Trust Fund. Get this thing to 200 million, say, okay, go to work, manage it properly. So then I want to talk about what the chairman of Minerals said about reserve accounts and profiles. He's absolutely right. And so there's other amendments to come that will increase the size of the reserve account on the permanent side and the school side. Much of our deficit is a paper deficit because we only guarantee, right, about 3.5 years of income. So when you do a 6-year, legislators ask, what's the 6-year of the long-term profile look like? Well, then you lose 27% of our revenue after 3.5 years. Geez, world's coming to an end. Sun's not going to come up on the House chamber anymore. We better do something crazy. Let's cut 500 positions. Let's talk about raising taxes. So I think continue to be moderate in all things, right? Take a third of this and save it for our future. Take a third and put it in the LSRA. We're going to do that and more. And then, hey, let's get back to helping some of these disabled people that we've cut some of the services for and the providers who take care of them. Many of us don't even know any of these people. It's a real deal in all of your communities. And this part on public safety, and lab tests and all these things are a big old wheel and they all got different spokes and they're all interrelated. And it's really important. And so I would encourage you to vote no on this amendment. There are other amendments that will help our budget profile as we move forward. But I just think, how big the LSRA do we want? And if you think there's a movement out there for cash budgeting, that's another issue for another bill. You don't need this for that. You don't need this for that. So anyway, so with that, I encourage you no vote. Thanks for the good debate. Let's keep it rolling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members for first time? We're on first time. We're still on first time. Any other member for their first time? First time, second time. Representative Hallinan, second time. Vice Chair Hallinan.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to remember that this amendment does not eliminate the amount of money that goes into the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund or the Common School Account or in the Wildlife Trust Fund. It puts $75 million into those programs. So it's really a very modest proposal. It's reducing that amount and taking the amount that is put into that in this budget bill and puts it into the LSRA for future use. And after the committees review these issues one by one in our next session, we can take that money out and put it into these programs if we want to. I think that's the appropriate way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, for second time, we're on second time. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. And just to clarify some numbers, in your profile, at the end of this, in 4 months, so June 30th, $320 million will tip into the LSRA, in addition to what this would be. And if oil prices stay the way they are now through the end of June, another roughly $300 to $400 million will tip into the LSRA. So of a total of over $700 million. And so this bill, this amendment would add another $150 million to that. And I would suggest that, that we do not support that and vote against the amendment.
Any other member? Second time. We're on second time. Second time to the sponsor. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. For some time on this concept, there's a certain group that has tried to portray it as one way or another. Either you're taking away from the next generation or you're not. There's a way for us to have our cake and eat it too on this whole discussion, and that is to reimagine LISRA. which is to say that to set a certain amount over which the treasurer will invest LISRA in the same way that they invest the Permanent Environmental Trust Fund. Now, that will require a 2/3 vote of this body. I'm not able to attain a 2/3 vote on my own. It's just not, we need to get the momentum behind that. And there has been a certain stubbornness from some of the folks who can pull that to do this. This is about reimagining LISRA. We can invest and think about the future and still be able to pull back this cash if we enter a cash crunch. Now, they're acknowledging we still have a $200 million deficit in schools. And if the severance tax goes away, that's going to expand back to the 450 million that we were at 7 months ago. And it could happen in a matter of months. And I can guarantee you it will happen at some point. It's one of those things, you don't know when it's going to happen. At some point, it will happen. My gut, it's going to be sometime before 2025, mid-2025. What this does is it allows us to have our cake and eat it too. And if we move this conversation along, we can reimagine LISRA to have those investments over, say, 1.8 billion or whatever this body wants to do, so we can invest for the future, but we will, in a cash crunch, within 9 to 12 months, be able to claw that back and tell the state treasurer we need that cash. So I think that that's the first thing about this discussion. So responding to my friend from District 58 from Natrona County, look, I mean, people know I'm all for savings, okay, and setting aside money. But we need to save right. And until we reimagine LISRA, we're going to be caught in this sort of shell game where during the boom periods, we're putting it into inviolate accounts that we can never, ever claw back. Not to say that we shouldn't invest with those funds and maximize all we can, but we should not have to that extent. I mean, again, this puts 25 million to inflation proof, and there's a kicker in there too, beyond inflation proofing, into all these funds. So this is the moderate, balanced approach to saving. The other thing I'd say on the cash-based budgeting, we're going to be debating the cash-based budgeting, I think, down the line. Look, there's not enough money in LISRA for 2 years for a 2-year budget on cash-based budgeting. Part of the reason is because of this $150 million transfer. So in order to do cash-based budgeting, we got to move to a 1-year budget. We can have that debate. There's positives and negatives with it. But if we keep this in LISRA, we can do biennial budgeting on a cash basis probably still. We hit over that just enough. And so I think the cash-based budgeting is important. I think we got to have balance in this discussion, all for saving, all for investing too. I think this 152 million, all we got to do is say over 1.8, 1.9 billion, they got to invest it just like the PWMTF. We're good. And we'll have it both ways. We'll have those investment earnings, which we can distribute to all these causes at the discretion of the legislature, going through a complete process, through a committee process, and we'll be able to claw it back within 9 to 12 months. And we got $1.8 billion there to provide that cushion, so we'll have 12 to 24 months to claw it back. Issue solved. Issue solved. And we get everything. It's like that movie when they come into the candy factory and everybody's happy. So vote aye on this amendment. This is moving us in the right direction, and let's do some good work for our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on second reading, amendment number 45. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is not adopted. Division being called. Actually, let's just do a roll call. Chief Clerk, please.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller,
No.
O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood,
No.
Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Swanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Washit. No to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 28 aye, 31 no, 1 excused.
45 has not been adopted. Next amendment is 12. Representative Roscoe.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And body, I move Second Amendment reading number 12 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is a little bit lighter, so it should go fast. What this amendment does, it looks at funding things like safe routes to schools, bicycle and pedestrian, off-road bike networks, sidewalk and crosswalk networks for your towns, shared pathways and greenways, and walkable Main Street projects. So this takes, is asking for $9 million from ARPA conserved funds and puts it into existing grant programs that are already set up with WYDOT. And it also takes $1 million and puts it into existing grant programs that are with our state parks. It sort of fills that gap between what WYDOT does really well, which is provide roads and vehicles with vehicles, and then our churches and our parks and our schools. So the Wyoming Pathways put out a survey across the whole state, and it was really well received. And so if you look on your desk, there's I handed out a little 2-pager there, and if you don't have it, not everybody got one, you can ask your neighbor. The response was from all over the state, and people had projects already planned, and they just couldn't be funded. So you can look through these things and find your own little town or your county or your district and see if there have been any proposals. And these are only part of what we saw. So this bill was brought to us by communities, and there's any community can apply, and it's usually for these grant programs it's a match, and let's see. I think that's it. I think this is short and sweet, and this is what our communities are asking for. And also, these projects last for generations, so they're a great thing, providing for a healthy Wyoming. Thank you very much. I'll stand for some questions.
Thank you. Representative Simpson, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's keep Wyoming healthy. Vote aye for bike paths and trails.
Any other members first time? Any other members first time? First time, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask you to resist this amendment. Frankly, my wife and I do a lot of walking. We don't need an established path to do it. There are plenty already out there. We can go up in the mountains and hike cross country. We do it in the prairie. And, you know, to develop non-motorized natural surface trails, that's dirt. It's already out there. Walk around the sagebrush. Most people who ride their horses don't want to ride them on paved trails. And I don't know how this would encourage increased hiking, biking, or horse. If you already do it, you do it. And if you don't want to do it, you aren't going to, even if the trails are there. And a walkable Main Street corridor. I don't know about all of your communities, but I can walk the Main Street in mine. There's stores, they have sidewalks, they have streets, and I do. I think all of us do it sometime when we're running for reelection. We get out and walk those. And I don't see how this is spending this money will increase transportation by walking or biking. I guess I'm at a loss for that. So I'll be a no on the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Newsom, first time.
Thank you. On and in favor of this amendment. I think the important part for me is that on page 2, the safe routes to school. This last year, we had a child get hit by a truck crossing a very busy highway, going to school, walking from his house to his school. And so I think this is very important for those safe pathways to school. And I, like the former speaker, 1-2 back, are in favor of having more trails and pathways. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sherwood, and then Duncan, and then Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to share a personal anecdote that I work in my downtown, so I walk it every day, and that's how I connect with my businesses. About 3 years ago, I ruptured my Achilles, split in half, popped in half. And I can tell you that getting around to visit my businesses was extremely difficult because for you and I today, we have walkable communities, but they're not always ADA accessible. And those, pathways that sort of get you through the intersections and such aren't always friendly to wheelchairs or strollers or somebody on like a knee, I don't even know what that device was. Anyways, I couldn't walk. So I experienced that lack of walkability on our Main Street firsthand. So please, your sympathy vote for this grant project.
Thank you. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like for my colleagues to look at the list. A large portion of this list are extremely rural areas. Mine in particular, they don't have sidewalks at all. So Main Street has a main street, and then they have the businesses, but a lot of them don't have sidewalks in some of these communities. I don't have a sidewalk in front of my house. And we have some elderly senior centers and such and things, so as well as some of these really rural schools. So it's real important to really pay attention that a lot of these requests are coming from our real small rural locations. So I'm on and for the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Yin, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to offer to the good chairman of transportation if he would want to join me on a mountain bike. He's welcome to join me on Teton Pass, and I will show him what a dirt trail looks like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nyman, and then followed by Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got this very thing going on up in my hometown. About, 11 years ago, they put $60,000 into about a 3/4 of a mile project that made about a 6-foot wide gravel path running alongside the highway in an effort to try to make it safer. But the problem was they had to go across an active bridge to get back over to the pass. So then it led to the need to try to promote a side bridge on the side of the existing highway bridge. And needless to say, now I hate that because the city of Hewlett then ended up having to pay to keep up the trail and to mow all the time. So they were mowing almost 3/4 of a mile of the side of the highway with small zero-turn lawnmowers and spraying weeds and trying to keep this thing down because of the initial investment. So it ultimately, in that situation, ended up costing the town and the municipality more to be able to maintain what they put in than what it was worth to do. And they finally, truly, I can take pictures of it and show it to you, they've abandoned that because not enough people used it. And so on and against the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Schwartz, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of this amendment, but with one caveat,
And if it passes, I'll bring a third reading amendment, because I think the match is inappropriate. My community has done a lot of work in enhancing alternative transportation systems. Has been very effective. We've gotten a lot of more people out walking and biking. They're doing it safely. But a 5-to-1 match, 5 parts state money to 1 part local, I don't think is appropriate. I think we need to raise the local match. So depending what happens, I will bring that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this amendment, and something almost identical to Speaker about 3 persons ago happened in my district. Young gal, approximately 6 years old. They're walking on a unmarked trail area near the C of the avenue in my south part of my district, and a semi truck was driving through. I guess the nuts and bolts weren't on tight enough. The tire flew off, hit the young gal in the leg, shattered her leg, and those tires are big. Anyway, so for that reason, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member first time? We're on first time on the amendment. First time on the amendment. First time, second time. Second time on the amendment. Second time. Seeing none, Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there certainly are poorly engineered projects in all aspects of life, I guess. But Wyoming is in a crossroads of 2 bike paths. One that goes from the east coast to the west coast, and then which brings a lot of people across. And in part of Wyoming, they have to pedal on I-80, which not that great. But the Continental Divide Mountain Bike Trail, it goes from Canada to Mexico, or whichever way you want to pedal. It goes through the Red Desert. It goes right by my place in Boulder. And it brings in people from all over Europe and all over the world, really. And I happen to have seen a lot of them. And that's just, brings in money as well. But I mean, it's a great thing for Wyoming, I think, to see that. So that's about it. I think it does lead for, if you live in a community with good bike paths, it's, you end up going to work and you're happy when you get there. You haven't been fighting traffic the whole time. So really, if you live in a place that has them, you'll see the benefits of them. And dirt is dirt, I admit. And it's great for mountain biking. Thank you very much.
Members, we're voting on second reading, amendment number 12, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment has not been adopted. Division being called. All those, Chief Clerk, please call the roll. So members, I'm just, sometimes we can do divisions and then people are on and off the floor. I think it's just easier just to go to a roll call, and if somebody objects to that, you can certainly make your feelings known, but I think it's just easier to go to a roll call. Thank you, Chief Clerk.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 30 aye, 29 no, 1 excused.
The motion is adopted. The amendment number 12 is adopted. Next is 13, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move 13, Amendment number 13 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this just moves this appropriation to immediately from July 1st so that we can get started on our acoustic study for this building. I don't know if you ever stand up here much, but we want to figure out ways that we can actually understand people in our conference rooms. So on and forth.
Any members for the first time on the amendment? First time on the amendment? First time? First time, seeing none. Seeing none. All those in favor of second reading, amendment number 13, House Bill 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Second reading 14, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, what this amendment would do is add 3 positions to this agency for the purpose of maintaining the electronic speed limit signs. So currently the director has put a moratorium on new electronic speed limit signs, and I think that as a body we need to reevaluate that. So I don't know if you're aware, but I'm aware. My wife was going to drive home this morning and Interstate 80 is closed. So she can't get home, so she's stuck here. And this impacts not only me, but it impacts everybody. It impacts the nation. It impacts a lot of stuff that's going on. When we start closing our roads, this impacts the world because commerce travels through our state. So again, the real benefit as I see it really is when we have these inclement weather situations like we're experiencing now, when we have these fixed static signs, for example, 80 or 75, the trucks continue to do that regardless. Out-of-state traffic oftentimes continues to do that also. There's no doubt that these electronic speed limit signs save lives. They slow people down, and they really impact the safety on the roads. So I would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
First time, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I put my appropriations hat back on. Speaking on and against the amendment. Folks, I really like variable speed limits, particularly for our freeways. They make a lot of sense in Wyoming. But the challenge here is this is proposed that we take general fund appropriations to do this. We took great lengths a few years ago to separate the Transportation Department out of the general fund, and now we're marrying them back in by providing 3 full-time employees and money to do additional sign messages. So I encourage you to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you. Chairman Wilson and then Representative Kinner. Chairman Wilson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think possibly after the previous speaker gave his little appropriations spiel, that probably is enough. But I did just want to say, I'm not sure that you can fix people that don't pay any attention to anything around them. My theory is if we hired with this money, maybe we could get 3 pilot cars drive side by side at 30 miles an hour so that nobody can go 75. That would be maybe work, but otherwise I'm against this.
Any other member first time? First time. First time on the amendment? First time on the amendment? Second time. Second time. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to respond to a couple things. One, there is no doubt that these lower speed limits save lives. In my community where I'm at, we have 80-mile-per-hour static speed limit signs on both the east and the west side. Yet in between, we have, where there is no alternate route, I might point out, we have those electronic speed limit signs, those electronic speed limits. It saves lives, people. You know, there's nothing more terrifying than knowing that you have to get on the interstate to go to work, and knowing that one of these 150,000-pound vehicles could at any point just either kill you, push you off the road, or anything. I'm not afraid of the roads. I'm afraid of the people on the roads, and the people are the ones going too fast. So I do support this, and just a little bit of pushback on the general fund. I wish that were the case, but it's not. You'll see in one of the other amendments, we infuse general fund dollars into this agency consistently. We're doing it for the RIS. We're doing it for a number of projects. I could get a list if you want. So the idea that you know, appropriating general fund, more general fund dollars to this agency is a bad idea. I think that we're already doing it. Thank you. Please support the amendment.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 14. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment is not adopted. Second reading number 15. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So along the same lines, here's another thing that I've noticed while being with the agency and living in a community that experiences these rolling closures on one of the busiest interstates in the nation. These dynamic message signs. So I made an inquiry into the department as to what's done when the road is closed and how is it coordinated with the communities. And if you don't live on 80, you probably don't care. So, but if you do, it really impacts you. You know, the communities in the southwest part of the state, when they close the interstate down, it impacts businesses. It impacts a lot of things because the trucks have no place to park. And there is, in my mind, a lack of coordination when the interstate is shut down like this. I think that this amendment would start to address that, and I've seen it in our own area. So I have a total of the dynamic message signs on I-80 is, the total's 9 right now. So my area currently has 5. And what we see really is when they are utilized, it really helps the community, because what they'll do is they'll put these rolling closures out and they'll close the interstate, and then they'll bring these dynamic message signs and place them in the community in strategic locations, informing the truckers where to go, where to park to go to the bathroom, where they can park overnight, those sort of things. Again, I think there's a real opportunity for us as a body to start to move on this issue and really impact safety in our communities. Otherwise, you know, I don't know what we're here for. So again, on in support of the amendment.
Thank you. Any members first time? First time, Representative Simpson, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, 5 dynamic messaging signs would be a great idea. I think we'd all agree with that. I think we ought to petition the Department of Transportation to consider building those with using highway funds, not general funds. I encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Any other member first time? First time. Chairman Zwanitzer, first time on the amendment.
Thanks. Just a question, Mr. Speaker. I'm not totally sure the Department of Transportation can use federal funds in that respect. I mean, I know there's certain pots of money. Some go to maintenance, some go to roadways, some go to building. There may be some. I know we have some drunk driving funds go to signage, et cetera. But I just want to make sure that there would be an opportunity that you could use federal funds for this. As a legislator whose district's on I-80, when it shuts down, it is impressive, and it gets even more scary with bad weather when you have semis lining the highway. And so I don't think some messaging signs that directs people where to go and tells people an extra reminder to slow down or black ice ahead or whatever it might be, anything to get messaging out quickly is generally, a public safety benefit. And so, if we do have a little bit of extra funds this year, certainly I-80 has had a significant death toll the last decade. Every day it shuts down, I think, is more than $1 million in commerce. This isn't the worst budget amendment by far, and I'm actually going to vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Chairman Burkhart, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing with these signs is you can use federal funds. If you remember, some of you have seen them, they used to have kind of cute little sayings on them like, you know, Happy Halloween or something like that. If you've noticed, they don't have those anymore because federal dot has disallowed it, said they have to use them for safety purposes or instructional purposes. The other thing, a lot of these signs, especially the ones over the interstate, cost on them is about $500,000 a piece. So, you know, 125,000 doesn't even get you one up there. And they have plenty of money. Again, as was previously discussed, we took Department of Transportation off of general funds quite a while ago, and they get along fine with what they get from all the other sources, fuel tax, federal fuel tax, and all of those.
Thank you. Members, other members for their first time. First time, first time, second time, second time, second time to the sponsor, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want people to get confused. I'm not looking for the big overhead signs. These are the ones that are pulled behind on a trailer that are mobile, that can be deployed anywhere at any time for any purpose with YDOT. No doubt YDOT has the ability to do this on their own. Again, we're a body that's here to appropriate. The argument's been made a couple times, you know, appropriations has this bill for 2 months. You know, just on that note, I think it's great. I mean, we talk about the bills and the number that are sponsored. I mean, 9 of the amendments were sponsored by members of appropriations. So if we take those off, you know, the number of amendments that we have is really, it's quite a bit fewer. And, you know, when we talk about this, you know, one member really likes to talk about how this is the hardest working body in the nation. I agree. You know, I just want to encourage people. I know we're early in the process. I know we've only got a couple amendments done, but these 2 days on the budget are really key and critical, and it's really an opportunity for us as non-appropriators to get up and really kind of, you know, be a part of the process and be, you know, be what we're supposed to be, which is the mouth of our constituents. So this is really an issue. You know, we could go round and about. I could, you know, there's lots of ways to skin a cat and get things done. We kind of talked about that. But again, on and in support of the idea and the amendment, and ask for your favorable consideration.
Representative Baker, would you just move the amendment just for sake that we have it moved?
Yeah, and I would move second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. So members, we are voting on that amendment, second reading amendment number 15, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment, 16. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, as you've seen the emails and the correspondence and the statistical data, our state troopers are significantly underpaid compared to the surrounding states. And the challenge is we're losing them. And we're training them, getting them up to speed, and then they're leaving for other states because of increased salary. This amendment adds 5% salary increase to all highway patrol personnel. This would be on top of the proposed statewide increase. I encourage an aye vote for this amendment.
Members for the first time, Representative Brown on the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This might be the one and only time that you're going to see me up here asking you to vote no for pay increases for state employees. And let me explain why. I totally understand that we have our troopers and the law enforcement division, as you say in here, so I'm guessing that that probably encompasses the dispatch center as well. I'm not positive on that, but when we start cherry picking individual agencies and individuals within state government and say that you're more deserving of a cost of living increase or you're more deserving of a pay raise than somebody who works for the Department of Family Services, say, a caseworker. Or maybe it's an immunization specialist at the Department of Health. The thing that I've been hearing, the overarching issue that I've been hearing is that these troopers, and trust me, One of my very best friends is a trooper. And these troopers that are coming in are having to work secondary jobs. And they're losing these troopers all over the state to local law enforcement. I've been hearing that same message, and I've been singing that same message for 6 years now, that we need to pay our state employees better. And this amendment comes in and says, rest of you state employees, you're not as good as a state trooper. You want a pay raise, you need to go be a state trooper, and we'll take care of you. I'm not sure I agree with that sentiment. So I ended up pulling up, and I had A&I pull some information for me, some of the other areas that are out there. DFS is 26.6% behind market pay. The Department of Family Services, the people that are helping those that are typically the most vulnerable in our population, they're paid 27% lower than what their market pay should be. That's a big deal. When we start looking at coming in here and saying that public service matters, and it matters what area of public service you enter into, it becomes a very, very questionable call for this body and the body down the hall to figure out that if you carry a gun and you have a badge, you're worth more than the person who handles child custody cases. I don't want to go down that path, and I am hoping that nobody in this body does either. Now, that being said, we will have another amendment coming up here soon that gives everybody pay increases, and much better. That's the way to do it. Every single state employee that's been out here that has been working since 2010 has received exactly 2 pay raises. Those 2 pay raises were also offset by contribution increases to their retirement and contribution increases to their insurance. 2 pay increases in 12 years. Most people that are working here that were working 12 years ago are taking home less money now than what they were in 2010 because of those issues, federal taxes, those types of things. And what this amendment says is we're only going to give state troopers and maybe the dispatch. I'm getting a head shake that's not even dispatch. We're just talking about troopers. That's a tough call. So I'm going to ask for a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Haroldson, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I love the concept of the increase for our troopers. I do kind of struggle that we don't have dispatch in that. But just to give you guys an example, this last year on the interstate going through my district, we had a trooper that had an individual open fire on them on the interstate. And it ended up shutting the interstate down for a number of hours as they were collecting evidence and all of that. And why I tell that story is because you need to realize that that state trooper was sitting at a just over $20 an hour pay rate. And you have to realize that in our county, you can turn around and you can work fast food as a manager for more than that trooper's making. And I'm wanting to bring a little perspective here that is an individual that's gone to the academy and is putting their life on the line for us every single day. And they're making money like that. And so I think that there's a point where we definitely need to address this issue. 37% down is the number I saw. And if that's the case, it's our job as legislators to fix this issue. How we honor our people in this state will dictate how we succeed as a state. So I'm going to say I like it, and at the same time, I'm slightly disappointed that we don't have a broader spectrum of our law enforcement in the fact that we don't have dispatchers in there as well. But I believe let's put this into place, and then maybe we can clean it up a little bit on next reading.
Thank you. Vice Chair Washut, and then Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for awareness, the Wyoming Highway Patrol received more training than any other peace officers in the state of Wyoming. Their academy is significantly longer than the academy for deputy sheriffs and for municipal police officers. And as a result of that, it costs the taxpayers a lot of money every time one of these employees walks out the door and goes to another neighboring state to get a big pay raise, or goes downtown and signs on with a local department for a big pay raise. Who's eating that cost is us. And if you think about response time on our highways, think about people who are in need way out there on sub-zero days or windy, nasty days or snowy days, and they need a trooper. What's the response time when we're constantly understaffed? We've neglected the salaries of our troopers for a long time, and I think it's time that we get them up where they're closer to market.
Thank you. Chairman Olson, and then Vice Chair Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment, not because I don't support our troopers and support what's been said. I absolutely support that. And you're going to see a second reading amendment that I think is much more fair to your 7,200 plus state employees, addressing wage gaps for all of those employees across the board. And that's really the heart of the problem with this amendment, is that it cherry picks an agency and puts those employees ahead of other employees in your decision-making process here. And you have to ask yourself that question: is that fair for all state employees? Is this the right agency, the only agency that deserves this increase? You know, the Vice Chairman of Education pointed out the DFS agency-wide lag is 26.6% behind market. If you take all state employees, put them on a list, and sort them simply by market salaries, the majority at the top of that list are actually DFS employees. So should we address that agency? Maybe we should. Let's talk about another agency. Public defender agencies are 29.8% below market. Let's talk about that agency. So we could go down the list, but I think what works better, honestly, is an amendment that's coming that will address the wage gap for all of our employees across the board. But even if you don't accept that, let's look at WYDOT and dive a little deeper into it. On whole, its agency-wide is only 19.3% on average behind. So again, nothing compared to the other two agencies we've been talking about. Highway Patrol, yes, is 37.7% behind. But what about investigators? They're not included in this amendment. They're 30.8% behind. We could pick engineers in WYDOT, 28.5% behind. We could just go down the list. Field and data lab collectors, 27% behind. My point is this, ladies and gentlemen, and it is that if you're going to make a decision, and I believe you're going to have several opportunities to make this decision, that we want to take care of our public employees, the 7,200 employees in the state of Wyoming, let's make that an across-the-board decision. Let's not pick one agency over another. For one, I don't think that puts our chief executive in a good place where it's provided in conjunction with our Joint Appropriations Committee, a 5% raise across agencies, and then we as a body come in and pick out an agency. I think we should have this discussion again across the board. So I'll just urge you to reject this amendment, not that that these raises aren't needed. I absolutely support them. In fact, I'm one of the co-sponsors of the subsequent amendment I keep referencing. So I think we'll have the full debate about employee salaries and whether we should actually inflation-proof them, if you will, with their salaries, and I believe that we should. But this is not the amendment that does it.
Thank you. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would follow the sentiment that we've kind of been talking about, exercising caution as we try to single out one group of state employees. I can't tell you how grateful I am to all the state employees we have, and think that this conversation on compensation, I'm pleased that we're getting as far as we can. And we hear about troopers and how they put their life online every day, and I don't argue that. I know that it's true. How many butts have they had to wipe? And so when I think about in my town, when I have people that go to work every day and take care of people with some really, really
difficult behavioral challenges and make sure that they're clean, make sure that they live in a dignified environment. And it's not just when it's windy, and it's not just when it's cold. It's every day of the year. And I think that these are unsung heroes. We've got a facility up where we have a citizen of our state that has these immense behavioral challenges. And this is a safety net facility, and so there's no other place this individual can go. The people that take care of him have been bitten repeatedly. They go there every day knowing that it's going to be a real challenge, yet they show up every day and take care and make sure that this person lives in the least restrictive environment and is trying to improve their livelihood. At the state hospital, we have people who receive broken arms, gouged eyes, gouged everything. So I appreciate the difficulty and the unique difficulties that our troopers have, but I'm here to tell you, if we look around the scope of our public employees, our state employees, I think they all have unique challenges. I apologize if I've offended any, but I just don't know how to say that differently. But I think we owe a deep gratitude to these state employees around the state. And I think that we have to be careful that we're not trying to single out one group and put them above another.
Thank you, Representative Baker, first time, then Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to maybe bring a little more context on and in support of the amendment. So we spend about $115,000 to train one of these troopers in the first year. And then what's happening is, because of the pay scale that the legislature is responsible for, they're then oftentimes leaving for our counties. So they're staying in the state, they're enjoying all the amenities that we have here, yet they're transferring their employment over to counties because the wages, the counties have decided they're going to pay a little bit higher wage. In context, I mean, I have a sheet here, I'd be happy to share it with anybody, but no doubt the troopers in our state are underpaid compared to all the surrounding states. So again, it's just a matter of, in my mind, yes, all the state employees are important. We need to look at raising all of their compensation rates. But at the same time, within YDOT, the troopers are the highest paid employees. So what we can do, we have an opportunity really here is to raise the ceiling. If we want to bring everybody up, we got to take the top up first. So this is a real opportunity to do that. Again, I think the troopers need this. I think all our state employees need this, but let's not dilute this conversation with another one. Let's just focus on this one for now, on and in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Knapp, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. I was lucky enough to read the new market analysis study that came out, and I encourage all of you to read it. And I don't know how often the state does that, whether it's every 5 years or 10 years, but you basically pay employees on 4 different levels: longevity, market adjustment, COLA, or merit. And you can kind of choose which of those that you have in your basket of goods. But if you do all 4, you bankrupt yourself. The reason you do a market analysis study is to both deal with those ranges that employees fall into. In other words, what you hire them at and what they max out at. Number 2, the market adjustment deals with the surrounding areas and what they're paying versus what we're paying. And number 3, it catches you up with COLA. Because if you do a market analysis study and you're so far behind, it usually means that you have not done COLA in several years, but that market analysis study is designed to catch you up with COLA. So it's important that when we do those analysis studies, that this body uses them to adjust across the board. I'm one for principle and consistency. And so when we deal with a report like that, we look at all the employees across the board, deal with their ranges to get them at the proper level for entry and caps. It deals with COLA, and then it deals with how the surrounding area is competitive to us, and it solves all 3. So I'm looking forward to the future amendment, but this one cannot deal with just one agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the members first time? We're on first time. First time, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, right? Because this isn't from general funds. This is an S7, which is the highway fund. And so I guess my question is, how do we increase the current amount of the highway funds? Do we ask the federal government for them? Or are we just moving around from another pot in the highway fund that's taking away from somewhere else? I've never seen an increased amount of another fund from the federal government. So I just need some explanation on how that works.
Thank you. Any other members first time? We're on first time on the amendment. 16. First time, second time. Second time, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just tell you how delighted I am that we're arguing about how to give state employees pay increases. This is awesome. I do appreciate the lively debate. One of the things that I find interesting in here is we are talking strictly about state troopers, and state troopers are again, a fantastic addition to our law enforcement repertoire, if you will. We also have state parks rangers that are underpaid, and we also have DCI agents that are underpaid. I'm guessing that we're going to say collectively of a body of in this body, if we adopt this, that DCI and state parks officers are not as valuable to the law enforcement side of things as our state troopers are. Vote no.
Any of the members for your second time? We're on second time. Second time, seeing none. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you. Appreciate the dialogue. This class is unique from all other classes, and I recognize there are many classes that are underpaid. We are hiring young men and young women, and we're sending them to Douglas to be trained. Each class costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they stay on the streets. We send them out, and within a short time period, they're taking jobs in other states. And it's an economic issue to me, as we, as a state, are throwing money away because we're not paying them appropriately. Thank you for the dialogue. Appreciate your aye vote on the amendment.
Members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 16, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is 41. It is a corrected copy. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I will move second reading and amendment number 41 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. I will also move to divide the amendment if that is appropriate at this time.
Do you want to do it now, or do you want to divide? Okay, say, what's your division, Representative Yin?
Mr. Speaker, I would divide lines 1 through 5 and 7 through 9, and then lines 10 through 20. And so you'll have the 2,700,000 one be Division 1.
Okay, so I just want to be, Division 1 will be lines 1 through 5 and 10 through 20.
Correct.
And Division 2 will be lines 6 through 9 and 21 through 30.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, let me just look at that real quickly. All right, it is divisible. You would like to begin with Division 1?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Division 1 is specifically snowplow drivers, given how the previous amendment went. I hesitate to lump them in together. Snowplow drivers, again, is both public safety and an economic issue for Wyoming. Our roads get snowed on a lot. I think we all know that. Both of our major interstates are corridors for traffic and business, and when they close, it is costly. We even have something where we're considering rerouting an entire part of an interstate specifically because it closes so often. So the real risk of not keeping snowplow drivers' wages with inflation is one that could have a significant detriment to the economy of Wyoming. when you can be a shuttle driver for more than you can be a snowplow driver, we run a real risk of not being able to keep the roads open in Wyoming. The reason I set it at 7% is because the adjustment that the governor put in his budget was based on 2020 market data. We all know that there was more than 7% inflation between 2020 and 2022. So even with those adjustments to 2020, it's an underwater adjustment. So I do think that we really need this to make sure that traffic flows in Wyoming, and I do ask for your favorable consideration on division number 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're on division number 1, amendment number 41. Any other members? Any other members? Division 1, amendment 41. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On in support of this amendment. I got a call from one of my school districts because a road wasn't getting plowed, and so I was trying to find out the reason why, and the reason why is we don't have any snowplow drivers. So when we had a pretty bad snow event, and that's all, I suppose it's all across the state, but they gave me the numbers in Northwest Wyoming about how many snowplow drivers we were short, and it was considerable. And we have to do something, and we're not going to have them. And we're not going to have open roads. We're not going to have kids getting to school. So on in support of this division.
Other members, first time, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the same argument that I said about 7 or 8 minutes ago. We're cherry picking at this point. Every single one of you serves on a committee that hears from different agencies, and I can completely tell you that I watched nearly every single meeting during the interim, and almost every single one of those directors said the exact same thing. They can't attract new talent. They can't retain the talent they have. But here, all of a sudden, we're saying that snowplow drivers are the only ones that deserve a 7% raise. We cannot cherry pick in a class like this and sit here and say that this person is better than this one, and this is the only way that we're going to be able to attract this area. I'm telling you, we have 7,200 state employees, and for the, let's maybe call it 250 to 300 here, they're better off getting a raise than anybody else. Vote no.
Vice Chair Henderson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of folks who help us in our state, and these snowplow drivers are one of a critical few. We have healthcare, we have others. You know them. They're all over the place in our communities. And as I said earlier, we have an amendment coming which will provide when we turn the page, everyone will be treated the same, no matter your source of funding, with about 8% take home. Last year, inflation was 7.7. This year, 8%, 40-year high. So we're getting there. Hang with me, hang with me. Resist this one, and let's do the big one. And then we still have tomorrow, folks, to do the fine tuning. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stith, first time.
Mr. Speaker, and in considering the comments from the representative from District 9, I guess now we've beat down the troopers. It seems like not to cherry pick, it seems like the argument is if you can't help everybody, you shouldn't help anybody. I'm not sure that works, but if these, all these amendments fail, then I certainly would support the district representative from 9 and his third reading amendment to establish a traffic attorney hotline.
Any other members, first time? First time. First time to the sponsor on Division 1,
Mr.
Amendment
Speaker,
41.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So on Division 1, I do want to have a holistic look at increasing the salary of all of our employees. My worry is that it won't happen. And if it won't happen, then what do? Do we lose our snowplow drivers? Do we lose our highway patrolmen? That's my worry. I will support the holistic increase. And you know what? Even if this passes for whatever reason and then that passes, I'll even bring a third reading amendment to repeal my second reading amendment because I think that is the right way to go. My worry is what happens if we don't do that. And I think we do have a real risk of economic harm in the state, especially when it comes to transportation in our state. And I think this is one where, unfortunately, if we had to choose one, this is the one I would choose. but I do and will support a holistic increase. So I do hope you'll pass this, and I do hope you'll pass this a full increase for everybody, and then I will happily bring the repeal amendment on third reading. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, we're voting on division number 1, second reading amendment number 41. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is not adopted. Division 2.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw Division 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next amendment is 17, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I feel privileged that the amendments I'm bringing are on the first half because I know as we get further in the day, there'll be less and less desire to have discussion. And I just want to encourage you, to continue to have discussion and continue to fight for your constituents. But what this would do is it would take the $5 increase on the driver's license that we passed last year and make it the last use case. So if we're going to fund the RIS and do that, then let's take the money that we take from our citizens and utilize that last. Let's let that maintain the system. So on and in support of the amendment.
Thank you. Any member, first time, Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on this amendment, the amendment goes back to what the work this body did last session, and it was House Bill 254 on providing funding for the generally called revenue information system, although it doesn't have a lot to do with revenue. It has more to do with records retention. And that bill did provide an additional $5 on our driver's license, which this body and the other body agreed to. The idea with that money was to put seed money there to let the department start working on the replacement as soon as they could. That bill contained a due date that they have to have this completed by, and they needed to start working on it immediately, so that gave them a source of money. It also told them to go and charge third-party users a fee that they can determine what that should be, considering that there were third-party users paying wasn't even what I considered a nominal fee to use that system to research if damage had been done to a vehicle, your driver's license data by insurance companies, and a bunch of third-party users. That has also gone into that account. So it's not all our money. In fact, the department did like the idea that they were kind of directed to charge those third-party users more. And that it also included a requirement that grants or federal funds designated for the modernization of that system also go into that account. So everything is combined. And to start picking and choosing and say, well, we're going to spend this first or that last, I don't think it's really reasonable. You'd have to do a lot of accounting, which adds a lot of additional money. And that a lot of this money has already been spent on getting data necessary for the system. I would like to thank the Appropriations Committee for putting some additional money in there to help get started and for authorizing the expenditure of that money. They also, by doing that, authorized the expenditure of any other monies that were in there. So I don't really think this amendment is needed to go and say spend this other money, considering we've already spent the money that we put aside for this. So I would ask you to resist the amendment. The money's there. I don't think it's important to say we're going to spend this or that first. It kind of becomes a pot of money that we access. It's also helped control the cost of that system. So I would ask you really to resist this amendment. I don't think it's really needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member, first time? Representative Gray, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd urge an aye vote on this amendment. And I just want to remind you that this fee was created in the budget and was not vetoed, and was astounding really, because in light of reports getting vetoed, line item vetoed, I thought it was a very inappropriate use of the budget. And I think we should do anything we can to make sure that it's spent last, because I think it's certainly the least it's not a good use of the funds, and it wasn't created in a way that I think was positive. So I urge an aye vote here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member, first time? First time on the amendment. First time, second time. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just so everyone knows, this fee was not created in the budget. This fee was created in a separate bill handled on this floor, House Bill 254 and Rolled Act 94 from the last full legislative session. So we invented this fee. We agreed to it, we put it in there, and it was not done in a budget bill. It was done in an individual piece of legislation. I just wanted that to be clear. So, and there are controls on it, which is, that's the only thing the fund can be used for, is for the replacement of that system. So, and also it's continuously appropriated. So to say we're going to use one and the other doesn't really make any difference. The money is really continuously appropriated. The earnings go back into the account. Again, amendment isn't really needed.
Thank you. Representative Gray, second time. We're on second time before the sponsor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to correct myself. I think there was that proposal in the budget 2 years ago on that pre-COVID session, and that did, I think, fail at the very end. So, yeah, it was that bill. So I still don't think it's a good thing. So vote aye on the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Baker, wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually, I paid the fee because I had to renew my license this year. So, we could repeal the fee and then I wouldn't have to pay, 4 years from now. But I feel like, this system, we still don't have a full account as far as what it's going to cost to build out and maintain and do all this. And so I feel like, the money that we're putting after it, I think we should protect the state's constituents' money if we're going to go ahead and build this out. I think it's a good idea, and yeah, it may not necessarily be necessary, but it's really not that difficult. So I'm in support of it.
Thank you, members. We are voting on second reading, amendment number 17, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is not adopted. All right, members, we're going to stand at ease. We've been at it for almost 3 hours. And I think it'd be good to stand at ease. We're going into some of our significant agencies, Department of Health, Department of Family Services. So we're going to stand at ease until 4:40. We will reconvene at 4:40. All right, the House will please come to order. Members, you'll note that our staff in the break room has gotten out all the leftovers. As my encouragement to you to not get too comfortable. If you get a little hungry, order out. Because what's there is what's there. We might start off with a little history lesson. Representative McGuire, privilege of the floor, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So reading from a very fun book, it's called On This Day in Wyoming History. It's written by a Casper guy, Patrick Holscher. And in 1941, so this is pre-World War II, 1941, blizzard conditions stalled traffic in the state. This was, of course, before pre-4x4 vehicle or pre-4x4 days. Prior to World War II, 4x4 vehicles were almost unheard of and were limited to industrial vehicles only. In 1950, a special session of the legislature called to deal with the problem of grasshopper infestation concludes. In 1969, Governor Hathaway signs into law a state severance tax bill. The bill had been extremely controversial, with there being strong arguments by the opposition that passing it would cause Wyoming extractive industries to greatly reduce their activity. The arguments failed to stop the bill, and the severance tax did not greatly impact the extractive industries. Today, Wyoming is nearly entirely funded by severance taxes. Just a note, since 1980, that's the only number that I could find so far, severance taxes have brought in $20.5 billion since 1980. 1985, the bison was adopted as the state animal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Once in a while, we just got to remind ourselves that some of these things are not new. Some of these things are not new. So grasshopper infestations, blizzards, both of those things could have been helped out with snowplows, though. All right. All right, members, we're on to continue with our second reading on the budget. Next amendment for our consideration is Sergeant Arms, would you ask folks in the break room to come back to the floor, please? Second reading, number 18, Representative Duncan. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move amendment number 18 to House Bill number 1. PRTFs, psychiatric residential treatment facilities, are residential inpatient mental health facilities for youth. These are non-hospital facilities with provider agreements with the Department of Health to provide inpatient service to Medicaid-eligible individuals under the age of 21. Approximately 1/3 of all PRTFs placements are DFS-involved youth. The Department of Health is ultimately responsible for the administration and funding of the PRTFs for eligible youth. The Children's Home in my hometown is one of 2 certified PRTFs in the state serving our Wyoming youth, and currently only 3 PRTFs in the nation who are accepting new Wyoming Medicaid youth, including the 2 in-state facilities. Our facility is licensed for 62 beds, but they have been forced to reduce their capacity due to lack of staffing and can only serve up to 40 kids. They recently lost 3 clinical staff for more competitive opportunities, just like across the state. They're losing highly qualified professionals and clinicians to better paying positions. There's a wait list of 25 youths approved for admission to our facility, and the list continues to grow with new referrals daily. These new referrals are being told it takes 8 to 10 weeks out for a bed. Many of these youths are awaiting admission, are lingering in detention centers, hospitals, and other facilities that are not able to provide the psychiatric or therapeutic services they so desperately require. PRTS as a provider class have not seen any change in rates since 2015. These rates are tied to access. Our provider participation has declined over the last 3 years, limiting access to appropriate treatment services. There were 11 providers accepting referrals in 2018 and only 5 in 2022. This directly impacts foster youth from accessing services as well. DFS has had to start blending funds with the Department of Health to maintain access to our existing PRTF services, taking from local services budget that would typically support foster care, adoption, and guardianship subsidies, residential treatment centers, and group homes. These challenges assessing appropriate mental health treatment in a timely manner have resulted in extending detention center stays and more costly out-of-state placements. This amendment would appropriate $888,807 of the state general funds and similar federal funds to support the rate rebasing for PRFTs. The purpose of this is so that we can get through this time, but also ask for them, the Department of Health, to put this into their regular budget. So this is a long sustaining issue and solution rather than just a Band-Aid.
Thank you. Members, for your first time, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the explanation the good presenter brought. We have two of these facilities in the state, and the reason that we need to have it ongoing is these types of facilities generally go through a rebasing, just like we do with DD waivers and other waivers. The last time the PRTFs were rebased was in 2015. They have not been rebased since that time. To reflect and show you the impact on that, so they weren't rebased, they haven't been rebased since 2015. The total program cost in 2019 was around $10 million for that fiscal year. In 2021, because of cuts made in 2020 and 2021, that was reduced down to $7.3 million. Now, the impact of that reduction and the fact that they haven't been rebased is in 2019, these facilities were taking care of over 300 individuals. In last year, that had dropped almost to half to 186. And the cost to take care of these individuals has risen about $4,000 per individual per stay to about $39,000 from $35,000. And so the cost has gone up. We've been able to do less with them. To help you understand the type of the importance of these is around the state. If you know, in your school districts, in your towns, if you've got an adolescent under the age of 21 that may have some very difficult behavioral challenges, these PRTFs are where we have the ability to take them and address the acute behavior challenges they have and help them to prepare to come back into a less restrictive environment. Average length of stay is over 100 days. But let me just share with you that just recently, because sometimes these require one-on-one, we had in our state, and I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but we had a 17-year-old boy that spent from July to January in one of our county jails. Not because he had committed a crime, it's just because we didn't have capacity, any place to take him. Couldn't send him out of state because our Medicaid reimbursement rate was too low. And so when the good presenter talked about blending some of these funds, and so what the Department of Health or the Department of Health or the Department of Family Services will do is take some of their budget and enhance the Department of Health's component of Medicaid to where they can get a higher reimbursement so that maybe an out-of-state facility will take them. I hope, and the need's not going away. We talked about this, I talked about it the other day when we was talking about some issues with Management Council. These are some things that we have to get under control in our state, and we can't do it unless we have the facilities in place to do it, and I hope you'll support this amendment.
Other members, first time. Representative Knapp, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. What we sometimes don't realize is in our area at least, these are mostly court-appointed juveniles. And in detention centers, you have a very serious situation with sight and sound separation. In other words, you cannot mix juveniles in the same area you would an adult. It has to be separated. Very expensive to do, very expensive to do. So The alternative is these kids go to residential treatment centers where they can really receive some help. In our situation, this is a nonprofit, and they can't turn these kids away. So they take them in and do the treatment, and they do it at a loss. So their budget this year is at a loss of $300,000. What'll end up happening is these agencies cannot sustain this, and they'll end up closing. So we have a very serious issue with our youth. We can either get them the treatment that they need so that they don't end up in a detention center, either as a juvenile or an adult, or we can just let those agencies go under and not solve the problem at all. So on and for the amendment.
Thank you. Any member for their first time? Any other members for their first time? First time, second time to the sponsor. Representative Duncan. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just another example is in the classroom or in the school. Sometimes these kids have an IEP. Well, this IEP absolutely requires that they get the education and the treatment and the services that they're entitled to. This is a demand by our state and sometimes fed. So we're at a crisis situation, and what we do now will dictate further on what's going to happen, whether we put a stop into it and actually improve these lives so that we don't have to pay for it later, or we keep doing what we're doing. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 218, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Requires a roll call vote. Chief Clerk.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Western? No. Closing vote. Jennings, no to aye. Western, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 58 aye, 1 no, 1 excused.
Second reading amendment number 18 is adopted. Next amendment, 19, Representative Larson, Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move second reading amendment number 19 to House Bill number 1. In this amendment, we are raising the general fund appropriation by $3.2 million and the federal funds by $3.2 million. It is appropriated for additional funding allocations to the developmental disability agency providers. These developmental disability providers are often referred to as home community-based services. Home community-based services are a person-centered and more cost-effective approach to supporting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the state of Wyoming. Home and community-based providers are highly dependent on Medicaid as their primary source of revenue. DD waiver rates are statutorily required to be rebased at least every 4 years. The most recent rebasing was completed last September, and the report was released last October. The consultants provided 3 models. The proposed budget we are working on contains funding the rebasing based on the model that is based on the 50th percentile of state staff wages. This amendment provides for additional funding to get to what is called the high needs model proposed by the consultants. Agency providers in Wyoming are struggling, like other industries, to recruit and retain a qualified workforce. The difference is that the ongoing supports and services to some of Wyoming's most vulnerable citizens must be maintained without any ability to shift costs. This additional appropriation will be used to assist agency providers to continue to provide high-quality support in a very difficult environment. Every provider of DD waiver services in the state of Wyoming is a private business. Statewide, there are 279 agency providers. Some are larger than others. Personally, I did not realize how many providers there are, and I'm sure it would surprise all of us on the number of lives they help every day. Without additional financial relief in the budget bill, providers will need to seriously consider discharging people from services, combining services, or closing homes. I encourage you to vote aye in support of these services.
Thank you. Representative Larson Lloyd, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And folks, I'd just like to give you a little bit of history on how we come up with the proposed changes. When I presented the Department of Health's budget, I talked to you about the home and community-based services and how there's an enhanced 10% FMAP rate. And I was holding my hands like this, like I always do. And we said that they come up with this much, and then the Department of Health was going to use that to rebase. And we did that, and we presented that to the community providers, let them go chew on that as an association. Very appreciative of the effort of the Department of Health and the legislature. The challenge is that since the COVID problem and the challenge with getting help, they've had to, a lot of them are draining their reserves because their costs exceed what they're able to get, which is why we do the rebasing. And they took the proposed rate, which would have been about an 8% enhancement with the Department of Health, and looked at it and we sent that back and had them look at that, and it just doesn't get them where they need to be. And so we worked with them on this high needs model, and this comes back to the agency providers and bumps them up. It's not to the 75th percentile where the rate rebasing suggested they ought to be based on where we had them previously, but it gets in the point that they feel that they can be sustainable and not have to dispose of assets and continue to provide services to folks who are served by this. So then I think in all our communities, we say, who is this? And based on the Olmsted lawsuit, the Olmsted was I believe twins in Ohio that were in an institution, and they didn't want to live in an institution, and so they filed a lawsuit that says we have the right as a citizen, despite some challenges we have, to live in the least restrictive environment. And so we've really moved to this model to where we try to put people with these developmental disabilities in the least restrictive environment that we have, and that's what these providers do. If they go away, the question is, who takes care of them and where? They do it at a much more efficient and cheaper rate than we can do it as a state. So it's in our best interest to always monitor that. And so I would encourage also an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Chairman Nicholas on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm on in favor of the amendment. So I serve on a board of one of these entities in this county, and I used to serve on one up in the middle part of the state. Both of those are bleeding out over $20,000 a month in losses right now. And this won't entirely fix that problem, but it'll make it more, a better chance that these entities will survive.
Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment. Friends, rebasing is always necessary, and we're a bit behind. But in my community, know that the services that are provided to those with developmental disabilities, the workers that work with these individuals are the same workers, honestly, that work at our fast food restaurants. Like, fast food restaurants now are paying far more than they did just 3 or 5 years ago. Our agencies are fighting for workers, and they're losing, honestly, to the fast food industry. We need to be able to pay higher wages, so on and in favor.
Thank you. Any other members for their first time? First time? First time? To the sponsor. Second time, sorry. To the sponsor, Representative Larson.
Mr. Speaker,
Dan.
thank you. With everyone saying this is a pretty good amendment, I think we should all vote for it. Say aye.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 19. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Craigo. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Bear. Aye to no. Further changes? Western. Closing vote. The vote is closed. 55 aye, 4 no, 1 excused.
Amendment 19 has been adopted. Next amendment is 20. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This issue is being addressed elsewhere, so I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 20.
Withdrawn. Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're on to 21. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1. Explain it, Mr. Chairman, you'll recall last year as we was doing the step 2 and step 3 reductions, we eliminated an indigent burial appropriation through the Department of Family Services to help counties and take care of indigent burials. And then we established a fee on death certificates that will fund that moving forward. And then we authorized it in our budget presentation. We have a shortfall. We've heard from the counties that we have a shortfall on that of about $60,000 to get us through this fiscal year that they anticipate. And so we're asking you to approve a general fund appropriation of $60,000 that'll go to the Department of Family Services to help take care of that until we till these other funds become effective in July. And I might add, we thought about making those funds effective immediately that we're creating, but it didn't solve the deficit problem. So ask for your support.
Thank you. Any members for the first time on the Amendment 21? First time, Amendment 21. First time, second time. Members, we are voting on second reading, Amendment number 21. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. It's less than $100,000, so it does not require a roll call vote without objection. Next one, 22. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd respectfully withdraw Amendment number 22 to House Bill 1.
22 is withdrawn. With number 23, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill 1. I would ask for its favorable introduction. This deals with community juvenile service boards. And so let me take you back about a decade. Let me take you back to Wyoming, right? We're still the least populated state, and we have a large number of kind of smaller communities which continue to lack adequate resources to deal with, difficult juveniles between 12 and 18 at an interesting time in their life. And so when they make some bad choices and they're in small communities, there are limited options available, right? You have choices to try them as adults, to send them to detention centers, other counties, some of our state institutions as well. And so many times, the juveniles, they don't get the services they need to kind of go back to the correct path. Wyoming has a really bad rate of, I think we're still first or second in the nation and have been for a decade on the number of juveniles in confinement in our state, because there just isn't a lot of good options in many of our counties on what to do with this kind of difficult age group. And so 10 years ago, maybe 11 now, this legislature created a program called Community Juvenile Service Boards to really get kind of a diversion program for this age group. So instead of sending them into a confinement or detention center or something more stringent, they got services in the community, mentoring, pairing, different types of juvenile courts, community service, things that slowly got them kind of back on the right track instead of putting them in a further detainment situation, which, as many of you can guess, sometimes once you get in one of those situations, instead of getting better, you pick up maybe more bad habits and continue down the wrong path just because we didn't have the services available. So we've created this program. I think anyone I've talked to in any county has said the community juvenile service boards have been wildly successful. We've been some small squabbles over funding and admin costs, best course of treatment, those type of things. But almost every statistic we looked at said it reduced recidivism for juveniles, it best outcomes across the board of almost any state. And then here last biennium, when we had funding cuts, this was one of the few programs that is entirely state funded, no federal match. And so when the department, had to make some difficult choices and difficult cuts, this was a low-hanging fruit that didn't have federal match. And so as part of the round last biennium, we did away with funding. I believe 9 or 10 of these, I think there were 16, 9 or 10 are still holding on, hoping that we have some additional funding this year. That's why you'll see in the bill, there's an immediate $250,000 to go into keeping the ones we have right now. And then we've established a budget amendment that puts $3 million that has what we call sideboards over the next 2 years, keep the ones we have now, and then work towards reestablishing some that we've lost and to really get them going again, because they were a huge benefit to our state. So I would appreciate your support of this amendment and the juveniles in your community to get them the services they need.
Thank you, Chairman Zwanitzer. Any member for their first time? Madam Minority Floor Leader Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of this amendment. I am a co-sponsor of this amendment. I come from a community that has had a really active community service board, and honestly, it has been incredibly successful. If you don't know about the ones in your community, I would really encourage you to find out more about what they do and what their impact has been and what it has meant that they haven't been in existence now for about 1.5 years. In my community, there is a board of directors that includes law enforcement and service providers, but it also includes 30 to 40 members of the community. And it's not just a board, all right, that gets together and talks, right, and comes up with policy. It, in fact, takes in kids, individual children, who are at risk, and they're at risk of going into the juvenile justice system. We don't want kids in the juvenile justice system. Kids in the juvenile justice system, in all honesty, often end up to be young adults in the prison system. We want to be able to kind of capture that group and be able to identify what it is on an individual level they need. And there are diversion programs that are tailored to individual children. There's restorative justice that has those kids sit down with the people who they have harmed, right? And apologize in ways that are meaningful. So in my community, in the last year that it existed, in 2020, there were 129 kids that were involved. And the recidivism rate of those 129 kids was 0%. It is a program that works. And I would strongly urge us to vote in favor of this amendment and get these programs back up and running. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Olson. Chairman Olson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want to use a whole lot of our time here, but I do want to compliment this amendment, particularly from the Joint Judiciary Committee. Our number one topic going into the interim was juvenile justice, and we spent an entire interim looking at the data. And this amendment, you could argue, is probably a culmination at the end of the day of what we really needed to accomplish, which is funding for diversion. And Wyoming actually has the highest confinement rates amongst youth in the nation. And trust me, you can argue all you want about what that really means, whether they're whether our youth is confined for psychiatric treatment or confined for another reason. And we had those discussions over the interim. But at the end of the day, it is a very different concept, confinement, than diversion as a whole. And so these types of grants are what make all of the difference. So just want to really compliment this from the work of the Joint Judiciary Committee over the interim. And you heard in the State of the Judiciary, a committee being formed in our third branch of government to continue to work on the juvenile justice issue. So I think this isn't going to be the last of the conversation. I think there's a lot more going forward. So just appreciate the bringers of the amendment and look forward to working deeper in this over the years. Thank you.
Any of the members for the first time? First time on Amendment 23. First time, second time, seeing none. To the sponsor, seeing none. Members, we are voting on second reading, Amendment number 23, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Does require a roll call vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn excused, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly, Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Air, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller,
Aye.
O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood,
Aye.
Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Worf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer, Mr. Speaker. Burt? Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 41 aye, 18 no, 1 excused.
Amendment 23 has been adopted. Next amendment is 51. Members, this is out of the numerical order again. It's Amendment 51, Community College Commission. Amendment 51. Representative Washut, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for introduction of Amendment 51 to House Bill number 1, second reading Amendment number 51 to House Bill number 1, and urge your favorable consideration. This amendment is what Representative from my county called the good for the goose, good for the gander amendment. You'll notice in your budget that the big school on the other side of the hill got $200,000 appropriation in support of their rodeo team this year. And most of our community colleges also have rodeo teams. And so my recommendation here is that we offer a like amount of money to be distributed by the commission to those schools that have rodeo teams that qualify in support of their efforts. As the father of a bareback rider who competed in college, community college rodeo, I can tell you that the way the system works presently is all the athletes pay their own entry fees. They pay for their own gasoline to travel. They pay for their own hotels, or they sleep in their pickup trucks, and they get no financial support. And so this is just a little bit that if we don't provide this, it's going to be very difficult, I believe, for our community college rodeo teams to recruit Wyoming rodeo athletes to compete on their teams when the university has all of this available funding. I urge your aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo what the representative from Natrona County said. We have a rodeo team in the college, a community college in my county, and it's an expensive endeavor. And I do believe that these athletes and their animal athletes can benefit from this particular influx of $200,000. Thanks.
Any other members first time? First time, Amendment 51. First time, 51. First time, second time. Second time. Members, we are voting on second reading Amendment number 51. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chief Clerk, just call the roll on this amendment.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn excused, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly, Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Air, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller,
Aye.
O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams. Aye. Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stybar, Sweeney, Walters, Washut, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker, closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Ottman, no to aye. Oakley, no to aye. Larson Lloyd, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 33 aye, 26 no, 1 excused.
Amendment 51 is adopted. Next amendment, 53, Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 53 to House Bill 1, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Colleagues, I bring you a great amendment for some of all of our favorite people across the state, the community colleges that are doing such amazing work. In talking about our community colleges, they're such a dynamic part of so many communities. Of course, they provide the traditional students, if you will, up to adult education. They train much needed nurses. They have theater events. In my town, we have a great agricultural and equine program that helps train and promote business startups in a way that can integrate with this great food freedom movement that we have going in Wyoming. We have good momentum on. And then also that facility provides a place that the public can utilize for recreation and for economic events. Of course, as you know, there's career and technical training, culinary arts, cosmetology, outdoor education. It's just such a wide variety. They're very multi-dimensional, and they impact our entire state. In my county, there are several campuses in different towns, as well as serving the hot county and the mountainous counties to the west. The impact that they have is vast. So, as you all know, statewide, we certainly last session, we felt that belt tightening, and the community colleges felt that very much as well. And as everyone did, they rolled up their sleeves and they did the work with less resources. Due to cuts and to no external cost adjustment, community colleges have undergone a $94 million reduction in real dollars since 2010. State aid has gone down as a percentage of the budgets, and again, the community colleges have made it work. But here's the good news. So I bring you this opportunity to give them a little piece of that back. It's not a large amount. It increases the state aid from around 200 million to around 207.5 million. I would not be bringing this as an amendment if the funds were not available. We are in a position to be able to give back to these colleges in our communities that are on the ground doing the hard work. This amendment was specifically structured to be similar to around $7 million, a little more than that was put back in for our good university, something that we often see kind of this parity between that. So this was, again, this has been discussed, and I believe there is broad support for our hardworking colleges. I believe there's broad support for this small addition of funds, and I urge your support.
Discussion on the amendment, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, the House Appropriations Committee would concur with this amendment. It was our negligence leaving out when we did it for the UW. I think it was fair enough to do it for CWC, and we just forgot to do it. It was our intent to do it all along.
Any other members first time? First time. Any other members first time? First time, second time? Second time members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 53. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Chief Clerk, please verify that by calling the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Heiner, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 42 aye, 17 no, 1 excused.
Second reading amendment number 53 is adopted. Next amendment is Amendment 24. And members, just so you know, we've just made it to the second column. So that might be halfway. And I say might be because I'm receiving more amendments from the chairman. All right, members, Amendment 24, Representative Andrew, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. All it does is allow the department that deals with forestry to utilize federal funds to hire one position for 2 years to develop forest management plans for private landowners. These plans make the landowner eligible to participate in federal funding opportunities to conduct fuel reduction and forestry management practices that are eligible. This would help with much needed wildfire prevention efforts in the Medicine Bow National Forest. Thank you.
Any member for the first time? Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The timber industry is extremely important in the area that I represent. And we have a number of landowners in that area who have merchantable timber, but they don't have the means to get that marketed. Timber industry employs an awful lot of people in our area, and they depend mostly on the two federal agencies for their supply of logs into the mill. And it would be very nice to have a third opportunity for that. So I'm fully in support of the amendment and encourage an aye vote.
Thank you. Any members first time? Any members first time? First time, Chairman Larson Lloyd.
So if the presenter could help me, I thought that we established through our state forestry a good neighbor agreement with management of forest lands, private and public. And would this not fit under that they have the ability there to do this? I must confess being a little bit fuzzy on that, but I thought we had kind of put something in place to kind of work through this.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? This is first time, first time. First time, second time, Chairman Paxton, did you want a second time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in answer to that question, that good neighbor authority has been used to help out the second smaller government agency with their timber sales because they didn't have anyone on board to do that. This is an entirely separate issue, and it's pretty narrowly constructed to include the two counties that the good bringer of the bill and I represent.
Thank you. First time. Now back to the sponsor. Back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye.
Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 24. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 25. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I would move second reading amendment number 25 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I talked about during the introduction when we were introducing this. Your Joint Appropriations Committee literally misunderstood the tourism budget, and when we voted on it, we ended up passing a budget that we didn't understand. And so this is a minor attempt to correct it. It's not really a full attempt. So they have basically a standard budget of about 22 million. With the increase of lodging tax, they added another $19.5 million to, in addition to and over that $22 million budget. So that with the budget that we passed was basically a $42 million budget. So it almost doubled their budget. And quite honestly, we didn't know that that's what we did. So on the last day of our meetings, we had that discussion. And from that meeting, the recommendation was that we would bring a floor amendment, and that's what this is. This is just a minor haircut compared to the full 19 million that was approved. What this does, and if you have your summary sheet, if you look at number 2 and number 3, one of them is a one-time payment of $8 million to grow visitation, increasing brand exposure. And then number 3 is a $5 million destination development budget. We cut that in half, so we reduce it by 6.7 million. So what this budget does is it reduces that additional or brand new $19 million extended budget down to about $12.5 million. So that would mean their total budget now is around $34 million if this passes. So I'd ask for your faithful consideration.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Representative Newsom first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that you just resist this amendment. The Appropriations Committee, I'm glad that the good bringer referred to the summary sheet. So on page 26, if you refer to the summary sheet, all of that was vetted through appropriations as they went through the testimony process from the agency. It was carefully considered, and it was determined that that was a reasonable use of these funds. So let's be clear that these are not general funds. These are tourism dollars collected from the lodging tax. The $6 million that is attempting to be clawed back from this appropriation goes back to the tourism budget, goes back into tourism. It does not go to the general fund. So we're going to leave $6 million in the bank not being deployed, not being used for marketing, not being used to bring visitors to our state. This extra money that the good bringer referred to allows the Department of Tourism to feature those lesser known locations in our state. It allows them to feature the Platte River in Natrona County. It allows them to feature other things in the northwest corner. So I would ask that you vote no on this. We're still being outspent by our surrounding states. In fact, the governor of South Dakota just recently added $35 million to their tourism budget. I think it's important that we stay competitive. I think it's important that we let the Office of Tourism do their work. Let them bring visitors to our state. Let them increase the number of tax dollars that are brought by our visitors. So you all know me, I can stand up here and talk for days about tourism. The easiest thing to do so that I don't stand up here and talk for days is to simply have an enthusiastic no so that the speaker does not have to worry about the vote. So I'm asking for your enthusiastic no on this amendment that claws back money from the Office of Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I also urge a no vote. Folks, if you remember back just a couple of years ago, and actually going back 3 years ago, the discussion was, we need to get tourism off the general fund. In a couple of different attempts, the industry did what was asked. The legislature passed the enabling legislation. Now we've done everything asked, and all of a sudden, because there was a good tourism year and the collections look good, now all of a sudden, tourism isn't allowed to go after some of these new markets that will affect all 23 counties. I urge a no vote. It really doesn't make sense what's going on here. When tourism was asked, and they've delivered. Now I ask that let them go to work and deliver even more tourism. I'll also add on that the second largest industry can grow even more and can help each and every community, I believe, in the state. I've seen it before, and it definitely will grow. I urge a no vote on the amendment. Let the Division of Tourism do its work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, Chairman Greer, and then Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge an aye vote on this. Okay, it's true. We worked hard. Most of us here worked hard to get this tax passed so that we could move the board off of, or tourism off of the general fund. We also recognized, okay, if you recall, we had set an amount and we recognized that as it grows, that amount can grow, but it was metered. Now, the worst thing we can do, I don't know, top 5, I'm not remembering the other 3 to quote the chairman of revenue, is pass a tax, give it to an agency and not give it any oversight. That's all your appropriations committee is doing. They have to come in and get their budget approved. And all they're doing is providing the oversight. Now, they made a mistake. They're just trying to correct that here. So I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. I'm not bad-mouthing tourism. I'm not bad-mouthing what they're trying to get done. As a matter of fact, it's going well. But if we want that to continue, we need to make sure that we at least have somebody watching, that they're taking the taxpayers' dollars and they're being watched by us. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Zwanitzer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Strongly against the amendment, right? And so we dealt with this for a decade. Tourism, do we give them more money? Should tourism be generally funded? Had that fight for a decade. We finally said, tourism, you want money? We'll give you a tax. You go out there, you raise the money yourself. So they did, right? We gave them that authority. We said, we're going to do this. They went out. Maybe it was a crazy year this last year, but they raised a bunch of money and now they want to spend it on tourism things, doing exactly what we asked of them. And now we're saying, you raised more than we thought you might. And so now we just want to hold it back on your benefit in case you have a bad tourism year next year, so you still have some funds. I don't think that's what the industry wants. You know, we legitimately had a great year of people visiting the state. No reason to think we're not going to keep having those great years ahead of us. But it seems really odd when we said, hey, go out and do it yourselves. We'll give you a mechanism. You get off the general fund. You raise your own money. Yes, you have to come back and we will, check in and make sure you're spending that appropriately. But I didn't hear that anyone thinks they're spending inappropriately yet. It just started. So until we have a year or two of seeing where this money goes to and what their initiatives are, it's really tough to say, yeah, you raised it, now you don't get it, without at least knowing what they're spending on. Maybe we give them the authority, give them the full amount. We come back in a year or two, and then we can say maybe as a body in the legislature, we think you're putting money weird places, and maybe we should put, some sideboards on it. But I don't know why you would stall the horse out of the gate before we've even started moving on this.
Representative Gray, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge an aye vote on this amendment. I think it's an incredible amendment. Mistakes happen all the time. And I think we need to understand that, sometimes the Appropriations Committee makes a mistake. That's why they put in there the ability for the Chairman of Appropriations to bring an amendment at any time when we're in these readings. The understanding when the body passed the lodging tax, when the state legislature passed the lodging tax, was not that if there was an excess, a tremendous growth in tourism, that they were going to achieve that excess for their own budget. The understanding was they were going to be taken off the general fund and they were going to guarantee that 2 bienniums before where they were at. But it was not that if they had some influx, the tourism budget was going to grow. That was not the understanding. Now, yes, we created that special revenue account, and we continue to debate what to do with that special revenue account, I think it should tip into the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. No surprise there based on some previous amendments that I brought. But the reality is that this was not the understanding when we passed the lodging tax, that if they had a good year, that there was going to be this tremendous influx. And I remind you, if the grocery store down the street brings in more sales tax, we don't promote that grocery store. If the hotel I'm staying at has if the realtor down the street has a good year and brings in more tax revenue, granted they're exempt, but let's in theory say they weren't, we don't promote their business. I mean, we don't do this for any other business except tourism, where we say that they have to have this dedicated fund where the tax revenue that is siphoned from their business is dedicated to promotion of their industry. And it's a special thing that tourism has lobbied for in our country, across the country. It's not just here, but I think we got to put some controls on this thing, and I urge an aye vote and just, correct the mistake that appropriations made. People make mistakes all the time, and I think sometimes they make mistakes in opposing some of my amendments too. So they make mistakes all the time, and let's correct this one and vote aye. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just remind the body that we give them the means to come off the general fund and provide funding for tourism, but it doesn't mean that they don't still come before the legislature and get approval on how they can use those funds. And so why then would we question that they would or somehow want to put boards on it now, is because we have how many decades of history with this agency that comes before us to approve a budget. And some of their programs, we think that they've done pretty darn good. And other programs, we think that maybe a little curtailment may have been warranted. So and that's kind of where we're at here. We think that you've got these extra funds. We're not taking it away from them, but we want to watch how they're going to spend these dollars here for a little bit. And as that goes well, then okay. But I think that this is great amendment, and we love tourism. We're grateful for what they're doing, and we're just really glad that we've got this means to take them off the general fund. But it doesn't mean taking them out of the appropriating process.
Any other members for their first time? First time, Amendment 25. First time, Amendment 25. First time, second time. Second time. Second time. Chairman Zwanitzer, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess in my question, and it was referred to that at least one member of this body wants a tip eventually. We're just holding this money back from them apparently, and maybe it'll grow. And I guess I'd like an explanation. What is the plan? If they continue to get more revenues than we expected, are we eventually just going to tip it and take it back? Or are we going to let them have the full funding they gain next year? It just seems like a really weird policy question that we let them do this. And it's not like we're diverting the money anywhere else. It looks like we're just holding it back in the fund for years. So if I could get a clarification on that. But ultimately, if they continue to have good years, will the policy be to take the tourism money back and dump it towards education, something else? Or are we just going to ration them so they don't grow too fast? I just want, what's the future with what we're setting right now? This is really the first year after this went into effect and the money's coming in. And now all of a sudden the policy, well, I guess we can have a disagreement on what we all agreed to in previous years, but I remember that we were going to continue to monitor, but I don't remember that we said, hey, if you make over a certain amount, we'll take it back and hold it and do something with it at a later date. So that's, I think, the fear that this sets as a precedent that we won't let them have the full amount. What happens to that later on and will eventually, be taken from them to do something else for the benefit of the state?
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. This is your second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to be clear, no one was questioning that they had to come back in front of appropriations. That was set out from the beginning. Nobody's questioning that. That's the way it was set up to work. What's being questioned here is tourism was said, we want you off the general fund, set up a plan, come in front of appropriations. They've done all of that. So there will be cash reserves for a year, even utilizing this plan over and above that. And they've done everything they've been asked, yet we want to put additional sideboards right off the bat. And I do believe they have a proven track record. I do think they've set out and handled the cuts when they needed to cut. Now they have an opportunity to grow the industry, which I believe will happen. I urge a no vote on this. And if we get to a point where we're going to start talking about putting the monies to other areas and other departments, tip into the LISRA, wherever, I totally object to that. That wasn't part of the discussion, and to change the rules at this point is absolutely wrong. And only one member mentioned that. So I would urge real caution on talking that way. So it's problematic to capture a phrase of the good representative from where I'm from. But please vote no on this amendment.
Thank you. Members, first, we're on second time. Second time, Representative Gray. Second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, in my opinion, what's problematic in this entire conversation is the notion that tourism seems to think that this money belongs to them. And it does not belong to them. It belongs to the people of Wyoming. And there was no understanding when this bill was passed that it would do anything but take tourism off the general fund and guarantee where they were at 2 bienniums prior, which this amendment does if passed. And the notion that this belongs to tourism, we don't do this for any other industry. If I go to the mall, if I spend money there, it's not going to go into promoting that business. It's not going to go into promoting the other business I might shop at, the drugstore right outside the mall. It's not going to go to any of that. But this tourism thing seems to think that this is a special deal just for them, that anything that is collected off this tax has to go towards tourism. Now, granted, I'm not proposing a tip in this amendment. All this amendment does is it just sets them back to where they were before, and it's in line with what the bill did, with what the understanding was a year ago. But this money does not belong to the tourism industry. It does not. It belongs to the people of the state of Wyoming. And the Appropriations Committee made a mistake, and we should correct it. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Newsom for your first time, or second time, excuse me. Second time, Representative Newsom.
Thank you. I want to speak to all of you who have ever had a marketing budget, who have a business, who work for a business who have a marketing budget. Do you leave 15% of that marketing budget in the bank, not to be used, not to attract people to your business? Do you leave 15% of that money off the table? Just so that you can have a little savings, just in case, and you're not going to use it for your marketing, although it's there. That's what they're asking for this, is to take 15% and say, we're not going to deploy that money. For every dollar spent in the tourism budget, we get $9 back in taxes. So are we willing to not get that tax revenue because we're unwilling to spend money to bring visitors that support our economy? In 2019, we had 9.1 visitors. 2021, we had 8.2 visitors. In 2022, I imagine we'll get that extra million visitors if we can attract them, if we can compete with our surrounding states to bring them to Wyoming instead of to South Dakota or Montana or Colorado or Utah. Let's let the Office of Tourism have a chance to prove that with these additional funds, we can deliver additional people. I spent 6 years on the Office of Tourism board, and I can tell you from personal experience that none of these numbers were put in this budget willy-nilly, that there is a plan for each and every one of these dollars to bring people to Wyoming. That's how it works. And I spent 6 years looking at Office of Tourism budgets to assure that money was not spent willy-nilly, that there was a well-laid-out plan for these dollars. So once more, I'd ask you for an enthusiastic no on this particular amendment. Thank you very much.
Any other members for their first time? First time. Second time, excuse me. Second time before the sponsor, to the sponsor, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting how this worked. When we passed the lodging tax, the estimated income for the first biennium was around 22, 23 million. So we thought it would just barely cover, and maybe it was a little bit more, but we thought it would just barely cover the budget and a little more. And lo and behold, they ended up with over $40 million. And so then when we were presented this budget and we saw, and if you look at on the summary sheet, these particular programs, the one that we cut in half, the one time to grow visitation by increasing brand exposure, we contacted the two chairs of TRW and said, did they come and show you each one of these programs, tell you why they wanted to invest in them, outline it, and present it to your committee? And the answer was no. They didn't present it to you. They presented an idea, but they never showed the marketing costs, what particular programs were. And so our reaction was, these have not been vetted by the committee. Every new program, should be vetted by the committee and reviewed and analyzed to know if that's where we want to spend our tourism dollars and have justification by the tourism folks on how we're spending our dollars. So we said, well, we want to slow this train down, but we forgot and got ran over by the train. So this is just taking a step back on 1/3 of those dollars and saying, for example, take this one example, one time to grow visitation, increase brand exposure in Wyoming. Well, everything that the folks at tourism have told us is you never do one-time brand advertising, because if you do it once, it's there and it goes away. And then what are you going to do next year? You have to follow it up. You've got to continue the process to continue that brand exercise. And so we're going, well, this really isn't one time. They call it one time, but it's not one time. So that means what the problem is that all these funds will be tied up, and then we want TRW to evaluate each one of those programs and have it presented to them and say, yeah, this is the biggest bang for the buck that you have. And so we're just trying to slow this process down, have them present everything that they're doing to TRW and have a cost analysis done if that's what we, the legislature, want. And we want to learn more about it. And so we didn't take the money away from them. It'll still stay in that account. And hopefully that's what will transpire. So thank you for your time.
All right, members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 25. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Division being, actually, Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly, Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Hare, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller,
No.
O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood,
No.
Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Duncan, aye to no. Air, aye to no. Banks, aye to no. Burkhart, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 28 aye, 31 no, 1 excused.
The amendment has not been adopted. Representative Oakley, a privilege of the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to introduce, we have two of Fremont County's finest today here. If you'll stand up, Sheriff Ryan Lee and Under Sheriff Mike Hutchison. Sheriff, I'm gonna continue, sorry. Sheriff Lee has over 20 years in law enforcement, having served in about every capacity within the sheriff's office that one can, including detention, deputy, detective, captain, and undersheriff before his current role, of course, as elected sheriff. He received a Valor Award from the Wyoming Peace Officers Association for an incredible situation involving a hostage that I won't go into. Mike Hutchison is a 15-year veteran of law enforcement and similarly has served in many different roles, including detective, which I've had the honor of doing felony trials with Under Sheriff Hutchison before his current role. In addition, both of these men are long-term Riverton volunteer firemen. Both have served as the chief of the Riverton Fire Department. Mike Hutchison was the 2011 Wyoming Firefighter of the Year. And Ryan also received a citation for courage and valor as a fireman for saving a person within minutes of a building exploding. Needless to say, truly, two of Wyoming's heroes.
Well, thank you, Representative Oakley, for sharing these fine gentlemen with us today. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the House. Appreciate all your work. Next amendment for our consideration is 5252. I have that as Representative Rodriguez Williams. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 52 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, during the last legislative session, we worked hard to pass House Bill 236, which is now enacted into law under Wyoming Statute 1310-302A. The law prohibits financial institutions and payment processors in Wyoming from discriminating against firearm businesses that support or engaged in lawful commerce of firearms, firearm accessories, or ammunition products. The firearm industry in Wyoming is thriving, respected, and valued. I have the utmost respect for the innovations that are taking place in my community and vowed to support their efforts to expand. The group that
controls the Shop Wyoming website has free choice over what platform is used and payment processor that they choose. And what this amendment does, if you look at the first section there, line 5 of this general fund appropriation, $250,000 shall only be affected upon certification of the Attorney General to the state auditor that any payment processor utilized by the Shop Wyoming program is compliant with this statute. So this withholds $250,000 from the can I say that? Yeah.
Please proceed.
From the Wyoming Business Council and the university.
Is there any other discussion? First time, Representative Walters and then Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the good bringer. I see that this really just withholds $250,000 from each of those entities if they are unable to find a payment processor that will abide by the statute listed here. My question is, will that take, if they switch payment processors, how many other small businesses that use the Shop Wyoming program will be harmed by implementing such amendment?
Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last year, 44 members of this body voted for House Bill 236. And I think it's really appalling when an organization that's funded by state agencies or state entities is the first one to come to our attention as being in violation of the goals of that statute. And so I just ask us as a body to send a message to these entities that they need to fix this problem. They can, but they just won't. And so they can fix this problem. This just simply gives them an incentive to get it done. Sooner they get it done, the sooner the Attorney General certifies it, and the sooner they get their money. Stand up for us, for the House of Representatives, and vote aye.
Any other member for their first time? First time. Chairman Zwanitzer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my question is, how can they fix it? If they can, payment processors, they fall into interstate commerce. Wyoming can't regulate interstate commerce under the Constitution. And so I guess I'm a little confused how the Wyoming Business Council is supposed to force a national corporation or a corporation that I don't believe is housed in Wyoming, but would certainly claim protection under the U.S. Constitution, how the state of Wyoming forces them to be in compliance. So if I could get some more information on why we would hold a state agency hostage until they force something that's protected under the U.S. Constitution to do their bidding, or we don't give them money. But if the testimony is they can fix it, I just need someone to tell me how.
Thank you. Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my county, I have 2 gun sales outfits that submitted to sell on this website, who received letters back from the council stating that they could not sell their products until they changed their credit card processor, and that they were in the process of doing that. So I do believe we're headed in the right direction, but that's been months with no follow-up letter, with nothing from the AG saying that something's going to happen about this. So I do believe we need to put this in here just to get things moving so that people understand when we pass laws as a body, we mean it. On and forward the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Craigo, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the bringers of the amendment, neither for or against at this point. I just have a question because I'm trying to wrap my head around this. How do we actually determine compliance? We're putting that onus on the Attorney General, and I'm just trying to figure out how that, in my head, how exactly we make that happen.
First time. Any member for their first time? Representative Larson, Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think we could verify compliance when our manufacturers actually say they can use the site. I mean, we've got gun manufacturers up in our area that have been denied the use of the site. If they can just find a different credit card company that accepts gun sales, this would all be solved. They're out there.
Thank you. Any other member first time? First time, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honestly, I'm trying to wrap my brain around this, and I don't think I caught the full explanation. So maybe on the second time, if I can just get a full explanation on this. It seems to me that we're withholding $250,000 out of their budget. And if that's the case, okay. That just seems like an awfully small amount to me when you're talking about the whole budget and what they're doing. So maybe I've got that wrong. I would appreciate some assistance on that. But then the second thing is, if we have a party that's been aggrieved specifically against state statute, can't they go to the courts and have this, fixed at the court system? And I don't have a problem with us doing this and forcing the hand on it, because I certainly think that, as the good representative from the center of the state said, that bill passed. I mean, it's law, but we also have a place for those types of things to be adjudicated, and that's the third branch of government that we often refer to. So if I could just get some clarification, I really am confused about what we're trying to do here, but I'd like to support. I just want to make sure that I know what I'm supporting.
Thank you. Representative Sherwood, I see your virtual hand. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm also just trying to wrap my mind around this, and quick Google to the Shop Wyoming website. On the bottom there is a description that says Shop Wyoming is presented by Wyoming's SBDC, funded through a cooperative agreement with the federal SBA, with CARES funds to assist businesses in recovering from the pandemic. So I'm a little confused reading this and then seeing that this appropriation would essentially pause or hold money from our economic development agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member first time? We're on first time on the amendment. First time on the amendment. First time, second time. Second time. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we're asking here is that these two primary funding entities use their clout, because they do contribute funds to this other organization, and say, go out to bid, find a new processor that will conduct business with these entities. And, all of our gun stores in Wyoming take credit cards. True? So there's got to be a credit card processor out there that's willing to handle firearms transactions. We're just asking that this funding be withheld to encourage, to use the power of the purse to encourage this organization to go out and find another credit card processor that will accept firearms transactions. And as soon as that's done, they get all their money. Simple enough.
Any other member for their second time? Second time, Representative Brown, second time. No. Any other member for their second time? Second time to the sponsor, Representative Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to encourage an aye vote. I appreciate the comments of the good representative from the Windy City, and this really is an embarrassment, is what it comes down to. We're a firearm-friendly state. We advertise that we're a firearm-friendly state. And this is a business, this is an industry that is thriving. It brings in a lot of funding into my community. And when I hear that one of my constituents, one of my local businesses is rejected on a state-funded website through state-funded programs, that's embarrassing to me. We need to be in compliance. We need to do what it takes to be in compliance, whether it's adding a second credit card processor or changing the first one. I urge an aye vote.
All right, members, we are voting on second reading and amendment number 52. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment for your consideration is 26. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 26.
Thank you. Representative Stith, amendment number 27. See if you can beat that time.
Mr. Speaker, members, I bring you amendment number 27, ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment has no money attached to it, so all it does is place conditions and give guidance to the School of Energy, our school that deals with energy resource research, so that they'll apply this money that's already in the budget to see if it makes economic sense for state public works projects to incorporate carbon dioxide into concrete that's used in public works projects. So that's it. There's no money attached to this amendment at all. Ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Zwanitzer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my question is who's paying for it if there's no appropriation attached? We're just asking the School of Energy Resources out of their current funding to take on a feasibility study in pretty new area, which I would think would take a little bit of staff time and resources. So just a double check on, is it just from their internal funding, we're directing them with no additional money to take on what I think is a fairly sizable project?
Representative Heiner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I can help with this research a little bit. We did air entrainment while I was in college, and we made canoes that would float, and we had canoe races with them. You add about 7% air into the concrete, so you just replace that air with carbon dioxide. So pretty simple thing. Now, is it economically feasible? The Jim Bridger power plant emits 18 million tons of carbon dioxide in a year. So using 7% entrainment in concrete, you would have to use 0.17 trillion cubic yards of concrete. So you would have to build 2.7 million Empire State Buildings every year to use that much carbon dioxide. So is it economically feasible? I sincerely doubt it. Should we spend our time researching this? I don't think it. I think there's other things we can spend our time and our research at the University of Wyoming doing rather than something like that.
Any other member first time? First time, Chairman Burkhart and Chairman Larson. Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple questions on this that I'm unsure of. I think the School of Energy Resources could handle this. However, it talks about potential carbon dioxide storage hub in Wyoming. That's already in, I guess, in their realm of assigned duties is to look for carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So I think they're kind of already doing this. I don't think it would hurt to have them look at making concrete or other products from carbon dioxide, something they haven't really looked at as close as some of the other issues dealing with coal. But again, it seems like we're already doing some of this, especially the hub issues and the fact that a number of companies are interested in storing carbon dioxide here in Wyoming. So I'm a little confused. So just some explanation, please.
Thank you. Representative Larson. Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think this may have been a bill brought on this, and maybe it didn't come forward. But when I first looked at the bill, I got online and looked on Google, or well, probably can't say that. Got on the web, and there's companies already out there doing it. They're building buildings using this same procedure. So I would I'm going to vote no.
Thank you. Any other members, the first time? First time, first time, first time, second time. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Stith. My apologies. Chairman Burkhart, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for maybe not getting here quick enough. If I could suggest maybe potential for a third reading amendment to resolve some of these issues, if this doesn't pass, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their second time? Second time. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And again, to the members, I apologize for the truncated presentation earlier. So to walk through this slightly in a more organized fashion, on page 27 of the crib sheet for Agency 67, note 10, in the existing budget, there is $300,000 general fund, one time, for a feasibility study and research related to carbon capture and utilization. Okay, that's in the budget right now. So the purpose of this amendment is to clarify what they're supposed to do with the $300,000. This was done in consultation with the director of the school that does this at the university, who suggested these conditions that are in this footnote. And I certainly did not explain that or make that clear. Why does any of this make sense if, as the other representative said, it's already being done? In April of 2020, the Carbon X Prize was awarded to 2 entities for proving that, yes, it's feasible to make concrete with carbon dioxide. So yes, you can do that. The economic question, however, is slightly different. The question is, how much more expensive is the concrete, right? So that's the purpose of this study, is to find out, is it a lot more expensive or a little bit more expensive? If it's a lot more expensive, then it would not make any sense to require our schools to be built with concrete blocks this way, because it would be too expensive. Okay. As to the scope of it and how much carbon gets emitted from a coal-fired electrical generation power plant, it is certainly true that you wouldn't need as much carbon dioxide as gets generated from a coal-fired generation plant. Worldwide, however, the production of concrete today accounts for 8% of all carbon emissions. 8% of all carbon emissions in the world are from concrete. So it's not a small piece of the carbon emissions. If it were feasible, like for example, let's imagine that concrete costs $400 a yard the way we make it now. And let's imagine it costs just $440 a yard, cubic yard, with this. Well, it might make sense. Wyoming is such a small market. It probably wouldn't matter economically if we required our schools, because we don't build that many schools, right? But if it worked in our state, we could create a market for this to show that concrete suppliers, yes, you can do this, and there will be a market. You can sell your concrete, even if it costs a little bit more, right? Then the states that buy a lot of our coal, big states that buy lots and lots of our coal out of the Powder River Basin, they might decide to adopt this for their own purposes. So this is kind of a miniature moonshot. The idea is that if you could show that it's feasible to build your schools, your highways, out of concrete made with carbon dioxide, what that would tend to do at the margin, if not only we adopted it, but other states adopted it, would be that we would sell more coal. You could prolong the life of your coal-fired generation power plants, even if it's not at any given power plant a huge percentage. So again, when you're voting yes, aye for this, you're not spending any extra money. The money's already there in the budget. Let's just put some sideboards on it. The other feature of this, at the request of our agency, was to also look at a carbon dioxide storage hub. That's also a big deal. And this study would include that too, so you get 2 things in it. So thank you for your patience on this, I vote aye without spending any extra money. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We are voting on second reading amendment number 27. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. We've lost our enthusiasm. I'm going to call the amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 28. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 28 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just a simple cleanup. This is a matching program at UW and the College of Ag. And the College of Ag wanted to change in the language. It was not as it was intended when it was put in the budget. And so this is the cleanup.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none. Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 28. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. 29. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring second reading amendment 29 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, we have in our retirement system a $10.8 billion in sophisticated investment portfolio, pays out more than $700 million in pension benefits to 33,000 pensioners and managers, manages an account of more than 41,000 active employed members. In every situation involving accounting, there's always an internal control process. Currently, we have one accountant. And if you think about key persons, what happens if that accountant is sick or is unable to work? And I listened carefully to the testimony during the preparation, and I believe this agency had the request for, I think, 3 positions, and one benefit analyst was approved. Just as a comparison, I worked as a chief financial officer and a comptroller for a major industrial facility with 5,000 employees, a $350 million budget, a $2.5 million biweekly payroll. And we had 70 accountants, budget analysts, and budget technicians. Accounting is very important, and this is a skill set that needs to be covered. Yes, we have a process where we have audits, right? But this is about internal controls and making sure that we're doing things right. Now, the person who gets the check from this agency doesn't concern themselves what happens behind or upstream of that check, but we want to make sure that check's accurate. And so, simply stated, that's all it is. It's a modest amount of $225,637 on, as I say, for a backup accountant for a system that's managing $10.8 billion. This agency pays the cost of the people that are running this agency. So, and if you compare it to other agencies around the country similar to this one, we're getting a pretty good value on our dollar. I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kinner and then Representative Larson-Lloyd. Representative Kinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, we did review this request and we did deny the request. We took a look at it and that was just our position. So just to share our thoughts with you on that.
Thank you. Representative Larson-Lloyd.
My kind and benevolent banker friend from up in north of here is very courteous about kind of what happened on this discussion. So, and I think it's important that we talk about this somewhat, and I'll try and be as diplomatic as I can. But so this agency brought this request before the governor. The governor denied it in their budget. They then come before the Appropriations Committee. We looked at it. We denied it, and then was informed by this agency that, well, we can go and use other funds and get it anyway. We had to kind of have this little visit about when we say no, we mean no. And so I'd encourage us to just resist this amendment, and we'll make sure that they comply with what the governor and the legislature suggests, and then maybe next time around they can address that maybe in a little different manner and we can consider it differently.
Any other member for their first time? First time on Amendment 29. First time, Amendment 29. First time, first time. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the question.
Members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 29. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Amendment number 30, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw amendment number 30.
Thank you, Representative Henderson. 31, Representative Washut. I've got 1 minute. I'm still in the pool.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker.
So if you all withdraw now.
I move to introduce second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill number 1 and encourage your favorable consideration. This is a heavy lift. You know, we've got 2 judicial districts in our entire state that are staffed with district attorneys as opposed to prosecutors out of the county attorney's office. So I'm going to ask you for some money to increase the staffing at the 7th Judicial District Attorney's Office. And so for 22 counties in this room, it makes no difference to you, probably, whether we have an adequately staffed district attorney's office in Casper or not. But I ask you to think about how often constituents from your communities come to my community for athletic events, for tourism, for business, or just coming on a drive, okay? And when they come to our community, we want it to be relatively safe. It's never going to be perfectly safe, but our office of our district attorney is running on a treadmill. Let me give you an example. Thursday, February 17th, just to pick one of many examples, we had hearings in every one of our courts, all of our criminal courts, juvenile court, adult district court, circuit court, all had hearings. And they had them throughout the morning, 8:30, 10, 10:30, 11. And every district, assistant district attorney and the district attorney were tied up appearing in those hearings, but they didn't have enough to go to all the different hearings. And so you had court judges twiddling their thumbs, waiting for an ADA to be available to come to their courtroom so the hearing could progress. This is not an isolated incident in our county. It happens with some regularity. We will also be considering adding a 4th judge for our district. The judges assured us that they didn't think that was going to impact the prosecutors. The prosecutors were fairly certain that it would have an impact on their workload and their ability to meet those needs. So who suffers when a district attorney's office doesn't have sufficient staff? Not me, right? Victims of crime, defendants in criminal cases are all affected when we don't have the staff. Because in a district attorney's office, we're not just talking about showing up in the courtroom, we're talking about showing up in the courtroom prepared, having properly prepared for that case. And that's where the legal assistant comes into this budget amendment. So I'm asking for a prosecutor's position and a legal assistant's position to be added to the 7th Judicial District. I wouldn't be asking this if it weren't demonstrably necessary. Please vote aye.
Thank you. First time, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Members, I would urge you to vote no on this. When the district attorney came to us, the district attorney had 4 separate exception requests asking for more money for this agency, and the Joint Appropriations Committee granted all 4 of those requests. One of those requests was for an additional full-time equivalent position for a victim witness advocate. The committee agreed with that. The district attorney also asked for a full-time equivalent position for a legal assistant. We recommended that, and that's in your draft budget right now. I certainly am sympathetic to people who get double booked. I have 2 court hearings scheduled for tomorrow morning, so I understand what that's like to be overbooked. I get that. But I think that I applaud what the district attorney in the 7th Judicial District is doing. I think, frankly, that office runs very well. They do a great job. And so I think that this time, I don't know that we need the extra appropriation when it's not been requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member, first time? First time? First time? First time? Second time? To the sponsor. Representative Washut.
Vote aye.
All right, members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 31. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment, 32, Representative Newsom. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to you Amendment 32, and I ask for your favorable consideration. This is basically, as we've been talking about salaries and our employees, and we've talked about state employees. We have yet to talk about school employees. This particular amendment offers a 4.478% increase for non-professional labor in our schools, and for a 3.323 increase for our professional staff. Our schools have struggled with cuts. They've struggled with teaching staff, and so this is a one-time ask for $24.4 million to allow for the teachers to have an increase in their salary. Back in 2011 and 2012, we had the evidence-based model and our statutory model, our legislative model. In that year, we were, oh yeah, I probably can't do that, but there's a handout that looks a lot like one that the Chairman of Revenue would provide in other testimony. So if you can grab your handout, that's a columns of numbers. So in 2011, 2012, I don't want to say overfunded, but we had $103 million more than the evidence-based model. At this point, 22-23, we have $53 million less, $150 million swing in the funding of our schools. I think it's important that we recognize that through the pandemic, our teachers just stepped up and did a wonderful job. They're terrific, and we want them to stay. The problem is we have in our most wealthy county, we have 50 teachers leaving that county. A lot of that's because they can't find a place to live for a reasonable amount of money. So, and in my county, we have a teacher shortage. I know along the I-80 corridor, there's a teacher shortage. And I think that we need to recognize that several years ago, we did big pay increases for teachers. And we were paying our teachers more than any other state. And then we stopped that increase. And so that leap that we took has now been eroded. And our surrounding states have caught up. And so we are on par for teacher salaries with our surrounding states. We no longer lead the pack. So I would ask for an aye vote on budget amendment number 32.
Thank you. Chairman Paxton, first time. Other members, first time, please be queuing up. First time, Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past year, I've had the opportunity to travel across the state and meet a lot of different superintendents from different school districts. And the number one problem always is the same. They have a great deal of difficulty retaining and hiring staff all the way through, across from professional staff and non-professional staff. It's an extremely difficult problem for them, and it's getting worse. This particular amendment, I think, could go at least some of the way in restoring our competitive edge that we've had before. So on and for the amendment.
Thank you. Madam Minority Floor Leader Conley, please proceed. First time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment. And admittedly, members of the body, you're probably going to get a lineup from your Education Committee, because we're the ones who have heard all of the data over the interim, and many of us have participated in the recalibration committees over the past several years, and I'm more than happy to share with you the volumes of information that we have. The figure that was given to you by the good, and actually the vice chair of another committee and a junior member of our committee who has really taken it upon herself to understand, right, the funding that goes into education and importantly about teacher salaries. We've learned, so the way that we came up with that percentage, it wasn't just made up. It's a very specific percentage. We on JEC are obligated to hear the data from consultants, and again, volumes of information about what we should do with the model in terms of utilities, supplies, and then salaries, both for professional and non-professional staff. After we hear that testimony, we write a letter to the JAC making recommendations. JAC only accepted the recommendations for utilities and supplies and didn't address the recommendations regarding salary. Those recommendations this year came from a study that indicated that, and I'm reading some of it for you, that Wyoming teaching salaries have shown little growth since 2012 and 13, 10 years, 10 years. Teaching wages have fallen relative to salaries in other comparable occupations in Wyoming from a ratio of 96% to 85%. We hadn't even thought about the pandemic at that point. Wyoming is losing its competitive edge to every other state around us when it comes to recruiting teachers. That is also evidence that we heard, right? Where districts were able to have 5, 10, 15 individuals apply for any open position, right now there are open positions all over the state. Data that I saw was that we have 219 vacancies right now. All of this, and we haven't even thought about the pandemic. If any of you go home and talk to any teachers in your neighborhoods, I'm sure some of you have kids or grandkids who are teachers, I would put to you that no one has worked harder in the pandemic than teachers, right? They taught in classroom, they taught online, we had teachers going out and delivering lunches, all right, checking up on kids and families. No one worked harder than teachers. And this data that we have doesn't even take into account the pandemic. So what do we have before us? We have a budget before us where executive branch employees, UW and the community colleges are getting a 5% raise. And we know what's coming up, our budget amendments that so many of you have already said that you want to increase that, because we believe that our executive branch employees deserve that raise, all right? But we have nothing for teachers, zero in this budget in terms of raises for teachers. That is not a message that I want to go home with. I want to go home with a message that at least recommends a one-year ECA that was recommended by the consultants of about 3%. On and in favor.
Thank you. Representative Barrett and then Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of questions. The handout showed these increases over this period of time in both the evidence-based model and the statutory model. And just comparing them to inflation, I see that both of these models are above the inflation for that same period of time. The evidence-based model by 237 million, and the statutory model is over by 123 million beyond inflation during that time. Just a quick clarification from the bringer, if she could, about why that is. And then also, I have a question. We had testimony that through ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and eventually ESSER 3, we have a big influx of monies coming into the school districts. And my understanding is that those school districts will be able to use that for the the teachers and other employees. It seems to me that this body has tried to get money to the teachers. I'm certainly for that. I think the teachers in the classroom is where we need to be focused. But it does go to those districts as a grant, a block grant, where the administration does get to choose how that money is spent. And I'm afraid until we fix that problem, we really can't focus on the teachers. We send the money and it always seems to go somewhere else. Just a little clarification.
Thank you, Representative Brown, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is one of my favorite things that I really like about this body. We like to do studies, and we like to fund studies. As a matter of fact, we just had a discussion that the University of Wyoming is going to do a study on carbon dioxide and sequestration, and we just really like to do studies. And then when we get the studies back, if they don't determine what we want them to hear, we say, well, the study's flawed. We don't need to listen to that. Well, that's exactly what's happened right here. We paid for a study. We had a consultant come in, and they make a recommendation to the entire Joint Appropriations, the entire Joint Education Committee. You get ourselves plus the members down the hall, and they sit and we listen to probably about a half a day worth of testimony, and they explain what this external cost adjustment's going to cover. And that passed. That passed a joint body. Came out of that body and went over to the Joint Appropriations Committee, and the Joint Appropriations Committee did as they do. They said, hey, look, we don't feel that this is warranted. I'm not sure that that's what we want to go back home and tell our teachers. Not when we're about ready to sweep $400 million into the rainy day account. I don't think we want to send that message. Let's rewind back to March of 2020. Many of the members that are in here now were not here at that time. We left this body not knowing what in the world was going to happen. Fast forward less than a week later, and our whole world came to a grinding halt. And we relied on teachers. I don't think there's anybody in this room, besides the one teacher that I'm aware of, that wanted to sit there and teach kids any more than the teachers that were in this state. And they did it. They did it via online, and they got back into the classrooms as soon as they could. And so this external cost adjustment is coming up saying, hey, look, you guys are behind the 8 ball when it comes to paying your teachers. You haven't given one of these in a while. You should recommend this, and you should probably pay for this. So that's what we sent over to the Joint Appropriations Committee, and the Joint Appropriations Committee slashed it. We're just trying to make that whole. We definitely have a situation here where we are lower than our neighboring states. When you hear the testimony, especially from the western side of the state and the northern side of the state, where we've got our state neighbors that are paying their teachers anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000 more a year's base salary, it's really hard for those school districts, Lincoln County, Sheridan County, any of those areas, Uinta County, they're having a hard time getting these teachers to come in. This is our chance to try to pull that back and fix that a little bit. So I hope that we can all understand that we've been tightening our belt for the past 6 years that I've been in here. This is, as the good representative from the center part of the state said earlier, it's the first time we've been flush since I've been in here. And I'll tell you, the mood is a lot more relaxed when you have some money that you're sweeping into the savings account as opposed to tightening and cutting more budgets. We have a chance right now to spend some of this money and give these teachers a raise. If you don't like the fact that we do a block grant and it goes to other places, I get that, I do. But I would submit to you that I believe that the majority of this $24 million we're looking for here is going to go to the teachers, because these superintendents continuously tell us they need more money to pay these teachers more. They're not looking for the money for themselves, and they're not looking at for central staff offices. They're looking to get teachers. With that, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Stith. First time, then Representative Larson, and Representative Sweeney. Please proceed, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, members, just briefly ask for a no vote on amendment number 32 on second reading. So this is for $24 million, as we discussed yesterday. The problem with K through 12 right now is not a lack of funds. So through the CARES Act, ESSER 1, CARES Act 2, ESSER 2, and the ARPA, ESSER 3, the school districts, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, my school district in my community, they're getting $22 million. Just one school district is getting that much money, okay? And under ESSER 3, they're specifically authorized to pay increased bonuses and premium pay for that. So if they want to pay the teachers more, they can. They've got the money. That's just one district has $22 million, right? And that's a good thing. I mean, I love my district. They're doing great, okay? But they're, and of course, and of the ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3 itself was a net $270 million to all the school districts K through 12 statewide. $270 million. And they're allowed to give pay increases with that $270 million. So they don't need another 24 on top of it, okay? There's money there. As far as teacher salaries go, it is true that there is pressure on teacher salaries. I think there is upward pressure based upon competition in surrounding states. Right now, Wyoming pays the teachers average about $60,000. Colorado's at about that. Utah pays about $55,000 teachers average. So it's less, but nonetheless, you know, they're creeping up on us. And so I want to acknowledge there is pressure to compensate teachers better. And I'm for compensating teachers better. We just don't need to do it in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Larson-Lloyd, then Representative Sweeney, and Representative Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For me, folks, the problem still lies here with us as legislators. And the concern I have about, and I'm against the ECA, and I'll explain why, but I just would point out that last year when we were making all the Step 2 and Step 3 reduction in agencies, we did provide a one-time ECA to education. We did in 20 and 21. We done an ongoing ECA in 19 and 20. So kind of, you know, some of these may not have been ongoing, but we've recognized and tried to address it. Why the problem I'm having this, and I think you have to set this ESSER money aside, realizing that it's one time. But I think where we have failed is last year when we looked at adjusting the model, we didn't get that done. And I think that the model really dictates how the salaries are used. And I'm not in favor of giving an ECA for professional, non-professional ed, really until we get that fixed. I think our funding model, our consultants would tell us, you legislators have adopted this model. And it's the model you adopted, and so this is how it should be funded. Now, if you don't want to fund it, if you want to fund it differently, change the model. And that's what we have failed to do. And so I think what we have in our funding model is, as I said last year, is really a Cadillac. It's wonderful. And it was developed at a time with the court decisions and when we had money, but things have changed. And I think that we kind of have to perhaps consider looking at this a little bit differently, and maybe a Cadillac doesn't work for us anymore. Maybe we just can't afford that. Buick could work just fine. Has butt warmers, has good radio. It'll get us across the finish line in a way we do different. And then we can adjust those salaries, do an ECA to adjust those salaries as we adjust the rest of this. There was some great work done last year as we've tried to look at this model. We didn't get across the finish line. Had the opportunity up to the last day, had some conflicts between us and the other side, and it dropped. I think we've got to come back. I think we have an obligation to come back and fix this and really address it, because our funding model, as in my opinion, as we currently have it, is unsustainable for the revenue projections we have coming in. Love the teachers, think that they deserve increases, but I think we have to get the model straight before we move to that component. And with that, that's just my opinion, and that's kind of my perspective as I've approached this ECA thing. We're trying to address the utilities and supplies for materials this year, but I think we need to come back and earnestly fix this model, get the ECA for the teaching and the professional staff. And so I'd encourage a no vote on that. Just, that's my opinion on the.
Thank you. So members, I'll remind you, we're not using brand names, whether you think they are luxury or not. Brand names, please. Representative Andrew, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would actually urge a no vote on this amendment. I was initially supportive of a bill that did basically the same thing, and I am in support of paying teachers more. But most of the states that we're talking about right now that are around us that pay their teachers around the same, or maybe even a little bit more, spend significantly less per student. In the case of Utah, about half per student than we do in Wyoming. And I think it would be wise to for school boards to find that money within their very generous budgets to pay teachers more and to attract teachers to our state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Clausen, first time. Any other members for your first time, please be at the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the bringers of this amendment. Is this percentage raise for the teachers we actually have or the teachers that are in the model?
Thank you. Chairman Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a teacher, I talk on this education issue. It's kind of, I always feel kind of weird about it. And I think, and maybe you guys who are in law enforcement and talk about cops maybe feel the same way, or if you work for the Water Commission or district attorney, or I don't know, maybe you're a rancher that's taking a subsidy. I don't know, has a state water. We all have these issues. And so I'm not going to talk about, oh gosh. First of all, I want to talk about there's a lot of good news in our education system. We got the highest graduation rate in the United States. Okay, and it's been a long, tough deal, and we're getting there. You take the only test that you can compare to other states is the NAEP test, and you take 4th and 8th grade, and you take the last 3 testing cycles, and we're 4th in the United States, right? And certainly best in the West. And so there's a lot of good news. And so I think as we debate these, I want people who are watching, man, we love our schools. We love our kids, and we love the people that work in those schools. So I just want to make sure we're sending the right message. I just want to talk about a couple numbers, though. So we've gotten a budget $54 million for 8,000 state employees. And there's going to be an amendment to take that to 85. And I think it's good. I mean, I've watched that thing. We've done all this cuts. I was chairman of appropriations when all this bad news started happening. So we've got some opportunity to kind of do that. So we've got 8,000 state employees. Most of them are in Laramie County. The second biggest amount are actually in Fremont County, state employees. So 54 million for 8,000. We're asking now in this deal, 24 million for 16,000 employees. It's twice as many K-12 employees as there are state employees. And if you look at, there's been a lot of talk about teachers, but just look at the amendment. On line 6, at 4.478, the biggest ECA are for classified employees. And that's that's who we're talking about. I mean, you can't get bus drivers anymore and custodians and people to work in the cafeteria. And it's, so that's a big part of that deal. And I think, and we've made some cuts to the general fund budget, but let's just go back a year now and think back to May 2020. Probably my biggest regret when I had the other job here is pushing for that May Craig. And I had members say, let's just wait till October. And the May Craig was right in the middle of no oil rigs drilling in this state for the first time in state's history. And when the oil was -30. And it scared all of us. And so this cut started. But let me just tell you, the cuts were mainly vacant positions. We cut 500 plus vacant positions out of the budget. We cut payments to providers, but we came back in the budget last year, and I worked with one of the appropriators on the worst of the worst. So we avoided the worst of the worst. And we've made up a lot of that today. I think this House has appropriated about $30 million today. make up a lot of that in these second reading amendments. So I think, you know, and I get the ESSER funds. I think that's another issue too, and you got to spend those to get reimbursed. You certainly aren't going to increase. I think you could do bonuses, certainly, absolutely, but you're not going to increase base salaries. So really, that's it. And as far as Cadillac stuff, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I mean, that's a nice thing to say, a Cadillac with my good friend with a seat warmer, but I think people are going to work every day and trying to get kids to move to the next level. And it's been a weird deal. I'll just tell you, as a person in the kid business, so those kids lost those 3 months, and you're doing online stuff, and you lose all that summer work. Last year, we're all wearing masks. But everybody's working. So regardless of how you vote on this, I think the message that we want to send, and I'm going to send, is we're really proud of our schools. Really proud of the 16,000 people who are driving buses, sweeping floors, taking care of kids every day, and trying to grow the next generation of Wyoming's leaders. So appreciate your consideration, and we'll continue the debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Again, members, let's try to refrain from using brand names. Any other member first time? Representative Nyman for your first time on Amendment 32.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. This is a real struggle for me, and I'm not going to take much of your time, but let's just boil this all down. This boils down to a local control issue. When we inject more money, just like another representative said, we don't get to determine where those dollars go. There have been multiple efforts to try to focus dollars and send them to the teachers, and they do not make it. That's just a fact. It gets diverted elsewhere. And that's because we count on our local boards to make those decisions on where that money is most necessary. If I was to have my wish, I would love to see those dollars put into teachers and the classroom. But I don't get a pick. All we can do is inject the money. And so that's something we've got to bear in mind here. There's been $503 million I've seen on some of these sheets that have been injected into K through 12 education. Last year, 18 months ago, we cut $458 million from the state budget. State workers took the brunt of that. Education did not take the brunt of that. So my question is then, at what point do we have to say, you know what? We have to live within our means right now. Those dollars can be used. ESSER funds can be used for that. I've talked to my districts. They said, no, some of those dollars, you've got strings attached to them. The reality of it is they can be used for that. That's a fact. You know, and I'm going to relay some information, and this is nothing that I made up on my own. This is something that I got from the Wyoming Taxpayers Association, and it sits in the back of my mind all the time, and it just really haunts me when I hear some of these spending ideas and stuff like that. Is that in 2000, they did a study. I think it was Census 2000 or Taxpayer 2000. Wyoming was educating a little over 95,000 students. And at that time, they were spending $500 million to do it. Fast forward to 2020. Now, this is information you can look at yourself on the Wyoming Taxpayers Association website.
Members, let's not refer to organizations.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Two times.
I beg your forgiveness, sir. I didn't even think about it. An entity. I'm sorry. Excuse me. In 2020, that figure was a little over 93,000 students, 93.8, I believe. And at that point, we were spending $1.6 billion. Our budget in 20 years had over tripled, while adding, I believe at that point, 3,600 full-time employees. Now, folks, who else can sustain that? So at some point, we're going to have to say, you know, we've got to rethink how we do this. I would almost support this if I knew that the money would get to our teachers. But right now, there's no control over that. Our teachers can use it, there's no question, and our classrooms can use it. But we can't control that. And until we address that, I do not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members first time? Representative Romero Martinez, first time, Amendment 32.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this Amendment 32, I'm going to urge a no vote, and I think in my non-support, I join a minority of people that will agree that our state along with 37 other states, entered into a social contract through our Constitution that institutionalized the Blaine Amendments. And I really think that the state of Wyoming is setting themselves up for some type of potential unlawful act through the judiciary system. I might be in a minority of 10% or 12%, but it seems like this body only reacts to judgments from the court. I urge a no vote.
Thank you, members. We're on first time. Representative Sweeney, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge an aye vote. You know, if you talk to the teachers, if you talk to the staff, we have issues across the board. They did the right thing. They went the extra steps. I don't see this as really this. I know it's a lot of money, but in the scheme of things for our education, if you talk to the people on the ground instead of this theoretical, I urge a aye vote.
Any other member first time? First time members, Representative Ottman. Members, if you want to speak to these amendments, let's get to the microphone.
Thank you,
Members
Mr.
Ottman.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say, working in the education system for 15 years, I was able to experience a lot of different things. A lot of it was in order to obtain funds, we did certain things. This budget session, we're looking at upping how much money they can keep in accounts to the side so that they can get more grants. The districts that I have spoken with are very, very comfortable and thankful for what they have received this year. They did not get the cuts that they were supposed to get last year because of the funding and the stipulation that state funds could not be cut if they receive federal. So, and as has been mentioned over and over again, teachers are told by an association that it is the legislature that is responsible for them not making enough money and them being very sad and not able to buy the things they want. But that is not always the case. It is in the hands of the superintendent, the business manager primarily, and the board. So I value teachers more than a lot of you probably know, but this is not something that I will vote for. It is not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members first time? First time members, first time. Seeing none, second time. First time, Representative Knapp.
On and against the amendment. I think it's been said several times, but I'm one that believes in local control. I'm one that believes in a local school board making local decisions from the block grant. And the school districts have received direct funding from the federal government that they can do this raise with, and I'm one that will continue to believe in that local control. So thank you.
Any other members first time? First time. First time, second time, Representative Brown, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I heard a speaker from the northern part of the state a little bit ago say that we need to make sure that we're living within our means. Man, did I hear that a lot over the past 5 years. We got to learn how to live within our means. We cut $1 billion out of our state budget. And in that time frame, we didn't grant, I think, maybe one ECA in those past 6 years. And I believe that was a one-time ECA. So we definitely, in our schools, have definitely learned to live within their means. We have learned to live within our means. We have figured out what programs we can and cannot do without. The state cannot do without teachers. The education system cannot do without teachers. We cannot do without groundskeepers, bus drivers. That's what this is going to go for. I also heard that you know, we have to make sure that this money gets to the classroom. Guys, I completely agree. I completely agree. But we don't have that control in this body. We just don't. And the last thing that I heard was the staggering figures of how much more money we spend now than what we did in 20 years ago. And what I want to make sure that everybody understands is 20 years ago, we didn't have a constitutional model for education. It was challenged 4 times, and all 4 times, this body lost. And the Supreme Court said, fix it. So we fixed it. That Supreme Court decision has dictated what we have today. Not the collective, hey, we need to spend more money on education just because we blindly throw money at education. That's not what happened here, folks. We threw money at education because we were required to, because we saw the value in a child's education and what that child's education brings to this state in the future. I'm a product of it. I'm a product of the unconstitutional model. Maybe that says something about why I'm standing here. But ladies and gentlemen, we're talking $24 million. Again, I remind the body, we've heard it multiple times tonight. $400 million is going to get swept into the rainy day account. You really want to go home and tell these teachers, tell these professionals that are working out there with these students every single day that you were okay with sweeping $400 million into a savings account and not giving them a raise? Because I know I'm sure as heck not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member? Second time, Madam Minority Floor Leader, Chairman Harshman. Second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, on and in favor. I just like to address a couple of the points that were brought up by people who are arguing against adopting this amendment. One is regarding the federal money that's been coming into our school districts. And it just seems like there's pots and pots and pots of money out there and that they can use it. Know that the money that school districts have received from the feds are for very, very specific uses, and it's reimbursable. They need to use it for those very specific purposes. Almost all of it must be for instructional recovery. Instructional recovery. How do we catch up kids over the past couple of years? Some were concerned that the money, or they wanted the money to go for increase in salary. So we have some data about the difference between salaries from 2020 to the beginning of 2021. About a third of our districts increased base salary by, you know how much? $500. 2/3, it's zero. Zero. Right? No additional funds have gone to teachers from the federal money. The other thing I want to address is that notion that we shouldn't do anything because we haven't changed the model, right? We did a recalibration in 2015 and another one in 2017, and we did not change the model. If we did, teachers would be getting paid more right now, but we didn't accept that model. And so they're further behind than what was the recommendation in 2017. We can't wait. We can't wait, which gets back to this very specific amendment. This very specific amendment is for a 1-year ECA for the 2 categories of staff, non-professional staff and teachers. Non-professional staff being, as you heard, our snowplow drivers, our custodians, our front office staff. And that's at a little under 5%. And for teachers, a little over 3%. Again, we are putting into the budget right now 5% for executive branch employees and an appetite for upping that a bit more. We don't want to go home and say to our teachers and say to our other staff in our schools that we did nothing for you this year. So please, on and in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Any other members? First time, Chairman Harshman. Second time, excuse me.
Thank
Second
you, Mr.
time,
Speaker.
Chairman Harshman.
Mr. Speaker, just talk about the numbers real quick. It was reference to a tax association in the state and how education spending has tripled in the last 30 years. And just to go back, 1993, because I remember the former president of the Senate used to talk about, we used to fund the state on $1 billion a biennium. 1993 budget, $966 million for the biennium, 1993. So less than 30 years now, we're 2.7 billion. So that's tripled. Okay, so it's tripled. State government's tripled, K-12 funding is tripled. So I think that's important. The other part about where does the money go? I'll just say, yeah, that's probably, as a person that works in the system, you go, geez. But then when you examine the crew report, you can Google that. It's on the department's website, the CRERW report. You can see your school and school district, how funds are spent in accordance with the model. And when you see that, it's like 90% congruent with the model. I mean, that's how the model's built, on what the costs are and what's going on. And so that's how the Wyoming model. So you can check that out yourself. And then finally, I would just say this: in my school district, which is the second largest in the state, and I think my high school is probably the 10th biggest city in Wyoming when we're all there. And we have 3 or 4 police officers, 4 principals. It's a tough job, and kids are great. But I'll just tell you, in my school district, it's the largest employer in the district. Used to be 2,200 employees, now 2,000 employees. We've cut 10% of the employees. We've closed 5 schools. So, I mean, I just think local boards are doing a great job, and that's a tough job. You ever go to a school board meeting anymore? Hey, go to your local school board meeting. Wait till the 3-minute comments at the end. And they're volunteering to do it. And most of them running bigger elections than any of us. And so really, again, I just want to, however this thing goes, send a real positive message. We're really appreciative of the people out there doing the work. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any members for the second time to the sponsor, Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of talk about if I knew this was going to the classroom, if I knew this was going to the teachers, I'm in. And then there's this but I don't trust that it's going to happen. I don't trust that this money is going to go to teachers. I'm going to do just a little tutorial on how this works. The model is based on student enrollment. That's the basis of the model. How many students do we have? And given that how many students we have, we say we want this classroom size. Given how many classrooms we have, we say then this funds this many teachers. And what happens in schools that need to pay their teachers more than the salary that's in the model have larger class size so that they can afford to pay their teachers more. That's how it works. So then we have larger class sizes than are in the model. We have fewer teachers than are in the model, but they're making slightly more money than is in the model because that is what it takes to have a teacher, to afford, to attract, I guess is a better word, to attract quality teachers. And somebody mentioned about the handout and the fluctuation in the model. And that's based on the number of students we have in the system. So because the model is based on the number of students, that's how we get those fluctuations in the model. So basically, the challenge is that our teachers are leaving the profession or they're going other places to teach because we haven't kept up with that teacher salary. So if we don't keep up and we have to pay our teachers more, without this extra funding, what we get is larger class size. If you want larger class size, then just vote no. If you want to keep our class size as it is now, then vote yes. Those are your choices. So what class size do you want your children to have in order to keep the teachers paid and to keep our children in those smaller class sizes? So I would suggest you vote yes, and that we support our teachers and that we support the non-professional staff as well. Thank you.
All right, members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 32 to House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. We will call a roll call. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
Repeat, please.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 24 aye, 35 no, 1 excused.
Second reading, amendment number 32 has not been adopted. Next amendment is 43. Representative Larson Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move second reading amendment number 43 to House Bill number 1. As you all remember, I brought a bill on bringing school choice to Wyoming just last week. It didn't fare very well, but we'll do this amendment. Parents throughout our state are reaching out to many of us on bringing opportunities for educational choice. This amendment will bring one option that could be used, and that is a pilot project for a school voucher system. In the amendment, it states that there will be $1.2 million appropriated for the state superintendent to establish this pilot project. The dollars will be drawn from the School Foundation program account. As a percentage, that amount is 0.07% of the total funding to the SFPA. There will be 100 students chosen from across the state that will receive $6,000 per year voucher to be used for tuition at a non-public school. The superintendent of public instruction will be the person selecting the students from parents that have applied to participate for their students. Any student chosen will not be counted in the public school average daily membership, which is used for determining their funding. There will be discussion brought up that this project would go against our Constitution in many areas. But I want to remind everyone, there have been many cases upholding the use of school vouchers in the high courts of 11 states and affirmed at the U.S. Supreme Court. This would improve the education of our students in Wyoming with competition and give some parents a choice for their child's educational opportunities. I am calling for a roll call vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any member for their first time on the amendment? Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against the amendment, really, this is legislating in the budget. There's no question about it. It's not just appropriating to a division. It's not appropriating to a current program. It is legislating in the budget. On and against.
Any other member first time? First time, first time, first time, second time, Oh, first time, Chairman Zwanitzer. If you want to speak to this, members, let's get to the microphones.
Thank you,
Chairman
Mr.
Zwanitzer.
Just a question, Mr. Speaker, as I don't quite understand, you're going to take 100 students from around Wyoming. They're going to a non-public school. Is that virtual? Is it a boarding school? Is it yet to be determined? I don't understand if this goes in the budget. I understand how the students are selected at random, but I don't understand where they go, who gets that contract, and how that process works. I don't think there's enough information in the budget amendment to decipher that. So any further clarification?
Thank you. Representative Gray, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would really change a lot of lives, and I would ask for an aye vote of the body on this. We've debated this amendment many times, and now's the time to get it done, to start a pilot project allowing these ESAs for a select group, selected at random, not done via some elitist process or whatever, just selected at random. And this is going to change lives, and it will create competition in the system. And a rising tide lifts up all boats. That's what I mean by that. I mean, a rising tide is going to lift up all boats. And I think this is a great development for our state to do this. The member from District 44 from Cheyenne was talking about a lot of problems in this system and the Blaine amendments in the state constitution that have now been declared unconstitutional. And now's the time for us to get this done and to fix this issue. Thank you.
Any other members first time? First time, Representative Barry, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in my business, I've had years where I didn't have any competition. A lot of people said, well, you just did a great job running them out of town. Really wasn't the case. You know, I did provide good service, but I didn't think it was a great deal because no one had anybody to compare me to after that. Excellence is bred by competition. That's what we're offering here. Excellence. On and for the amendment, and I second the call for the ayes and the noes.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question is just to further clarify this, what is the school? Not just virtual, but does it have to meet a certain criteria beyond a charter school or a Christian school or a Catholic school, or what is defined here?
Thank you. First time, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's only fair to tell the body that I'm going to be running a ballot initiative on school choice this year, right after session. I believe it's time for the voters to say whether they want to diversify their school system or not. And this would be with tax credits. The bill was drawn up last year. It never come to the floor, but that's what we're going to pursue. This is just another avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yin, first time, then Representative Romero Martinez.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. You know, I think this budget amendment is actually unconstitutional. Article 16, Section 6, loan of credit, donations prohibited. Neither the state, et cetera, give credit or make donations to or in aid of any individual except for necessary support of the poor. And I do believe that this amendment violates the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members for their first time? First time, Romero Martinez, please proceed.
Good conversation, good debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the previous speaker is correct under the current Constitution, that it could be deemed unconstitutional, but I have to go back to the Montana case, and I would have to say if this is legislating from within the budget, I would say that the Blaine amendments have been discriminating from the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do support this.
Any other member first time? We're on first time. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So
I'm a huge fan of private schools. My wife teaches at one. Both my kids went to a private Christian school, and I'd love to support the amendment. My problem with it is it's more like a lottery. I don't know how you determine who the 100 kids are that get the stipend. And so I'm just sitting here thinking, how do we determine that? And I think you're going to run into some equal protection problems on top of the constitutional provision that Representative Yin talked about.
Caution.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. That's my concern with it. I love the idea. I won't be able to support the amendment because I think we're going to have some constitutional issues with how we decide who the 100 kids are that actually get the $6,000 per year. One kid sitting in a seat might get it, and the next one right next to him may not, and it's not even based on need. It would be just a pure lottery.
Any other member for their first time? Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have some of the same concerns. We don't know what grade it's going to be. We don't know if it's a pilot project, what are we going to learn by it? How are we tracking these students and their grades and if they're improving? So it's a pilot for what? So to me, this concept needs to be fleshed out and understood, and we need to know how and where it's going to happen and just how it's going to work before we can just say, okay, let's just have a random lottery for 100 students.
Representative Newsom, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. I have a similar concerns of in this school, is this school bound by the basket of goods? Is this school bound by those things that we have determined need to be delivered to students? So I too have questions about this school and questions about the constitutionality.
Representative Washut, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question is whether or not homeschooled children would be eligible for this voucher.
Any other members first time? First time, any other members? First time, second time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really think I've been here 5 years and we've brought this many times, and I really think it's time that we retire the argument that this is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court, in a case that originated from Montana, has declared the Blaine amendments unconstitutional based on being driven, and this is from the Supreme Court decision, by a quote-unquote bigotry of a certain religion, and that's why they threw it out. Now, we talk about equal treatment, and we throw around discrimination a lot on this. I've heard that a lot. This has been thrown out by the Supreme Court of the United States, and they use that word in the case, bigotry. Okay? Bigotry. It is wrong for us to cite this amendment that has been thrown out in the Supreme Court in this debate. And it would not apply to homeschool students. I think that's an important issue, but it is written for those that are going into private schools. And yes, it's 100 students. There are all sorts of pilot programs. In Florida, when they started a very similar program, they did it as a pilot. Louisiana as a pilot. I think it was a little more than 100, but as a percentage of an entire population, I'm pretty confident this is, you're comparing it to a state with 20, 30 million people versus 500,000. It's probably a higher per capita amount than those programs were. But I really think that this constitutional argument, we need to retire it. This has been thrown out by the Supreme Court, and they were very clear in why they did it. I think we should vote this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members for their second time? Chairman Zwanitzer, then Representative Yin. Chairman Zwanitzer, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I almost kind of agree with the last speaker, but I do think maybe the good speaker from Teton County picked the wrong constitutional section to talk about. What worries me is Article 3, Section 36 on prohibited appropriations. This is general fund. It says no appropriation shall be made for educational purposes to any person, corporation, or community not under the absolute control of the state. when I read the amendment, that's where I think the infringement happens. And I've co-sponsored some of these bills before. They've been 9 or 12 pages. They tackle a lot more issues than a page-and-a-half budget amendment. And I would remind you, we have a 94% high school graduation rate, leader in the entire nation this year. So when we keep saying, hey, we got to fix education, we could have spent some more money on teacher salaries. I think that could have helped. But I don't think we have anything quite to the point of being broken at this point that it needs that big of a fix when we had the best graduation rate in the country.
Representative Yin, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, I think it actually violates both of those sections. Again, the section is Article 16, Section 6, basically donations prohibited. So we can't just hand out money except in support of the poor. And so I think both of those sections are violated, and I would just ask you to vote no. Let's not put constitutional amendments into the budget bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other members? Second time, Representative Romero Martinez.
Just a bit of additional information. Those two sections are correct. There are a total of what I believe are 4 times in the Constitution where the drafters of the Constitution in this state and 37 other states intentionally cut specific populations out and have made, but it seems to have made specific groups to include in those other sections, non-denominational, church, sectarian groups, have made them 4th-class citizens in a first world country. I'm still going to support this, and I hope that a movement grows for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members for your second time? We're on second time to the sponsor, Representative Larson, Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Great discussion. I guess I would clarify a couple points. Students can go attend non-public schools, so that's stated in there. And it does say homeschools are excluded. I guess when the pilot program is a success, this will change lives. I believe it. I believe it will bring families looking to move to our great state another reason to move here. School opportunities is so important to our families. Vote aye.
All right, members, a roll call vote is requested by Representative Larson, the sponsor, seconded by Representative Baird. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
No.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker.
No.
Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 25 aye, 34 no, 1 excused.
Amendment 43 has not been adopted. Next amendment, 46. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 46 to House Bill 1 and ask for favorable consideration. Well, over the last interim, I don't know if you guys have been following the Joint Revenue Committee, but the representative from District 58 and I have finally found an issue that we have fully been able to work together on. It has taken 5 years, but
Let's
we
all
are.
pause for a moment of silence. I'm sorry. That was out of order. My apologies, Representative Gray. Please proceed.
But we're there, and this property tax appeals issue is a huge issue, and it's not just in Natrona County. I know some folks want to say that the issue is just in Natrona County. It's not. The issues there that have arisen can manifest anywhere, and as you've seen in our email inbox the last few weeks, it has been manifesting in other counties, although it may not be as pronounced because the issues in Natrona County have been particularly pronounced. There are deficiencies in our state statute, but there are also deficiencies within the processes in the State Board of Equalization. And I truly believe, and I've had someone tell me this confidentially that doesn't want their name known, that it is almost impossible, if not impossible, for a residential taxpayer to win an appeal in the state of Wyoming. And all we want the State Board of Equalization to report to the Joint Revenue Committee is how many times within the last year a residential taxpayer has won their appeal. Because the way the process works, and I think there's a lot of confusion on this, when the County Board of Equalization, when the county commissioners sit as the County Board of Equalization, and when they side with a person appealing, it goes back to the assessor. It's remanded back to the assessor for action. What the assessor usually then does is appeal it to the State Board of Equalization. Usually they decline to act when the County Board of Equalization sides with those appealing. Now, I'm not talking about here oil and gas appeals. I'm not talking about that. I know routinely the State Board will side with oil and gas, will side with industrial taxpayers. I want to understand how many times the State Board of Equalization has sided with residential tax appealers, and we just want that report to the Joint Revenue Committee. It's pretty simple, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brown, then Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say go ahead and vote for this. I have a distinct feeling that this will likely get vetoed because it's what we actually created another bill for. If you look at House Bill 146, we literally have a bill directing this exact issue. I do think this is a fantastic amendment. I think it should be something we all support, but maybe not here. Let's throw it into that next bill.
So members, we're always cautious about what we expect from the other body. We should also be cautious about what we might expect from another branch of government in our actions. We take actions on this floor because we think they're the right things to do as the Wyoming House of Representatives. So I just caution us to keep that in mind. Representative Walters, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage a no vote on this, but I'd happily answer the questions that the good representative bringing this amendment just asked. So in 2020, there were, let me get my notes here. There were 7 cases brought to this agency. 5 of those were ruled in favor of the assessor. The other 2 were in favor of the taxpayer. In 2021, 60 local property taxes were filed with this agency. 18 of those in favor of the taxpayer, 20 of those in favor of the assessor. 7 appeals were either withdrawn or remanded for a new hearing, and the remainder are still waiting, which is about 15 have not yet been decided and are waiting. All of this information is already available on the agency's website, and I would note that of those 60 that came in 2021, there's about 55 of them from Natrona County, and of those, there's about 7 property owners that brought them that apparently own multiple properties. So this is largely a Natrona County issue. This information is already publicly available on the website. This report is unnecessary and unwarranted, unneeded. Please vote no. And I hope I answered the good representative's questions.
Representative Sweeney, first time, then Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I agree with the last comments from the member from my neck of the woods. But truly, this needs drilled down on, in our opinion. In Representative Gray is correct. We have truly found an issue that is out of hand, and the treatment of our county board of equalization by the state board of equalization. I think there's more to the story than what's portrayed on the website. And what we're simply asking for is a reporting device that is, yes, it may be on the website, but I think they need a committee to report to on some of these issues so that we can take a look at it in more detail. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Schwartz, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and against this amendment. First, I would concur with the comments from the good representative from District 38. But I would add, I spent 12 years on a county board of equalization, and just looking at this issue based on numbers of appeals and is not actually the way to look at this issue, because all appeals are not created equal. They have many different characteristics, and I'd be very nervous just basing any kind of decision on the numbers that are requested for in this report. I don't deny that there are issues with our residential tax structure, but I think most of them are actually being worked out in the counties in coordination with the department that works with the county assessors. So on and against.
Representative Duncan, first time on the amendment 46.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this amendment, and this is why. We are a non-disclosure state. You ask what that means? That means when you sell your property, the price is not disclosed. No one knows the price except the assessor, the buyer, and the seller, and maybe the realtor. So when you have people who want to go and file a protest on their taxes, they have absolutely no data. They have no access to this information to be able to get comps. They have no way to go and argue against the assessor to see whether they are accurate or not. The only thing that they can do is they can go to someone like me in my real job and get the data from there. But there's a lot of places who don't even, the buyer or the seller refuse to disclose that information as well onto our system that we have that's called MLS. So this is a really difficult situation when we are a non-disclosure state, and the people who are trying to protest their taxes, they don't have access to the data, and so you just get to whatever the assessor says. So it's very difficult to get this information. It's very difficult to fight. And so we need more information on how much this is happening across our state. It's a real issue, not just in one county, but across the state. So I urge an aye vote.
Any other member for their first time? First time on amendment 46. First time, second time, second time to the sponsor, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I urge an aye vote on this amendment, responding to the representative from District 38 and him reading off the State Board of Equalization website. I think the presentation I tried to bring out talked about is we're not talking about oil and gas appeals. We're not talking about commercial appeals. What I want is a very simple question that we don't seem to be able to get an answer to, and it's not on the website, which is how often does the State Board of Equalization side with a residential taxpayer, not somebody with deep pockets? And that doesn't come out on the website. And when I ask them in our meetings, they'll start talking about commercial appeals and oil and gas appeals. Well, that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about Monpa residential tax appeals, of which there have been over 4,000 in Natrona County. And my understanding is not a single one that the County Board of Equalization has agreed to has been granted by the state board. Now, I mean, from a statistical perspective, how on earth is that possible? And I don't think it is. Now, on the earlier point on putting this in the budget versus the reporting bill, look, I know the governor, the chief executive on the floor below in the past, he vetoed a couple of these 4 or 5 years ago. He's largely stopped doing it. We've continued doing the reporting bill. The reason why occasionally we should still choose to do this is because it is the only way to tie it to their appropriation is to put it in the budget. And it's the only way to make it contingent and to make sure we get a response. And I'm happy to talk with people offline on this, but in the Joint Revenue Committee, it has been very difficult to get responses. And it's just been difficult. And so I think it's appropriate here. I certainly don't want to speak for the representative from District 58, but I don't think I'm out of line here in saying that he would agree with that last characterization. And certainly, please, on the next amendment, correct me if I am out of line there. So I'd ask for an aye vote on this. I don't think this is some outrageous request. It's just asking for an understanding on how often the state board is siding with residential taxpayers. I think it's somewhere close to zero, if not zero. And I think if that's the case, Houston, we have a huge problem. Please vote aye.
Members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 46, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chair's in doubt. All those in favor, this is not a budget amendment, so we don't need a vote on a roll call. So all those in favor, please rise. Those opposed, less than 39. The amendment is adopted. Members, we're going to stand at ease until 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. House will please come to order. So I have several announcements. Everyone will take 17 minutes off the pool for the breaks that we've taken. 27 minutes, excuse me, 27 minutes. There are 17 amendments remaining, and the score in the game is 27-31 CSU. It's early, halftime. Thankfully, we're not at halftime. We're at, I don't know, bottom of the seventh, or, yeah. We just had our seventh inning stretch. All right, members, we're at that order of business. Continuing on second reading, House Bill 1, second reading 33. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move House Bill 1, second reading amendment number 33, and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this just changes where the $75 million that is appropriated to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund corpus and the Common School corpus, and changes the appropriation to the reserve accounts. Keeps it a little more fluid. That's it. Stand for any questions.
Any members first time for the set? Representative Schwartz, Chairman Nicholas, you're at the microphone. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a bad idea. It was the position that the House took in our negotiations. It's just not where we ended up.
Representative Schwartz, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just a question on the Common School Reserve account, and how close is it to tipping if we put this money in there?
Any other members first time? Members for your first time, second time to the sponsor. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be a really important tool when we go to negotiate, and this is the Common School question will tip, but there are further amendments in this reading and in third reading. Because I think that caps around 300 million, 294 million I looked today, and we're going to tip 18 million, and it'll tip. Permanent Mineral Trust Fund is a 582 million cap, and there's 318 in that balance now. And again, I think the chairman of Minerals said this earlier today. This is so important to our projected budget. The bigger your reserve account is, the farther then you can guarantee our spending policy out. It is very important for budgeting. I ask for your favorable and enthusiastic aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on second reading, amendment number 33. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 34. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 34 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is in the school capital construction section of the budget. When I was presenting this a couple days ago, we were discussing an elementary school here in this fair county, and we were projecting that there would be some inflationary costs over the original bid, and the committee put in an extra $6 million to make sure we could cover those costs during our budget markup. Since that time, those bids have actually came in. The bids were less, and so now we can reduce this budget by $1 million. So what this amendment does is it reduces the school capital construction budget by $1 million by moving that $6 million appropriation to $5 million. So with that, members, I would remind you this is a cost savings of $1 million. Please vote aye. And because it is a change, I believe we will be doing a roll call. Please vote aye.
Representative Walters, just move the amendment, just to clarify, make sure we've got it done, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will once again move second reading amendment number 34 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Please vote aye.
Any members first time? Representative Jennings, first time.
Just a question, Mr. Speaker. So forgot my glasses. The 33 million, I found them. Does that include the 6 million that we're now cutting back to 5 million? So was the 6 million above the original, or is that just part of it? Is it captured in that?
Any other member first time? First time, first time, first time, second time, to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer that question, the 33.3 million referenced on line 7 of the amendment does include the $6 million, and that is why that number is then reduced to $32.3 million in line 9. So that is inclusive in that number. That is why there is $1 million reduction here. Please vote aye.
Members are voting on 34. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez. Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Burt. Burt is a no. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 58 aye, 1 no, 1 excused.
Amendment 34 is adopted. Next amendment, 35. Madam Minority Floor Leader Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 35 to House Bill 1, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Friends, we really teed this up yesterday with the overview of the budget. If you turn to page 136 of the budget, what this amendment does is it deletes this section. So it deletes section 318 from the budget. This was the change to the National Board Certified Teacher kind of reimbursement. And there are at least 2 reasons for you to vote in favor of this. To start with, if you want, this is absolutely legislating in the budget. All right, if you want to know what it looks like, it is literally picking up a piece of statute, putting it in the budget and changing some words in it. That's what section 318 does. In terms of content, we're folks who keep our word. In 2019, we amended that program significantly. We did. And in there, what we did is we promised a $4,000 stipend. What this section of the budget does is reduce it from $4,000 to $2,000. So again, what this budget amendment does is it deletes section 318. By doing so, we need to put the money back in for those stipends for the next biennium. And so that's the increase in section 2006, I think. So with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Flitner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. The good minority floor leader is absolutely correct. A promise is a promise. Vote aye.
Any other members first time? First time? Any other members first time? First time, second time? Members, we're voting on second reading, amendment number 35. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Chairman has no doubt, no idea. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. Sorry. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Romero Martinez, aye to no. Washit, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 27 aye, 32 no, 1 excused.
Amendment 35 has not been adopted. Amendment number 36, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring second read amendment number 36 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this amendment is on affecting page 137 and 138 of our budget. It's under section 319. And we've talked a lot about this already, so I want to bottom line it for us, given the hour. What this does is it raises the $54 million appropriation, $31 million. And you could reasonably ask why. So we got a one-pager from the director of the department that manages human resources. If you look about midway down, it talks about the state budget departments, or excuse me, the department that has the budget management estimate. And remember, a lot of these numbers are estimates, but the key number is 31 million. And that includes the 24% cost of variable benefits. Every position has a pay rate, but there's also additives. So we need to make sure that we cover that. As I said, last year the inflation rate was 7.7, and this year is 8%. This amendment will use this key number because as it says in here from the one pager, it's the catalyst for all the remaining calculations. Variable benefits are brought forward using direct salaries only as the base to eliminate fixed EGI costs. Opportunity of this is currently insurance costs, health insurance costs are down. So it's a good time to do this. We have a lot of folks that we need to retain. And I don't think we should undervalue or underestimate the value of the folks that work hard for our state every day. And so I'll just go down to the key points of why I would ask for your aye vote. The additional $31 million for Section 319 employee compensation provides approximately 8% average salary increase for employees of the executive branch, including the University of Wyoming, our community colleges, and the judicial branch. The distribution for the executive branch would follow the methodology recommended by the chief executive, including metrics of both occupational market analysis and merit from personal evaluations. As a result, more competitive occupations and higher performing personnel would receive more, and those in occupations with lower market demand and personnel with lower performance would receive less. The university, colleges, and the staff of the judicial branch would develop similar methodology for their distribution. Here's the key point. This treats everyone the same. All employees, regardless of the source of funding for their compensation, are treated similarly. For example, highway patrolmen funded with white-out fuel taxes would be treated the same as all generally funded custodians and all nurses paid by patient fees at the retirement center in the north central part of our state. And here's the key point. This covers the cost for 2 years. For 2 years. Why do something twice when we can do it once and do it right? This is about our people, our neighbors, who are working hard all across our state, for our state, 600,000 folks, our children. We'll deal with them separately here. We got some more work to do, but frankly, friends, given the inflation rate being highest in 40 years, I think it's time that we do the right thing and vote aye for this. We need to go to the inevitable conference that we're going to have on this. This is my third term, and I've seen these conferences multiple times. And let's go in there strong, and then let us have the strongest position we can for the benefit of our employees. Think about this. Can we afford not to do this? I don't think so. You can't take people off the street. In our highway department, I'll just give you a reason here. One, turnover costs. Turnover costs. One major agency that we talk about time after time is our transportation department. And the turnover costs between 2018, 2019, 2020 are averaging $5.4 million a year. If you extrapolate it one more year, all right, and take 4 times 5.4, that's 20 plus what? 5 fourths is 2. That's $22 million. We're only putting out a little bit more than that in this extra increment, my friends. And so given that inflation is not going to stop rising, given all the other things going on in our world right now, I think it's time that we do the right thing. And I'll stop there and I'd be glad to take any of your questions.
Thank you. Chairman Olson, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. This amendment is to refocus our conversation. We started this conversation earlier in the day, folks, and I know it's getting late and we're getting tired, but what we were talking about are our employees. We're talking about our 7,200 plus employees. The budget already provides for a 5% raise. When the governor, when the chief executive was preparing the budget over this late summer and into the fall, inflation sat around 5 to 5.5%. And you heard the previous speaker, inflation today sits somewhere between 7.5 and 8%. So if you go back in time and think about when we thought 5% made sense, it made sense given inflation. It doesn't make sense today. A 5% raise under 8% inflation is not a raise. The existing budget does not provide a raise for our employees. This amendment does. Inflation is going up, purchasing power and spending power is going down, and the wages are flat. So throughout the day, I want you to stop and just picture yourself as a state employee, as one of our employees who've been listening all day to the debates. And this is what I think they're hearing. We will end the 2022 budget session with more in savings, the LSRA, than any time in history. That was said today. 400 million, little less than that. We've spent about 29 million above the JAC budget so far. So a little lower, little less than 400 million will tip into that savings. But we can't give you an actual raise. That's what our employees are hearing. Wyoming has the most robust savings and trust funds in the nation. The LSRA, #1 in the country. It is 109% of our general fund. Alaska is #2 and it is only 52% of its general fund. This is what our employees are hearing, but we can't give you an actual raise. This amendment asks you to appropriate $30 million out of that $400 million tip to give our employees an actual raise that will match inflation, actually 0.5% to 1% above inflation, and give them an honest wage. Throughout the budget, our employees are also hearing employees versus buildings, employees versus savings. Your vote right now is about our employees. So I ask you to support this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Larson Dan, and then Representative Washut.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I declare a conflict on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Washut.
I too will declare a conflict, but I do have a question to the bringer of the amendment. Most of the emails that I received from employees dealt with market rates and how far they were out of market. And we're talking about some type of cost of living adjustment to cope with inflation over the last 2 years. Can you address what a $31 million increase does in terms of market comparison? That's what I think our public employees will be looking at and gauging how close have they closed on the market rather than how much have they stayed ahead from inflation.
Thank you. Representative Stiver, then Fortner, and then Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question. Last time this come up, not every employee got a raise. Is every employee going to get a raise? It was mentioned with the PMI. They're going to use that to evaluate. I want to make sure every employee gets a raise.
Thank you. Representative Fortner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to echo everything that's just said prior to me speaking about the public employees' hardships. The same thing applies to the private sector. There's a lot of people out there in the private sector that had lost their job. They don't even have a job now. They lost their homes, they lost their businesses, they lost everything. And yet we're gonna prop up public employment that has a steady, sustainable, and secure wage scale. And they also have benefits packages and insurances, which most everybody in the private sector don't have anymore. Most businesses out there, they can't find help, just like the state can't find help. That's what's going on in the economy right now. If you go to look for employees, more than likely you won't be able to afford them, or you can't find them. I shouldn't say you can't afford them, because in the coal and oil, when you got laid off, they'll hire you back for considerably less than what you was paying before they laid you off. So that's where we're at in the real world out there. I'm not telling you that I don't sympathize with these guys for not having a raise since 2012, but it's just as tough in the private sector, or tougher than it is in the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Greer, then Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm very much in favor of the raises for our state employees, and you know, all of us that sit on our committee should be scrutinizing the agencies that come before us, and you know, one of them for our committee oversees the environment, and they serve a very important purpose in terms of being a buffer between the federal government. And we see a huge, not only migration, but also sort of an aging out of those dedicated servants. And so it is a real concern, but I do have a couple of questions, and something that it just sort of gnaws at me. Because my understanding with respect to the university and the junior colleges are that they're not set within fixed scales, and that their salaries aren't scrutinized as heavily as the agencies are by our JAC. And so we increased the payment out of the Hathaway Scholarship. The last time we did that, we had a raise in tuition. Okay, so we know where that money goes. And we've been generous to the university, and I'm a huge supporter of the university. And then we were just recently today very generous to our junior colleges. And so with this, part of these raises go to those two sets of institutions. And that does trouble me, but I guess not enough that I'm not going to stand up for our other state employees. I just kind of wish there was a way for me to reconcile the books, so to speak, in my mind. A little bit of the old saying is you don't keep priming the pump, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Floor Leader Summers. Other members who wish to speak on this, please approach a mic. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So when I look at this amendment, I don't really see like highway funds. So are we even touching with this amendment those snowplow drivers that we talked about in those other amendments? So I'm trying to understand the amendment. Does it capture those employees of state government that are not general funded? And if so, then how do we know that it'll get to, because we talked a lot about it, there's another amendment coming, but are we really going to get to those highway department funded positions?
Thank you. Representative Knapp, then Madam Minority Floor Leader Connolly.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just to the bringer, a question along similar lines is, you talked about how a mix of market adjustment and merit was used to get to an equivalent percentage across the board. And I was just wondering what that percentage was for merit. Was it by percentage, up to 4%, and how many people got that?
Madam Minority Floor Leader, first time on the Amendment 36.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, as you know, I am a member of this class as well, but it's a class of 7,000 individuals. And though it will impact me, like so many others, if you're a rancher, a farmer, there are so many different issues that we address that we want your expertise in here without declaring conflicts because of it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just felt like I needed to mention that to the body.
Thank you. Representative Brown, first time on the Amendment 36.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I'm going to ask for you guys to help support state employees. Earlier, I was arguing against it, so talking out of both sides of my mouth tonight. But to answer the good majority floor leader's question, if you go to page 138 in your budget and look at line 19, it's the standard boilerplate language that anytime we give a generally funded raise, there's going to be like amounts brought out from the other sources of revenue. So the highway fund, for instance, for the state, for YDOT, those types of things. So I just want to boil it back down here. I just sent a text message to a friend of mine that's been serving the state since 2008, 2009. And then the last pay raise that he got that was not offset by retirement contributions and or health insurance contributions was 2010. And I just said, and he's been actually calculating this, and of course he's upset, he's frustrated, he's just kind of got, nothing better to do at home except crunch numbers, I guess. But I just said, how much money what's your buying power down? And he says 30%. It's been basically 2% per year until 2020. And then in 2020, he lost about 7%. And then this year, he's going to be even more than that. So somewhere in the range of about 30% of buying power. So his dollar in 2010 is now worth about 70 cents. Now I've heard that the plight of the private sector is there, and I get it. But I can also pretty well rest assured that a lot of those businesses that were able to get those CARES Act fundings and provide stable incomes to their employees during this time, they were okay. We cut hundreds of jobs in the past couple of years from the state. This is money that is in your communities. This is people that are my next door neighbors, and quite a few districts in here are others next door neighbors. But what's interesting is every single county has some state employees in it, which means every single one of you represents a state employee at least. That's a pretty big tall order to understand that we have an impact in the communities that we serve. And if we don't provide these types of increases to our employees, that's money we're taking back out of our own local economies. This is money that they can't spend. And frankly, I've been singing this song. I brought a budget amendment that's way less than this every year except last year to try to help out with state employees' pay raises. And I'm thankful that we're finally singing this song, that we're actually we were debating on whether to give certain agencies even more. I think this is a good even keel. We had a lot of good discussion earlier on this. This is across the board. Everybody's going to get treated the same. So the question from the representative out of the Southern Cheyenne here, my understanding is that everybody will end up getting a raise with this. This will be across the board, and then there will be additional merit increases as well based on performance. And I think that's fair. That's what this body set up, was a performance indicator for that. So we will absolutely need to see that. But this actually brings people back up to where they can actually spend money back in their communities. So I'd urge your support. Thank you.
Members, first time. Representative Yin, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to speak again on this amendment where it is going to cover snowplow drivers and highway patrol folks. It really is important, that public safety part, because we're losing those folks to our counties, to our cities, and to, frankly, our local businesses, which, you know, our local businesses do need those workers, but that public safety portion is really important. So I do urge support of this amendment, that this holistic way is the better way. And I'm glad that we have this amendment here to do it. And so I do ask you to vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member, first time. Representative Ottman, and then Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the comments that I have to make sense. I know it's late, but I have a few questions. First off, I have never seen throughout all of this talk, and maybe there's a place I need to look, when we're saying that people don't make enough money, or they need a raise, or it's not comparable to the private sector, or it's not comparable to this. How do we know how much people make? If $15 might be really high wages to somebody, where 45, 50, 80, 100, 300 an hour is decent money to somebody else. So how do we even know what we're looking at? Number two, whatever we vote in is going to have to balance in the balance sheet next budget too. So are we going to have those funds just there to do that? Number three, I've heard us talk a lot about, well, first off, when I went to the county, because snowplow drivers are like my favorite people. They keep me moving, they keep me being able to get where I need to go, and they keep me safe. So I'm very pro snowplow driver. But when I go to the county, they said, we don't have enough people because we train them up and they go to the state. And then I go over to the state YDOT and they say, we train up people and they go to the county. Maybe there's just not enough people. You know, maybe the people are missing. So where is that problem? Sometimes it's not just all about money. It's about finding people. So to say that, but what I'm wondering is that we call these people, the state employees, our employees. I never even thought of saying that before. Those people work for the state of Wyoming. We are appropriators, but we are not their caregivers. We are appropriators for the people of the state of Wyoming, and I'd like to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Nicholas, first time, and then we'll go to Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just can't help thinking that we need to slow down this bus. So just think about what 1 year ago, where we cut 320 positions and we cut $400 million out of our budget because we were broke. And now suddenly we're throwing money around like we got it flowing out of our back pocket. And you know, we are a boom and bust, the largest, second largest boom and bust state in the United States. And yet all of a sudden we got a few bucks in our pocket, and are we acting wisely? That's to me, that's the question. So we do have 320 million that tips at the end of this biennium, but we have almost 200 million that we've already appropriated. So really, that we're going to spend the next biennium as part of this budget. So really, we're only tipping 120 million. And roughly, we may get another 100 or 200 million if everything goes well through capital gains and through oil and gas prices. But how long are we going to stay at $90 a barrel? And are we going to spend like we're going to have $90 a barrel for the next biennium when we don't know it? I would just suggest we need to move slower. And we need to, because what we don't want to do is be in a position where we can't pay our bills anymore. So I just think we need to rethink the process and slow down. If we're doing great next year, then let's give another 3% raise so we can give a steady relief to our state employees. But to give it all in one and then fight on how we're going to survive next year or the year after that, I just think we need to be more wise about our dollars.
Thank you, Chairman Zwanitzer. Your first time members, if you want to speak first time on this amendment, please rise to the microphone. Chairman Zwanitzer, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we did. We've cut about 320 jobs the last biennium. The problem we're facing now is we're trying to get those programs and those people back. We can't fill them, right? I was a former state employee. I'm invested in the system. I've kind of watched for the past 16 years. We always have about 200 to 240 openings any given time. When we cut back in 2016 drastically and reduced positions, we were down to right about 100. I just looked. We have 450 open state employment jobs right now, more than I have ever seen in 17 years. And we can't fill them. Out of 7,000 positions, the least amount of employee positions we've had in probably 15 years. I think it's 7,050 full-time, 250 part-time, roughly, and that doesn't count UW and community colleges and our special revenue. But we're running above a 5% vacancy rate in state government. And some of these jobs have been on there for 2 or 3 months. You can all go on the website and look. Speaking of the website, right, they have every classification, every salary pay band for all state employees. That's all public information they produce of what pay band a state employee is at, what the requirements are for education, certifications, skills necessary for the position, and they're very public and transparent about how they, why they have the pay ranges they do, and what the average pay is, what it should be, what the market policy pay, the MPP is, what the average state employee in that classification is making, right? We tried to do like 91% a couple of years ago of MPP, and we're not anywhere close to it. So the problem continues. It's getting worse. I think our chief executive or someone in the press lately called it a crisis. But when you have 5% of your state jobs vacant, and that I didn't look at our community colleges or UW, we have a serious problem. And the first step to fix that problem is a compensation, right? People will stay for a lot of reasons, but if they can't get the basic level of what they're getting somewhere else, they will go. And as you all remember, we have increased what they have to pay in insurance, in their retirement, right? It used to be the thing, oh, we pay less because we have really good benefits. And if you're in tier 1 of the retirement system, that might be arguably true. If you're in tier 2, it's not as good as it used to be. And so trying to keep the new employees, and these new employees, let me remind you, they're our youth, right? All of the kids who go to UW and our community colleges who get college degrees and they can't find jobs in the state, you know where the lucky ones? They find them in state government. It allows them to stay in Wyoming. They find them at UW, right? Some of the jobs in state government are the ones where we require college degrees and college educations. And that's what keeps our people here, right? Maybe you can't find a job in small town Wyoming, but we'll get you to one of our larger cities and you can live close to your family. We're the policymakers, right? If we don't, tell the state that, hey, the legislature is doing right by their state employees, how do we tell corporations, hey, you need to bring better people, get more labor here, pay your, laborers better, increase your wages, when they say, well, the state government's not keeping up with the market? How do we do that? We don't. So this is step 1. And we have another step next year. And we've kind of taken this dive, and it's going to take 4 or 5 years to get back. But we've got to start somewhere, and this is a really good place to start.
Members, first time. We're on first time. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk about the department that oversees our corrections. I think during the appropriations process, they talked about how they have to spend $350,000 a month in overtime to bring in people who work, say, in law enforcement, because they don't have enough people that can work. They are constantly having issues trying to employ positions within that department because a correctional officer is making less than at McDonald's. And the people who apply for those jobs, maybe they're great, but it's also a really hard job. And so when you're not paying enough, you're getting folks in there that maybe they're not best suited for that job. And so if we want to continue to create new crimes or lean on our correctional facilities, this is a huge component of it, because if we can't staff our prisons, then we close wings. So I would just keep that in mind. There are more than jobs or people not getting enough money that's at risk. We also have other consequences that we're going to see, and it's across the board of our public offices. So please support our public employees so that we can continue to run this state in a very efficient and well-meaning way.
All right, members. There's a lot of smaller conversations going on in the room and within the hearing of the bar. So let's try to keep those down, be respectful for those who are speaking on the amendment. So we're still on first time. First time on the amendment 36. Mr. Romero Martinez, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's more of a question. I think it is a good first step. We obviously have more steps to face. I was just thinking of a conversation that may be related. Please correct me where I am off or halfway on. Everybody has an ID and it says Great Seal of Wyoming. And I was talking to a colleague from the other side of the hall, and we were having a conversation with staff, building a policy generally. And the question the good senator asked of the staff member is, would you like to be one of us, an elected official? And the individual said no. And I asked why, and the staff member said, you guys don't have insurance. So I know, I know this might be somewhere in a different category, but aren't we state employees too?
Thank you, members. Any other member for their first time? First time. Representative Ayer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to push back a little bit on this notion that the private sector has been doing far worse than our state employees. I looked at the website of the State Department that deals with wages and employment. I think our employment rate in the state is at or near its lowest level in the last 4 or 5 years. And wage levels I looked at in the first quarter of 2018, the average monthly wage was $37.91, $3,791. 2019, the first quarter average wage was $39.04. I won't give you all those numbers. I'll make it quick. Cut to first quarter of 2022, the average wage in Wyoming was $42.72. So in 2019, the private sector wage increase was 2.98%. 2020, it was 3.43%. 2021, it was 1.5%. 2022, it was 4.22. If you add that up, in the last 4 years, the private sector wages have gone up 12.5%. So I don't think our state employees are doing that much better than the people in the private sector. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? We are on first time. First time. First time. Representative Nat, you've already gone once on this
Oh.
question, so I'm looking for first
been so
time
long, I
before we go to second time. First time, seeing no one. Representative Knapp, take your second time. I just wanted to clear the deck. We're on second time, Amendment 2, Amendment 36, second reading. Representative Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the governor's recommendations got us to 2020 of market, which that's a good figure. You know, when we all talk about the reason that people work for state government, or what used to be for me, the reason that people work for county government, because we chased the mines a lot. The mines were paying such excellent benefits and wages that we constantly were in competition with the mines. And we kind of prided ourselves on some issues that I think state employees do too. The State of Wyoming Employee Satisfaction Survey results for this year, the question was asked, why do you choose to work for the state of Wyoming? Why did you choose to begin to work for the state of Wyoming? The number one answer was benefits, retirement benefits, 54%. Stability was second, 53%. Benefits of insurance, third. Public service, fourth. And finally, pay was fifth. Now, the question was also asked, what keeps you working for the state of Wyoming? This is before our raise talk. Number one was benefits and retirement, 55%. Stability, 44%. Benefits of insurance, 43%. Workplace environment, 26%. Benefits of leave, 24%. Flexibility, 24%. Public service, 20%. And finally, we get to pay at 17%. So I caution the body to put into the minds of our employees what they're thinking. This survey kind of reflects that. We do have great benefits. We have security in our workforce, and I think we provide a good environment. We also want to provide excellent pay. But if you went to the private sector in any given year and asked if you're increasing your pay by 8%, that would be an answer you would not get from a private business. And so earlier I talked about the different ways to compensate people and the different ways you look at pay, and market adjustment should be first, because market adjustment takes care of COLA. Market adjustment takes care of inflation in some instances, but we're also chasing inflation. Inflation that's caused by our federal government in the actions that they do and the choices that they make. We've never seen inflation like this, I don't think, in my time. So to chase that number also is cautious, because you can't take that back, even though times may get better. So I just caution the body that yes, raises are important. I believe that too. But let's not get overly zealous and maybe guilty in feeling that we need to compensate more than private sector would. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on second time. Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of real-world examples. The institution where I work, we never have a shortage of applicants for faculty jobs. We always get applications. But now, we don't always get to hire people. Our top candidates, we offer them a position and we start talking details, and they go, no. And we say, well, we have a low cost of living. And they go, it's not that low. And so when you're trying to hire the best faculty you can to teach students, and you can't land those people, it's like going fishing and losing that trout 6 feet offshore, right? And you have to go back and rebait your hook and start all over looking for a new faculty member. And I was working on a project in our community, and I was working with an employee of our department that deals with wild animals. And I was working with an employee from those people that talk about trails and tents all the time. And this fall, I find out both of those employees have left state government. And so now I'm back to square one. We're finding new people, bringing them up to speed and trying to work through that. And I'm thinking, how frustrating must that be for, people in the community who are working on things and different organizations that are interacting with state government. And they can't have consistency in the personnel that they're trying to deal with. So just a couple real world examples, and I don't think that I've heard yet how this 31 million, where that lands us in terms of the market. Because if we don't answer that, if we don't have that answer, that's what we're going to hear back from the constituents who say, yeah, but. Thank you for the pay raise, yeah, but. Because they want to know, am I being paid comparable to the market? And what we've seen over and over and over in Wyoming is public employees go down, down, down in terms of market, and then they get a decent pay raise, and then they don't get another one for another 8, 10, 12 years, and they start back up again, right? And so those are the questions we're going to face when we get back home. People are going to ask, where did that leave us in terms of market?
Thank you. Other members for second time, Representative Fortner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's just a few more subjects I'd like to touch on. One of them is inflation. We've talked about that quite a bit here today. I talked to CEO of one of the major power plants there in Campbell County, and he actually runs 2 or 3 different entities for a corporation out of the neighboring state. And he told me, we had a forum at the senior center. I think it was around the 7th of February. And I said, well, how's things going out there? Things picking up, looking good, huh? And he said, no. He said, you can get up there and you can tell those guys out there that I told you that inflation is killing us. We're right now, we're the same downturn that we was in a year ago because of the inflation. That's where we're at. So anybody that thinks the private sector out there is just knocking them dead, that's not true. The second thing I want to talk about is out in the private sector where I work, there's no such thing as ghost employees to write off. That's real flesh and blood. You get rid of a guy, he goes down the road, his family's without, he's without. No ghost employees out there. And the third thing I want to talk about, if you give a raise to anybody, that raise stays with them till they retire, which costs a lot more money than what we're looking at today. You can just double that up about every year, along with the benefits packages. When I worked at the coal mine, they figured we had just as much in benefits packages as we did wage, and that's a lot of money. So the way they handled it at the coal mine, I went through 6 downturns there before I finally retired, is they would give bonuses. They'd give the bonus every 6 months on performance. I think that would be the smarter way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the members for their second time? We're on second time. Representative Yin. Second time, if you're interested, members, please go to the mic.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Yin, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So from the good chairman of appropriations, I heard, are we acting wisely? Is it wise for us to do this? I think we had some hard cuts, as the good appropriations chair knows, this last year. And what we're saying is, based on the current budget, we're not going to match what inflation is. So the buying power of every state employee from our last budget to this one now is still going to decrease. So not only will they have had a cut from our last budget, but from our current budget, they're still losing buying power. So effectively in real wages, if you correct for inflation, they still get another cut. And I don't think that when we're saying we have the best savings account in the nation and we have a great permanent mineral trust fund, that we're saying, you know what, state employees, you still need to have another cut in real wages because inflation has been so high, we can't keep up. I don't think that is really wise. So again, we are losing our state employees in all sectors. I think the public safety one was the most important, why I brought that amendment. But if we can't match this, those folks that have retirements, sure, they can stay. They can they can eke it out until their retirement. But how do we get new workers? How do you get new workers before they have a pension plan, before they have a retirement account? Without being able to get those workers and get them to stay, we're going to have a problem, House. So I do ask you to vote aye on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members? Second time, second time. Chairman Olson. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know, again, it's continuing to get late, so trying to bring this home. I want to address a few points so that it's very clear. This does touch all state employees. Obviously, it's not touching teachers, but the raise does touch all employees. And as was pointed out, even those off of the general fund. So our conversations earlier that we had about our troopers and our plow drivers, they are addressed in this amendment. You know, we've had a discussion today about tuition. You know, if I could predict that, I guess I could save better for my own kids' college if I could predict what tuition would be tomorrow or 10 years from now. I can't do that, and I'm not going to attempt to do that. And I'm not going to attempt to really predict what inflation is going to look like, but I want to impress upon the body, this conversation of inflation that we're having right now is very unique. The inflation rate is the highest it's been in 40 years. We're not talking about small ebbs and flows. So trying to actually provide a raise and matching inflation, you know, if we were 2 years previous in this conversation, I think it'd be a very different conversation, but that's not the conversation we're having today. And then when we're talking about balancing going forward, when I came into the legislature 6 sessions ago, our rainy day fund, you know, we were pushing 1.7. We were trying to get to 1.7. Now we don't even have to try, and we're going to get to 2 billion. 400 million is going to tip into that account. What you are spending from right now is that tip. And we had a conversation earlier today, but in this conversation, we really haven't talked about the $12.6 billion permanent fund we have. You know, Wyoming's, when you start to compare Wyoming's trust funds, its savings accounts, to what we are doing in this budget, it just doesn't make sense that we want to say that we want to give our employees a raise. That's fine. That's fair if we want to say that, but we need to actually do that. And the budget doesn't do that without this amendment. So just urge an aye vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other members for your second time? Representative Ottman, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few comments. To go along with what the last speaker said, a lot of you have a lot more experience in the legislature than I do. A lot of you have been through the budgets, you've been through the increases, the salary increases, all kinds of things. But one thing I have that you alluded to was that it was 40 years ago, and in 1980, 82, there was a housing bubble. The inflation skyrocketed. We were in times similar to this, and I lived through that. So I caution everybody to be careful with what we're doing. To try to meet the grade is often a very causical thing for inflation. So I would just that. The other thing I just wanted to say is in the last 6 or 8 months, I read a study, and I can't tell you who did it, but it was from an HR perspective, and we had a representative a while back was talking about the importance of the HR department. According to this HR department, we're living in a different world. Our employees are different. Employees are different. We're different. People used to be you got a job in your community and you stayed there. You stayed there because that was your home. That was your neighbors. That was the profession that you wanted to stay in, and you improved. Maybe you bought a business of your own, but people weren't as mobile. This day, people are fast and furious. The average job that someone stays at is less than 2 years. And it's a different society. So I would just think, because all of our sectors, whether it be state, municipalities, counties, private sector, whatever it is going through a time right now where everybody's finding that this is terrible. We're not having all of our services. We're not having the people that we need to provide the services. And so I really think that, and I hope maybe this legislature can be a leader in gathering that information and helping our state out. Thank you.
Any other members for your second time? Second time. Members for your second time. There's 15 of you that could still go. Second time. To the sponsor, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, every one of you, for a good discussion. It touches every one of us. Our friends, our neighbors, our families, our life. So a lot of good questions, and I'm going to try to get every one of them answered. I apologize if I don't answer your question, but let me just say, start off with the snowplow drivers. We had testimony in transportation that snowplow driver had talked with one of our colleagues on the committee in the supermarket and had shared with them that they were quitting because they hadn't had a pay raise in 10 years. And, I thought we had a pay raise that provided all employees something a few years ago when I had my first term. But part of this raise, part of this amount, and by the way, the one about market, you bet, we want to be cautious. And step one is adjust pay tables to the 2020 market and move those who are behind the proposed minimum up to the new minimum. So that's 2020. That's 2 years behind us. 2 years behind us. But every position has unique circumstances. Snowplow drivers, troopers. Did you know our troopers get hired less than the people at the car wash that do this? And they get $17 an hour. They're 17% behind market. They're 46% undermanned. Mandatory overtime. Talking with the colonel in charge of that good part of our state government, our state work team. This is critical, So, and then the corrections. The last speaker made some very good points. There is a finite population of people that we all compete for, public or private sector. And many positions have unique requirements, KSAs, knowledge, skills, and abilities, different classifications. This is market-based. And what's good about this is that we started with the governor's task force and all the work they did, and then they developed a proposal and came up with, the executive's task force, all the proposal, and then they came up with a recommendation to the good appropriators. I want to build on that. And here's why I want to add a little more to it. $1 today at the current inflation will be worth about 92 cents next year. Huh? If you look back 10 years, $1 today, $1 then to today, it's only buying about 68 cents. Right? So you talk about the private sector? Yeah, we're all in this together. The services that our good people provide day in, day out, they're for the private sector in many cases, and the public sector. And I think we should keep on top of that. The 2 years behind the market price position, the MPP, very important. This gives our good executive branch and our good people that we talked about earlier in the HR area that are dealing very hard to meet the requirements of our friends and neighbors who work for the public sector. This gives them options. Options. If you look at that one pager, when I first read it, I thought, there's a lot of trust me in between those words. But frankly, I think we're almost in extremis. You know, on a ship, you try to stay off the ground. And we call in extremis when you're about ready to go aground. And the department that manages human resources has two very good reports. The gentleman spoke earlier about the market. There's another thick one. I've got it at my desk if you'd like to look at it. It talks about the positions that have remained vacant month after month after month after month. And when people don't come into work, somebody else has to pick that up. Every session I go around, I try to get a few minutes of an information meeting with every key decision maker in all the departments. And one of the departments we talked about, they had a person retire and they have weekly meetings. And you know, they're looking around the table, things aren't getting done. They wonder why not. They come to find out the person that was doing it had retired. We have an informal organization, we have a formal organization, anywhere you look, right? And we're all dedicated wherever we're at. I believe that in my heart. We're dedicated. I have no reason to doubt that anywhere I look. And I think it's time, if we don't do anything else, you think about the millions, tens of millions of dollars going into non-human stuff, right? I just ask you to please, let's move this forward. We still have third reading amendment, and I really appreciate all of the good debate. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the question.
Thank you. So members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 36 to House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Division being called. All those in, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. Larson Dan. Conflict. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Conflict. Western. Worf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Hallinan, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 25 aye, 32 no, 1 excused, 2 conflict.
Amendment 36 is not adopted. Next amendment, 44. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 44 to House Bill 1. I would ask for your favorable introduction for all of the reasons previously articulated by so many of us in this body. And so this, you'll see, is a significant haircut, but still an ask for a greater level of compensation, really to the end of the biennium. So as you heard multiple times, it was the current in the budget is to 2020. This would go for an equal amount of that pay increase into the pool up through the end of the biennium. We heard talks on inflation. I don't want to tread, old ground. So I know some of you may have thought the last amendment was a bit steep. Interestingly enough, my co-sponsor and I came up with this independently of the other two members of my county delegation, and we all kind of realized we had similar budget amendments. But I'm hoping that 6 more of you will find this more palatable and agreeable to voting aye. Be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody would like to speak to a first time? No, seriously. Anybody like to speak for a first time? An hour and a half isn't enough? Second time. Members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 44. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 31 aye, 26 no, 1 excused, 2 conflict.
Amendment 44 is adopted. Next amendment is 37. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully move second reading amendment number 37 to House Bill 1 and ask for favorable consideration. What this amendment does is it cuts the wayfinding amount out of the tourism account, the reserve account, from $2 million to $1 million. And we've talked about the spending on physical infrastructure. And I went through, because I know I've said this in the past, but I don't have the proof. I went through since I've been a member, every single distribution for the capital fund, and it has been every single year. In 2017, there was $37 million to the project, in addition to what was already there. That was in the budget. Then 2018, there was $81 million in the budget. 2019, there was $85 million in the budget. 2020 was, then they threw it in the legislative budget. It was about $200,000. That was for the furniture consultant. We did get the futon in the bathroom, but that was for the furniture consultant. 2021 was $2 million in the CapCon bill, in addition to Management Council appropriating contingency for purchase of more furniture, which just happened a couple weeks ago. Technically, that was it's in the 2021 budget. I don't think we need to keep doing this, and I just ask that we slow this back a little bit. They've said that they want to spend $10 million on this wayfinding thing. The first thing I thought when I saw that was the last movie and the trilogy of the star and then the battle, the word for battle, can't say proper names. You know, the Wayfinder was in the last episode, a key part of it. So I had to look up what this was about, but the concept is when visitors come to the Capitol, helping them to navigate. And look, I think it would be great for us to commission a few signs, maybe build an app. They already have brochures down there in the front. We already have the spending for the attendant at the front. I'm not trying to take that out, the full-time attendant. I don't think that we need $10 million for this. And I am really struggling to understand how some signs and a few exhibits is going to cost $10 million. And I think setting us up, even though the ask right now is $2 million, I just think that we need to put some limits on it and send a little bit of a message after we've continued to put these distributions in there that we need to have some stop sign at some point on this. And construction is completed on the Capitol. We need to have a way to finish this thing up. So I ask you to vote aye, cut this thing to $1 million, and I think it's a good middle ground. Thank you.
Members, for your first time, Representative Kinner, first time on the Amendment 37.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've had the experience of being in the Capitol and visiting with some of the visitors that have come from all over the country. And it was even fun in December and January to be here with that big Christmas tree and to see the people coming in and visiting the Capitol. So this is an important tourist attraction, right? And so there are people that do actually come from other parts of the states because they want to visit all the capitals. But so just to, I guess, conclude my comments, I think that we need to do this. And in visiting with the tourism folks that I have, they felt like this was a legitimate expense because we're trying to attract tourists to Wyoming. And let's leave this alone. And I would encourage your no vote so that we can continue to do the work and show off our Capitol in a proper way. Thank you.
Members for their first time. Members for their first time, Representative Bear, and then Representative Sweeney.
First for a second.
Representative Sweeney, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I find this, I urge you to vote no on this, but I find it interesting that we're having the discussion. If you notice where this money's coming from, is the special projects. And did you hear an argument during the previous that tourism didn't have a problem with transferring this money for wayfinding, but yet there's an opposite argument that it's fine to put this money aside because we don't agree with wayfinding. So which way do we want it? But I would urge a no vote because tourism was fine. And just as the good representative that's on appropriations, it does bring tourism. And that's why we were fine with this. And proper use of the expenditure. So urge a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Washut, first time on the amendment.
Thank you. Could we get some definition of what exactly this $2 million or $1 million is going to acquire? You know, wayfinding is kind of a broad, nebulous term. Is it something from a movie? Is it something else? Is it signs and displays? So I'd like some more details, exactly what we're buying with this $1 million or $2 million.
Any other members first time? Other members for your first time? Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't remember, 2 years ago, we had a special request for $4.5 million to work on the wayfinding, and also there's lots of other components to this. We hired a consultant that we just came into a report that we received in December. These are folks that work for museums all around the United States and different things like that. And they came with a spectrum of costs of what it would cost, and depending on what we want it to look like. But a lot of it has to do with modifying the classroom area and then having different types of permanent and mobile exhibits down in the extension, because the way that now the design is up, the school buses will come to up on the, on 26th, and then they'll come in, come down into the basement, go into the classroom, kind of get introduced, take off their coats, get educated, and then we hope to modify that classroom area to make it more adapted to the kids. And then as they come out, we'll have different displays and things that are tactile. And we're looking at electronic exhibits. You've got different types of exhibits for 4th graders, 8th graders. And then as you come into the Capitol, we'll have a nice electronic wayfinding component to it. Their budget that they presented to us was between $4 and $8 million to perform, complete all these different projects. And I'd be happy to share the report with you. I believe it's online, but it has the dollar signs and how much in it. We haven't decided, because this wayfinding committee had just received the report in the last 2 months, and we've only met once since then. And we kind of walked, these folks showed up, we went through the document with them. And so we meet at the adjournment of the legislature to finish that process, and we'll meet through the interim to work on this wayfinding component. But going back when I started, we asked for $4.5 million 2 years ago, and our good folks down the hall cut that down to $2 million. There's still some of that money left, but we had to use it for some of the things, other things that had to get done, different pieces of furniture when the prices went up and other things. And so that amount is dwindling down. So to try to be creative and not use general fund dollars and not even use ARPA fund dollars, who are we doing this for in addition to the school children? Well, we're doing it for tourists. Thus, the idea came up, well, let's use part of the tourist funds, because that's exactly what this is for. And it fits right into that category. And so it's tourist dollars going to work on this particular project. The wayfinding group is a combination of the chief executive office, the 5 electeds, and there are members of the executive branch, because this building and part of the hallway is kind of mixed territory. And during certain times of the year, we control this level and the next level. The chief executive likes to control all the levels at certain times, so we have our various discussions about that. But we're in the process of finishing the touches so that this building is museum-esque as much as we can make it. It'd be nice to have someone, the doors unlocked on weekends. Right now, this place isn't even open on weekends. If you walk down this hall from here to the Senate, it looks, on the first floor, but governor's office down to 110, it looks empty. And so there's furnishings that are going to be ordered for that, and mobile displays so we don't have to hang from the walls, those type of things. And frankly, none of this stuff comes cheap. And so the question is, do we make this a true wayfinding stop for tourists and for folks of Wyoming who come to the Capitol? Or do we keep the doors locked on weekends and have volunteer docents, and you just walk down the halls and there's nothing there? So it's a fun, exciting project. We don't know exactly. We haven't fine-tuned the finishing touches, but I'll be happy to show you the report and on the options. We're going to go on the cheap end because we don't have that much money. We don't have $6 million. We don't have $8 million. But we're going to get done what we can get done. And once we get that done, if it works and if you like it, and we'll come back and we'll say, well, we've got one more project we'd like to do to improve this building. And so we'll just, since we can't get it all at once, we'll keep working with you and with the chief executive to get this job done.
Chairman Zwanitzer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick friendly message to say I did email everyone the 145-page wayfaring report on what the the hopes and the dreams are, and you can look through kind of where we're going. As your representative from the body on the State Building Commission, that's what we've been doing for the last 6 months and talking about what this would look like, and you can see some of the things they're anticipating.
Any other member first time? Members first time? Members first time, second time? Second time. Representative Sweeney for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against again on the amendment, but this has been an intriguing discussion, and I really appreciate the bringer of the amendment bringing this discussion, because it proves a point that our good friends on appropriation did study and really did contemplate the tourism budget and found this piece, which we're in total agreement with. This building will never be finished. It never will be finished. And we always will need to make improvements, make it a better educational piece, make it a better tourism piece for our state, education, and our history. And we should be very proud of the folks that put the money together with previous legislators to finish this. And tourism is proud to be a part of this.
Any other member for their second time? Representative Bear, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, never going to be finished. I hope that the people of Wyoming have a good grasp of that. We really have to think about this, and I think that it's awesome what the appropriations has done as far as the source of these funds. But somewhere we've got to start being reasonable. Millions of dollars into a building for gadgets. I just have to say this is reasonable to cut that down to 1 million. On and for the amendment.
Any other members for your first time or second time? We're on second time before the sponsor, second time before the sponsor. Representative Gray, you're last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too am troubled by the notion that, and it has been repeated a number of times, not just on this floor. And I do appreciate the honesty of the chairman of appropriations when he says it. I've always appreciated his honesty on these budget amendments. This notion that it will never be finished. I mean, you're always going to have major maintenance, but the idea that construction is really never finished, which I think many people don't want to say. I mean, that's really troubling to me. And at some point, we have to say this project is a wrap. I listed over $200 million in expenditure outside of the initial budgeting, which they said this project was on time and on budget. And then they put on all these things, all these shelled rooms. One of those was the shelled room, the auditorium, then another shelled room another year. And it's not been on budget, and certainly not on time if construction's not over. And if we're saying it's never going to be completed. So I think we really need to, at some point, kind of come to a recognition of where we're at on this building and where we want to go. Look, they're going to keep coming back every year for appropriations. So let's just roll this back $1 million. It's still going to put $1 million in there. They're asking for $10 million. And let's see where they go with the first $1 million. I do think there's some things that could still be done. A few signs, print a few signs. I don't think those are going to cost that much. Build an app. I think that would be great, to build an app in addition to the brochure so people can self-navigate. In addition to the fact that we're not touching with an amendment the full-time attendant that is going to be funded in this budget. It's $150,000, I believe, a biennium. That is funded in this budget. On top of the contingency approvals that have been done in Management Council already, and I think probably will continue to be. So I think we can roll this back. Now, in answer to the representative from District 58 on the reserve account and defining that, I think at the end of the day, where we're at is it's totally the discretion of the legislature on how the reserve account is spent. And that goes to the last amendment that the chairman of appropriations brought probably 3 hours ago. That goes to this amendment. It's kind of floating, and it's totally at the discretion of the legislature. In my opinion, our discretion should be that we roll this back to $1 million, which is very generous. And at the end of the day, Chewbacca found where he needed to go without the Wayfinder in episode 9. And I think we can roll this back a little bit and make it more modest, and we'll be able to wayfind through this building. So please vote aye. Thank you.
Sorry. So members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 37, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment has not been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? And I'm going to ask everybody to rise because we've had one member depart from the floor. So everybody needs to, if they're here, you need to vote. Twenty-four thirty-three, the amendment is defeated. Next amendment for consideration is 47.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to move second reading amendment number 47.
Chairman Zwanitzer, my apologies.
Thank you. And so for those of you who are worried about where some of that $2 million was going, I have an answer. So Section A is the same. Section B, you'll remember this from last year. It was our 150th anniversary of women's suffrage, and we had a delightful group of very active women from here in Laramie County and from around the state came down, and this was a big amendment that we brought through this House, and it didn't quite seem to make it in the Joint Conference Committee. And so I brought it back, really at the behest of several of my constituents, one of which passed away this past year, and I kid you not, this was her, what she asked for. So what the amendment does is take the two statutes that are currently at the far end of our downstairs sub-garden level and put them back in the front of the Capitol after being fixed up. You heard the testimony yesterday that Esther, I'm not sure if that's a proper name, I guess it's in the amendment, did get damaged about 30 years ago. We had some money last year to fix that up. It didn't quite make it all the way through. So part of this $2 million would be to fix that statute and move both of those statutes, the same two we have in our nation's capital, out to the front of the building where they were designed to go and be seen by more of the public on a daily basis. I would encourage your support.
Representative Duncan, first time on the amendment 47.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More people have seen Esther and Chief since they've been down in the Capitol Extension. Children see it. I saw it. When they're out front, you're too busy trying, especially this time of year, too busy trying to hurry and get inside and get warm. Otherwise, you're too busy getting distracted by other things. However, when they're the main features downstairs, you get up close. I have one of the most precious things in my life is a photo of my little granddaughter dressed up, looking up at Esther. I wouldn't have that necessarily outside, but we spend all this time to be able to look at the details and appreciate the beauty and the history and everything by them being in the extension. And I think all the children and all the people who travel through travel right by there and see them. They won't see them outside. So I urge a no vote.
Any other members? First time? Members first time? Madam Minority Floor Leader, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor. Friends, they don't fit downstairs, right? They're right next to each other, and their scale is completely off. Esther is 1.5 size, the chief is 3/4 size. In all honesty, they don't fit. They weren't meant to be next to each other like that. But here's another reason that I'd like to see them back outside. When the Capitol was being redone, there was a strong argument on the committees that were restoring the Capitol to make it look like, as you kind of look up Capitol Street when you're down at 16th, when you look up, that it looks just like it did 100+ years ago. And that's the reason that they should be moved. And for me, what I wanted to see is our history, but how our history has changed. At the time this Capitol was made, there was no voting by women and American Indians. There was none. And I wanted to see the change in our Capitol that allowed for our name, our motto, the equality state, front and center, honoring our Native tradition and honoring suffrage. So for me, it's not simply that they don't seem to fit well and who's going to stop and see it because of the weather, but it really, really honors who we are. So I'd like to see them back outside. On and in favor.
Any other member, first time? First time. Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, in the budget is funds are set aside to repatina Esther Hobart Morris statute. The biggest problem with that statuary is it's not a high quality product. And so if you get close to it, you can repatina it, but you can't create a work of art, something that's beautiful and something that's going to be durable, that's going to last outside. So if I had if I was the governor, if I was dreaming, I would cast a brand new Esther Hobart Morris as the size of the chief so they could be side by side downstairs. In fact, it just so happens that we're obtaining some cost estimates, and we think that we can probably get it done for about $110,000 to $120,000. And then still take care of Esther, but not have the two flanked outside side by side because they're still disproportionate if they're outside. So that doesn't make any sense. And I hope that we can find a place after the original Esther is repatinaed and we find the perfect location for and have one that's a semblance, but a newer design with matching kind of the styles of the chief so that they do match and they'll be on pedestals and that'll be part of that display downstairs. That may or may not happen. That's my dream. But frankly, it's 9:30 at night and we're arguing about where to put statues. So I move on and deny this amendment.
Any other member, first time? First time. First time. Second time? Second time to the sponsor, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so the chairman of appropriations may not be king, but he is the chairman of appropriations. So apparently on the third reading, I might meet with him and see if we can achieve his dream to redo a statue and put it outside. But as I said, it was certainly a big issue. I know last year on the 150th, and it kind of went by the wayside. Some people did ask me to bring it back. They feel it's important. I know there are various feelings in this body, but I would ask for your support and encourage your aye vote.
Members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 47, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment for consideration is 38. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 38 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, $5 million general fund. Really, so we eliminated COLAs in our state retirement system until all those funds, each individual fund reaches 100% or more. And then the legislature's got that responsibility, not the retirement board. And our pensions are really in quite good shape, except for the Fireman A. And, you know, there's a lot of history. We had that thing fixed back in 2014, House Bill 51 for about 35 million. And then it got, anyway, I don't want to get into that. But what this is, since there's not going to be any COLAs, probably for another 20 years, some of those funds, volunteer firefighter might get there sooner. I think it's going to be a few more years. But there's some 80 and 90-year-old folks who worked in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, probably topped out their wages around 20,000 bucks, get retired at about 60% of that, right? And there's no COLAs. It's been about 20 years, 18 years, I think, in the last COLA. So this bill, and so when we've started working on this idea, this bill or amendment, it's been brought as both multiple times. You can't just say only for those retirees who retired before 1990. So our attorneys advised against that. So this thing looks like this. This is what it looks like. I'm looking at you. Come on, I'm checking for understanding up there front row. It's kind of a half bell curve, right? So if you just retired down here in the last 5-10 years, you're not going to get anything. I mean, you might get enough to cover the postage stamp. But if you've been out here now 30 years retired, you can get up to 3% one-time check. So that'd be like 500 bucks, 600 bucks for a lot of these retirees, 80 and 90-year-olds. It's late 70s. So the idea to help maybe with a little property tax or a one-time check just to help with stuff's going on out there, right? So that's really the bill. $5 million bucks. I'd stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any members on this? Representative Stith, first time.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, members, I'd urge a no vote on this. It just seems what the proposal here is to pay retirement benefits out of general fund, and that just seems to be bad policy. I mean, we'd like to give checks to everybody. I understand that, but it just seems fundamentally incongruous to start paying retirement benefits out of the general fund. We're spending $75 million to rescue Fireman A pension plan. It's been a real millstone around the legislature's neck for a long time. And one of the defining features, half the whole problem with Fireman A was the cost of living adjustment. So vote no.
Any other members? First time. Any other members? Oh, sorry, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First for second.
First time. Any members? First time. Second time. To the sponsor, Chairman Harshman.
Appreciate your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye enthusiastically.
Members, we are voting on second reading, Amendment number 38, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew excused. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 21 aye, 35 no, 2 excused, 2 conflict.
Amendment 38 has not been adopted. Next, Amendment 39. Chairman Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, I would move second reading number 39 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration, ladies and gentlemen. So what this is, if by chance the joint resolution number 5 and number 6 are passed out of both houses and signed by the governor, there's a gap when the funds start moving to the one fund that we've been talking about that captures those funds. And it basically, this is a holding account until the between the end of this, from when the constitutional mouse goes into effect until the time that we then, in the next legislature, will create the accounts that through statutory guidelines that Cap Finn will be working on through this summer. So when we started doing this, there's just a gap. And so all this does is create two accounts for those funds to pour into, which is, the reserve account that we explained. And so, if those constitutional amendments don't pass, then this just goes away. So, so please support the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, members, we are voting on second reading Amendment 39. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 40. Representative Heiner, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Second Amendment number 40 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, we all realize that securing the border is a federal government's responsibility. But the open border policies we have at this moment in time have led to a humanitarian crisis, with record levels of illegal immigrants, drugs, gangs, human trafficking, and contraband pouring into the United States. This is not only affecting our border states, but ultimately will impact every state in the Union. Texas is building its own border wall and is appropriating $1 billion state money to do that. They're also taking private donations, and as of a few days ago, they've received $55 million in private donations. The Chief Executive Officer of Texas has issued a disaster declaration for his state, saying that federal policies have paved the way for dangerous gangs and cartels, human traffickers, deadly drugs like fentanyl to pour into his communities. And I might add, probably into our communities as well. Texas and Arizona have called for other states to send law enforcement officials to help those border states deal with the crisis. 8 states have responded. Oklahoma, Arkansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina have all responded with personnel to help out. In addition, the CEO of Texas has allocated $3 billion to help fight and secure the border. He's deployed 10,000 National Guard members and law enforcement members. Members, they've asked for our help. Today we have the opportunity of sending not personnel, but a little bit of money to show that we are part of this union and we are willing to help them as much as we can. Just as a side note, there is a citizen, a 79-year-old citizen of Wyoming that sent $53 million to help in that cause of his own money. I'm asking for 1/10 of that from the state to help our fellow states as they battle a crisis in the southern part of our union. Thank you.
Any members for their first time, Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to urge an aye vote on this amendment. It's time for the state of Wyoming to really have America's back. This administration's response to the crisis at our southern border is inhumane, irresponsible, and inexcusable. A physical wall is necessary. As my colleague said, there's an influx of fentanyl, meth, cocaine, and cartels infiltrating the states. Over this past holiday weekend, the United States Border Patrol Del Rio sector agents encountered 2,348 migrants, 75 unaccompanied children, 413 family units, 32 smuggling events, and 40 rescues. Our Border Patrol agents are unnecessarily losing their lives in the line of duty. They're going above and beyond the call of duty. The gangs are a patchwork of organizations that smuggle drugs for distribution throughout the United States, and Wyoming has seen an impact on that. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Nyman, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good neighbors make good, good fences make good neighbors. We've always understood that. We all have a role to play in protecting this country and our borders. I support this because I know that everything that happens on that border does impact the state of Wyoming. We share a responsibility in being able to preserve the opportunities in this nation and provide an open place for people to come, but it has to be a safe place and a protected place. Our neighbors to the south are bearing a huge responsibility, and it's in all of our best interest to help them. So I vote to support this amendment.
Thank you. Any member for their first time? Members for your first time? Members for your first time? Seeing none. Second time to the sponsor. To the sponsor. All right, members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 40. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment is not adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? Amendment has not been adopted. 2135. Next amendment is 42. Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 42 to House Bill 1.
Thank you. 42 is withdrawn. Chairman Paxton, you get a 15-minute benefit on your wager on the pool. Next one for our consideration is 55. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would withdraw Senate Mile 55.
55 is withdrawn. Another 14 minutes for the Chairman of Appropriations. We're going to trim his haircut a little bit. Next amendment is 48. Chairman Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully withdraw amendment number 48.
48 is withdrawn. Number 49, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw amendment number 49 to second reading amendment number 49 to House Bill 1. Thank you.
Thank you. 49 is withdrawn. Why didn't we start here earlier? Thank you. Next amendment is 50. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw Amendment 50 to House Bill 1.
Second reading amendment number 50 is withdrawn. So members, we are on the last amendment. Second reading amendment number 54. Majority Floor Leader, would you get your list of committee of the whole bills ready? Chairman Nicholas, second reading amendment number 54.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would move second reading amendment number 54 to House Bill 1. And let me explain to you what this is. As you know, the infrastructure bill has roughly $1.4 billion worth of projects that we, the state of Wyoming, are likely to qualify for over the next 5 years. But what the concept of the infrastructure bill is that usually it's a 5 to 15, 20, or even sometimes 50% match, and depending on what the projects are, in order for us, so the skin in the game, for us to be part of those projects. And the total amount of matching to get that 1.4 billion roughly is about $315 or $320 million. But that's stretched out over a 5-year period. But a lot of these things are competitive, and so there's only so many dollars available, so we need to start applying for those things, these matching dollars. And there's significant amount of water projects, there's some dam buildings for like our La Prairie Dam, different items like that. There's other types of infrastructure, there's roads, road crossings, all of those things. So what this does, in order to get that first 75 million worth of projects, which is the equivalent to about $400 to $500 million in projects for the state of Wyoming, this allows the governor to take 75 million to begin applying for those dollars as soon as they're available and match that 5 or 15 or 20% match in order to get those infrastructure projects. And I've got a list of the projects and what they are, but it's someplace hidden on my desk. But I'd be happy to share it with everyone, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Any discussion? First time, Amendment 54. I'm sorry. Chairman Flitner, Amendment 54.
Mr. Speaker, I would like the good chairman just to give me a few examples for a couple of minutes.
Point of order. You're just stalling the clock. Chairman Flitner. Thank you. Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the question I have is, I guess I'm a little bit concerned. I'm always worried about what strings come attached to these federal dollars. And it sounds like to me that we're basically giving the executive branch the ability to obligate the state to accept any of those strings that come with those federal dollars. And I guess I like the idea of getting matching, especially at the level we get, but I guess I have some trepidation in what strings may in fact be attached. So I guess that's one of the questions I would ask the bringer of this amendment, is if he's aware of the strings that come with these federal dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member first time? Any other members first time? First time, second time, second time. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the rules have not been finalized, so we don't know what those strings are yet, but they're working through them. Let me just run through some of the programs. For cybersecurity, there's up to $30 million in federal grant dollars. Outdoor recreation, $55 million with a 20% match. Wildlife crossings is a 20% match for $90 million. Airport terminals, there's a $40 million available at a 5% match. YDOT has $190 million available with a $42 million match. Water projects, up to $440 million of federal dollars for $67 million in state match. And this could go towards, for example, the La Perelle Dam, which is a huge project that would eat up our water account if we used all those monies for that particular project. For other water storage rehab, $20 million federal dollars available. That's basically a $50-50 million match, a 50-50 match. For some water storage projects, up to $500 million in federal grants, with 125 in state match required. And then there's another one on the Colorado River drought, 15 million federal match, but that's a 2-to-1 match, so it's 7.5 million, or 50-50 match. But those are the ones we know about so far, and there may be more. And so please ask for your aye vote.
Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 54. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chief Clerk, please call the roll. 54.
Andrew excused. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
Repeat, please.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yen. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 40 aye, 18 no, 2 excused.
Amendment 54, second reading, House Bill 1 is adopted. House Bill 1, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Very enthusiastic, colleagues. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first I'm going to give everybody the first 10 on Committee of the Whole. It'll be the same first 10. This will be for tomorrow. House Bill 73, 63, 96, 83, 55, 117, 125, 62, 31, and 56. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 24th day of February, 2022.
Committee announcements. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, your Ag Committee will meet at 7:30 in the morning.
Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 8, Transportation, will meet tomorrow on noon recess to consider House Bill 44, House Bill 64, Senate File 18, Senate File 35, and Senate File 45.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 3, Revenue, will meet in Connector Room 3 to hear House Bill 147. That's tomorrow morning, the 24th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriations will meet at noon recess to hear House Bill 109 and continuation of Senate File 66, 67, and Senate File 2.
Chairman Olson.
Committee number 1, Judiciary, will meet tomorrow in our usual place of abode at 12:30 to consider one House Bill 85.
Chairman Flitner.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Committee number 6 will meet tomorrow at noon, our usual place, to discuss Senate File 6.
Further announcements. A couple reminders, members. Third reading budget amendments are due tomorrow at 5 p.m. Your requests are due 5 p.m. Again, they will need to be approved 2 hours prior to convening. We may have an earlier convening time on Friday. We'll see what the majority floor leader has in mind, but we'll keep that in mind depending on what committee work is on Friday morning. So keep that in mind. So again, your third reading budget amendments are due tomorrow, Thursday, the 24th by 5 p.m. Your requests are due. Seeing no further business, thank you for your good work today, members. The House of Representatives, the 8th day of the 66th budget session, is adjourned, and we will reconvene on Thursday, February 24th at 10 a.m. We are adjourned.